Hey everyone, welcome to Angeldust Live. I'm Frank Firefly Lucas, your host for the stream, and let me close a few tabs here. And we're playing Angeldust again, the action RPG for Windows, Mac, iPad, iPhone, Android tablets and phones, and Linux. If you're watching this on YouTube, please give a thumbs up to the video, subscribe to the channel to never miss a live show. And if you're watching on Twitch, hit that follow button, thanks, much appreciated. Hey, once you're in the game, let me open up the chat real quickly, one moment here. This always takes a little bit of time, let me see, like this. How are you, Firefly? Hey, I'm doing fine, so yeah, let me open up the chat. So we've got Stanley W, Johnny33 Game, and Joki del Tubo, ciao, buongiorno. How are you doing? Parlo Portuguese, and parlo Italiano un poco. But anyway, once you're in the game, use the buttons on the left side of the screen to select the hero you want to play as. I think today we'll be going with the Scout. It's this lovely lady with the crossbow and the cape. So looking good. The buttons at the center of the screen, they allow you to set your player name and password. We'll be doing that in a few seconds, but let's first take a look at the buttons on the right side of the screen. So Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch and Discord, these are the game's social media. So if you want to play together with other players and share your adventures, share your builds, just click on these buttons. The Discord server is run by a community of volunteers, and they do a very good job at building together, playing together, exploring together. So that's pretty cool. I don't join Discord as often as I should join, but it's a very cool club of people, and they really help out each other. They've got some cool music as well at times, so if you want to be part of that, like that area, that portion of the community, definitely join the Discord server. So 2 in 1 week, yes, yeah, 2 streams in 1 weekend, indeed. The new right-click dig tool as an A+, great improvement, building has never been easier, boom. Obi, welcome as well. Website button takes you to the game's website, where you can send private messages to your friends, you can set your hero colors, and you can name your land claims, all very useful stuff. So go to the website if you can or if you want to. And the button at the center bottom of the screen sets the in-game language. We're going with English today, it's an international stream of course. So let's start out with the 3D visual style. We'll probably switch to the cartoon visual style, which I completely forgot to do yesterday, or at least I didn't manage to switch to the 2D style, so the cartoon style. You're going to have to wait for this stream to see it. Anyway, we're going to sign in. Boom, there we go. And let's see who's already at my house. A few people. Hey Niels, did you already finish the last stream from yesterday? The version 3 of Angeldust is a demo? No, it's not. The version that you can get on Google Play is actually the full game, but it's only the cartoon visual style. So hey all. First Super is here, Stan is the man, Mysteriosa is here. So let's go. It's going to be some kind of like a regular live stream that we do usually. We're going to see who shows up. Like yesterday was completely crazy. It was a very cozy, very fun stream to do. It was a special occasion, of course. We launched on Steam. So I'm not sure, the button is still next to me. It's still here. Not sure when it's going to show its magical powers. Maybe it will happen live during this stream. We're going to have to wait and see what happens. Anyway, what Angeldust of Steam buy? What? Is he still streaming? Yes, I'm still streaming, Space, still streaming. So let's go into the world of tomorrow. Follow my teleport. Yeah, we are going to the play together feature like a regular stream. Play together, there we go. Yeah, and I never quit streaming. Just I keep on going. Never quit streaming. Let's say hello to this group of Russian players. Privyet. All of you Russians. We're going to take a look. Oh, they're going the wrong direction. You're going in the wrong direction. We're going east. We're going east today. This way. This way. How to have 3D on Angeldust on Android? You need to go to the itch.io link. That's like the store where the Android version with 3D is available. Ruan is doing a delay test. Yeah, it's a 24-hour delay, Ruan. 24-hour delay. Whoops. Anyway, we're going to the east today. Play together always drops you in kind of a random playing area right next to a village. And from there you can just go through the inland direction. Yo, I can't find Angeldust on the eShop on my Nintendo DS. Oh, we're working on that, Niels. We're working on that. Seems like a good like product market fit over there. So definitely something to consider for the future. Let's first try and see if we can get some people on Steam interested in the game. So, if you're watching on Steam, welcome. You're just joining me on Angeldust Live today. It's my weekly live stream. But I've been doing it 2 days in a row now because special occasion, Steam launch. Hey, lol, it's not lol. It's like, this is entirely serious, Niels. This is serious business. And Ruan says, okay, my YouTube is now working fine. That's good to hear, Ruan. Also, for everyone watching this for the first time, this is Angeldust Live. This is my weekly, but semi-weekly or twice weekly live stream at the moment. And we're playing Angeldust. It's an action RPG that runs mostly everywhere, even on old hardware, even on old devices that you might have. And it runs perfectly fine. There's two visual styles to choose from as well. There's a 3D visual style, the one we're playing in right now. There's also a cartoon style, which kind of looks a little bit more old school with flat sprites. Kind of like, hey kitten! Kind of like Doom and those kinds of shooters. Cosmosia says, good evening, how can I get more land and how can I get one of these pets? And are there guilds in the game? I'm not sure if you're listening to the stream, Mr. Cosmosia. Are you listening to the stream? Let me know, otherwise I'm gonna turn on the video. There we go, there we go. Kidotaka says, hey Firefly, I'm back, I ran out of cell phone. Then who was phone? That's what happened. 8 minutes delay. Ruan, I didn't even start streaming 8 minutes ago, so you're doing something wrong, buddy. This is not the way you do it. Yeah, yesterday there were a lot of people, but no one said anything. Yeah, there were a lot of people. It was like very crowded in the game. We did have some chatter going on the YouTube, but it was mostly people playing in-game, I think. So there's always one person bantering in the game, that's the main character. How to fly on which? How to fly on which? Is this about the Switch, like the Nintendo console? Or do you really actually want to fly being the sorceress? Yeah, maybe they were shy, I think so. I think most people are a little bit shy to type something on the live stream. How to fly with the witch? You need to buy the Skywalk. I think it's called Skywalk, the Skywalk spell. It's the blue effect, the blue wand, the blue spell that you can get from the shop. And then you use it and you're up 50 feet in the air. Witch is an Angeldust confirmed. Might be. Witch is already in the game, the sorceress. How to fly in Angeldust? Yeah, you use the blue spell. La Magico Azzurro. This is my best Italian. Harry Potter and Angeldust, not really. There's not a lot of hairy things in Angeldust. So this is a welcome change from yesterday. Yesterday I played the fighter and you can just walk up to a monster and swing it with your sword. Today I need to do some pixel precise shooting with my crossbow, which is rapid fire, which makes it a little bit easier. What? And instead of a desert and instead of a red magical area, we now have a swamp, which is soothing on the eyes, to say the least. These greens, you can just feel the stress levels just dropping below zero here. Captain Jackson is here. Way-o, Captain Jackson, bring me back to the railroad track, son. Welcome, Captain Jackson. I'm not sure where that name came from, but it's brilliant. Captain Jack was a European dance act in the 90s. They were pretty big, I think. And one of their most famous songs was Captain Jack. It was a self-titled song. Hi bro, hi Heartster, how's it going? Heartster, not sure, I think I recognize your avatar, but I'm not sure if I recognize who you are on YouTube, so please allow you to introduce yourself. Who is you? Who are you? And what do you want to talk about? Are you playing the game? What's your nickname? Are you Captain Jackson? Because, boy, that name is brilliant. Also, I need to press some buttons over here, otherwise you'll get some weird sounds and noises. In a few moments. Hippie Sunday. Yeah, it's Hippie Sunday. I don't have my flower shirt on today, but it's Hippie Sunday, indeed. How did you create the bunny sound? Acid Frog. Whoa, what a trip. What? Hangover Sunday, no. Yeah, a little bit though, no news on the characters. Well, there are characters.
There's sure to be some tough monsters in this place.
And there's sure to be some tough monsters in this place. Miguelero, watch out, you're almost dead. You need to heal up a little bit. Buddy. I will shoot this creature, I will shoot the roamer. Oh, there's a horse just standing in the way here. There's a fern standing in the way. But still, there we go.
Best loot ever. I knew we could do it.
Niels, go and eat something.
Let's see them dodge my attack.
Bon appetit. The bunny sound. Oh yeah, I made the bunny sound. It's like... Sounds like the bunny, doesn't it? Ain't it funny? It sounds like a bunny. If anyone wants the rabbit horse, or the venom horse I think it's called, because it's kind of venomous, get it? I will shoot this trapper until it dies from it. Sure you did, there you go. I could not get my pirate hero to load properly today, his peg lag was missing. I understand. Mr. Melodias says, bellow Firefly, bellow Melodias. Meliodas, sorry, Meliodas. I want 4 Meliodas. Isn't that the dude from Star Wars? Hey Ruan, finally you managed to spell Niels' name correctly. Finally. Took you a few tries, but it's N-E-I-L-S, Niels. Niels Armstrong, he was kind of the second man on the moon. A lot less people today. Whoa, that's an astute observation lead, which I think we can confirm is someone else. Hum is missing. Yeah, Hum is usually busy on Sunday. Also, I really didn't expect as many people as yesterday to show up today, because it's... I wasn't even sure if I was going to stream at all. Because I was not really hungover, but it was a very intense stream yesterday. 5.5 hours. I had a little bit of trouble getting to sleep. And Julie says, hey, I was watching all of the posts of Angeldust, and I saw the pirate, and this post was also written Angeldust version 4.1, if I'm not mistaken. That's entirely possible. I think you will find that version 4.1 means April 1st. It was an April Fool's joke, so that's 4.1. Like the 4th month is April, and then the first day is April 1st, of course. Sorry to disappoint you, Angelio. Sorry for the disappointment. And Jonas Cardoso says, hello, I'm back. Hello Jonas, how are you doing? Update will arrive, Christmas. I'm not sure when the update will arrive. I'm kind of in the middle of something else right now, trying to get this game out there and released and promoted. So I'm focusing my attention a little bit less on updating the game and a little bit more on selling the game. Whoa, it was on Instagram. I am a Red Angel. Welcome Red Angel, I remember you from a few streams ago. If you feel like it, hop into the game and we can play together. Hola, Leyenda. Yeah, Leyenda is here as well.
Take him out.
A pirate. Yes, a pirate, Niels. But not the kind of pirate that you are. It's not a software pirate, it's an actual pirate. It's a hardware pirate. Hey everyone, I made this joke before you typed it on YouTube, so lag test. Ping.
I knew we could do it.
Hey, Red Angel is actually coming into the game, which is good. Rakiel as well. I built something for Reina Leyenda yesterday. Whoa. Bin Lada is also joining us. Bin Lada was here yesterday.
Loot ever. They never knew what hit them.
Delay test again. Here we go. Right, let's keep on going to the east. We've got a nice group of heroes with us this evening. About 12 seconds for me, what I type before it shows on YouTube. Okay. Yeah, I always use the very or ultra low latency option on YouTube, but sometimes it doesn't work. Or sometimes you still have a lot of lag, so I can't really help that. Depends on YouTube. Hello, Bin Lada. Benvindo. Niels is threatening me. He says, everyone is just trying to start a riot. Someone is gonna spread the game for free. I saw pirates in versions too. And they didn't even include a pirate, so why would you even want to play that version?
Right
Band check, Captain Jackson. He's with us, he's not banned, so... GG Colts Walker, level 60. You've been making some strides here on the live stream. And indeed, AOL dial-up users may notice slightly more lag. Kind of depends on your connection. If you're playing at I think you can play this game, honestly, I think you can play this game on a modem. I'm back. Oi,
See
hey,
them dodge my attack.
Jonas. Jonas, I think I saw you on YouTube before, Jonas. But I think you can play this from a 57.6k modem connection. The game should be optimized for that, so you only need a few kilobytes per second, kilobits per second even, to play this game. Firefly to the BAM. To the BAM. To BAM, obrigado. I can't type well at this moment because of reasons. Oh, here we have a popular request. Kedotako says, a female version of the warrior. A beautiful warrior. A beautiful woman warrior. Maybe later. But when the pirate will be on the game with the replaceable builder of the 5th character. What? A pretty lady. Yeah. It should be entirely possible to add the pirate using a game mod so that we replace the builder artwork with other artwork. It should be entirely possible, but Alex would have to do a lot of work. A beautiful female warrior with a huge sword and smile. There we go.
It's pretty boring just standing here.
It should be possible to make a drop-in replacement for the builder. I mean, the artwork was based on the builder artwork, so we only have to add a beard and an eye patch, a peg leg. Pirate is already a game, you have to be level 900. Well, I don't think that really holds, because Hum is already level 1000 or even higher, and he's not displayed as a pirate. But he never plays the builder class, so maybe it's true. The one says, I need to draw this female warrior. It's kind of like Roger Rabbit. You know, I'm not bad, I'm just drawn that way. Better replace the scout to the pirate. Afterwards replace all bows to guns. That's a good point as well, actually. Welcome, Alex. By the way, Alex, do you want to replace about 400 frames of animation for the builder with the pirate? So draw in an eye patch and the beard and all. Do you want to do it about, I think, 300 times or so?
Place sure doesn't look fun.
Then we can make an official mod that you can just drop in and you'll have the pirate instead of the builder. Yeah, why replace the builder with a pirate when the pirate could be the 5th character? Good question. Hey, I leveled up again. Seriously. You are now level 122. Let's wait for the confirmation. There we go. Fireflies become stronger. Alex has got some pirate software for that. Yeah, indeed, everyone loves the scout. You're not going to replace this lovely lady. Just check it out. Wow. She looks like a famous person.
This is great.
A few of the Russians are asking for help, so let's see if we can help them out actually. Igoroy, we're right here. Igoroy. I hope I pronounced that name correctly. Mondragoon is here. Hey, that's a good name. The Dragoon. You ride your horse, you get into battle, jump on your horse. If you plan to draw a female warrior, please make it like Alice in Sword Art Online. What?
As long as we stop for treasure, I'll be right behind
In a few months, the scout will be on my calendar. New weapons would be surprisingly good. Someone was suggesting that the spring, so the spring that you place as a builder, would do damage to the creatures. They would have fall damage, and that way you could kill creatures by placing a spring and making them jump up and down. It was a crazy idea. Alex's drawing tablet is broken. You could borrow mine. You can just swing around. Just swing around, Alex, and you can borrow my tablet if you want. Yeah, I think Wacom holds a few patents on key tablet components. It would be funny in a way to hit creatures with the spring. Yes, indeed. It would be weird. It would be crazy, but it's not something that I see working right in front of me. It's not. I'm not feeling the excitement just yet. You need to sell this a little bit more. New race confirmed. The race to level 1200. I think that's kind of the max that you can currently have in the game, so the race is on. That's idiotic. You are idiotic. Niels, is that actually a model a make and a model number for that thing? The 420?
We are treasure hunting right now.
And we can even add some of those pretty pictures in the game, as you know, because we now have this update where you have paintings and drawings in the game, so we can now actually add these paintings and drawings into the game. Jonas, what's up? Can you translate to English? I don't really speak Portuguese, so if you can translate for me, that would be awesome. Oh, there's a tiny snake right behind us. Behind you. There's a few cats chasing this snake, and there's a snake being chased by a wolf, being chased by a snake, being chased by some cats. So make of that what you will. It happens. It only happens here. Jonas is asking how to use 3D, so if you're on Android and you want to do 3D, you need the itch.io version. I can paste the link in YouTube if you want. So you need to hand over a few dollars, but then you'll be able to play in 3D. Wait a moment. I will post live on the thing here. So let me open up Angeldust, like this. So let's open up Angeldust website and then the itch.io link like this. This is where you can get it. Oh, whoops. So that's where you can get the game, the Android 3D version. And now you might ask, why don't you get the 3D version on Google Play? Because Google Play limits the APK size to 50 megabytes. Wie kan man zijn mount roefen? Cosmosia, Iki, or double tap the smiley face on mobile tablet. Sorry, F on the keyboard. Twice. You use the F key. I've been playing using a game controller like this for so long that I forgot how to do this. They limit to how much? 50 megabytes. Lots of apps are above 50 megabytes, yes. If you do that, you're not compatible with older devices anymore, so you can only load it on recent devices. And since Angeldust is still being played by lots of players who have a very old tablet or very old phone, I want them to be able to continue playing. I mean, I appreciate that people are using 2010 era mobile phones and tablets. Don't work. It does, Cosmosia. It does. Press F twice. Check it out. Yeah, you're doing it. If your horse is out of reach, you need to get it or sign out in again. So if you lost your horse, if you this happened to me on a few live streams, you need to sign out and in again. Then you'll get a new horse or a mount that you were riding. So the thing is, Colt said, I like the way the Firefly makes Angeldust work on so many different devices. I like it too. I think that's one of the strengths of the product. Unfortunately, Apple kind of limits me to several platforms and several versions of iOS before. While the game would run on iOS 6 on iPhone 3GS, they don't allow me to make it available on that. But anyway, so APK is limited to 50 megabytes, otherwise you can't distribute it to older devices. And you can use something called expansion files or expansion things or expansion dudes. But those dudes are tied to the Google Play Store, and I don't want to tie the game to a specific vendor just because they want me to. They want to lock me into their platform. So that's why there's a big APK, just that's actually almost the same code, almost the same APK as on Google Play, except it includes the 3D assets. And also the itch version has got a bit higher quality animations, a bit higher quality music and sound effects. So the itch version is definitely the real version of the game, so to speak. The Google Play version is It's not a demo, it's the full game, but it's got limited assets in there, so you only have the cartoon visual style to make it fit within the APK size. Hey everyone, there's all kinds of ideas that you could use for fan art. You could make, you could draw one of the wonders, maybe even your own wonder, the latest one, the White Swan. You could do something like Robotic did with the launch moment, kind of like having the heroes celebrate the launch on Steam together. Okay, we're finding some rhinos here. Let's shoot them, because that's what we do. This is steamrolling the entire flora and fauna in the game. I hope you like flying, Stan as the man, because you just flew through the air. Coldswalker, if you're listening, did you manage to fix your itch.io problem?
There's only so much target practice I can do from this
using the information that I sent you.
Hint, hint, that was so
I'm
easy.
not sure if I received a reply from you just yet, but it's. I hope the problem was solved. Problem solved.
Get ready.
Quick roll call, by the way. I didn't do too many yesterday, so the graphics design and animation for the cartoon visual style was done by Spaces Green or Robotic. I'm pretty sure you already know these names by heart.
Practice I can do from this
Thank you
one
kindly.
vantage
You're welcome,
point.
Golds.
Hint, hint.
The 3D visual style was designed and animated by Ming Duan Kwang. And then we have the music, which was composed by Tim van der Beek in Dutch. He did a great job at composing about 27 different tracks, which you can listen to from the Angeldust website at playangeldust.com. And you can listen to them, buy them, share them, like them, scrobble them.
Some tough monsters in this place.
Everyone, I'm not sure if this is the first sign that you've got a illness, but don't talk about yourself in third person, bro. Alright, I'm frying myself some snacks. Oh, Niels. I'm really glad you put the N in there.
We'll be invincible. She never saw it coming.
I hope you enjoy your snacks. What have you got? Heb je kroketten? Heb je bitterballen? Heb je frikandellen? I'm switching to Dutch for a moment here because snacks is an important subject here in the Netherlands. Kaas soufflé, there we go, picanto, hoppa. Broodje bakpauw. Of niet dan? Oh, here you can see live how a personality disorder works. Well, everyone, please seek medical attention if this problem gets bigger and bigger. This is great! Yeah, I was just citing a new kids movie, Niels. Those dudes, they go to the snack bar, they go to the cafeteria, and they just...
I knew we could do it.
Broodje bakpauw. I've discovered almost all the animals here. No money for me, no soup for you. Lottery. Yes, we'll do a lottery, of course. In about 20 minutes. Stay tuned. Angeldust. Oh ja, new kids. Ja toch. Buddy Botsbok. Welcome to the mid-game, Stan. Angela, watch out! You're being eaten alive by a snake. You don't want to die.
Come on, let's run around or something.
Come on, let's run around or something.
Why aren't we going anywhere?
This wasn't supposed to be
This mellow tune indicates that we're entering a hotter area. The different tracks in the game are tied to the temperature of the area that you're in. I'm not sure if you already knew this, but this is a bit of in-game trivia for you. Firefly, good evening. Hi Angela. You're a real angel, Max.
Soon I will be invincible.
There's more snakes. I've had it with these snakes on this plane.
That was so easy.
That was so easy. Alright, let's keep on going then. By the way, what's the quest for today? Oh, it's still the same weekend, so we still need to find jaguars. Maybe after this savannah we'll find a desert and we'll find some jaguars, but jaguar is a pretty difficult quest creature, to be honest. You don't see them too often. Hi kitten. Hey, Citron.
There's sure to be some tough monsters in this place.
Citronike, hoe gaat het met u? You are a jaguar. Yesterday I found a place with many jaguars. Well, that's good to hear then.
I never knew.
You probably shared that location with the other players, of course, so that they could complete their quest really easily. Didn't you, Ruan? Didn't you? It only took 3 hours to complete the quest. Ooh. Yeah, about that, about those quest counts. I'm looking into a solution for a problem that wasn't there before. Some players are a little bit miffed that they can't get to the top of the leaderboard anymore. So I'll have to see what I'm going to do with that. There's probably a great solution out there. One thing that I'm thinking of is maybe undoing the change of yesterday, since we have like this steady stream of players coming in instead of everyone on the same day. So maybe we'll have to reserve the reset for a later date when we know that there's another wave of players coming in. Português is easily Firefly.
You line 'em up, I'll shoot 'em down.
Digite sua mensagem aqui. Please write the English translation before you type something in Portuguese, Ruan, so I know what I'm saying. I don't want to offend your entire country. Or always written answers to most questions about hunting on Discord too. Yeah, I believe there's a great FAQ on over on the Discord channel, on the Discord server. And don't believe him, Portuguese is a torture. Oh. I thought some players once said that Portuguese is Spanish without all of the drama around it. Oh, he says, if you reverse it, I'm for it. I was gonna do quests again, so I wouldn't have been at 0. But if you're gonna reverse it, please do. Less work for me. Okay, so I have to make a decision pretty soon then. Alright. Firefly, make another painting with my name on it. Hey, that's not how it works, Stan. You need to make a painting, and I'll put your name on it. Eventually, if there's going to be another update with new decorations, new drawings, new paintings. So it's you make the artwork and I add it to the game with your name attached to it. So Citron Polar looking sharp with the red and black outfit that you've got. Oh, someone's battling a crocodile, and apparently Legenda.
Get ready for this.
Can I upload it to Discord? Sure, if you make sure that someone else sends it to me then. I'm not a frequent visitor on Discord. Sorry for that.
As long as we stop
I will explain it to you later, Stan.
Did anyone get any boo-boos?
I think we all learned something today. Firefly, one area me find. Jelumi. Hello.
This place sure
What?
doesn't look friendly.
Mr. Meliodas. What? Boo-boos. I'm just firing my laser. Coldswalker is just idling up in the air on his dragon. Coldswalker's like, yeah, you mere peons, you can kill all of the creatures. I will just look at you from above. I'm the referee here.
Bring on the hard
I'm the
stuff.
game master. I'm looking from above, making sure no one violates the rules. Firefly, I'm watching you.
Let's do this.
We will rule the world. In a way you already do, kitten. Oh, you're having problems keeping up. You've got visitors. Well, maybe this is going to sound a little bit weird, but maybe... oh, someone was at the door. If they're proper visitors and they are inside of your house, maybe it's better to give them some attention instead of the video game.
Brutal. Come on, there's monsters to kill.
Of course, I cannot judge this situation from thousands of miles away, but I'd say that real-life visitors are kind of more important than my weird digital video game. Play game. How to mine. How to mine what? You use your shovel to dig up new materials. That's how this works. Use the shovel. Forever Angeldust. Package delivery. another delay test. Leg the ground, that's how you do it. And that's not something that I've tried just yet, Stan, but we can try this later on. You be the first though. You show us how it's done.
I knew we could do it.
Yeah, you're not so excited now, are you? Also, is Lisa watching? Can Lisa hear me? Lisa, I saw that you didn't make an account just yet, so make an account and get playing. Everyone will love you for it. There's at least 3 other players that will enjoy this.
Oh man, these guys look brutal.
What?
Alley-oop.
Niels is confusing a few games here.
Alright, let's go. Just need to reload and I'm ready to go.
Boom. GG everyone on the level up. Yesterday we also had a lot of players level up.
Alley-oop.
It was crazy. It was crazy. When will we have bombing dragons? As in dragons that you ride and you can throw bombs? Or like autonomous dragons that just fly over you and drop bombs on you? What does a bombing dragon look like? Maybe it's just my limited imagination, but I have troubles imagining a bombing dragon. Or what it would be in this game, what it would look like, or well, how it would function.
Alley-oop.
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 Yeah, I'm just going over this mountain, no problem. Yeah, the real problem is between Ruan's chair and his keyboard. Were there new players who bought the game and came playing since the release? Yeah, there's been a few. It wasn't like an avalanche of players just yet. Maybe the button also has a delay built in. But we definitely had new players come in over this past day or so. Kids at least in the game once, a few weeks ago. Also, did you know that Lisa is a name of a Macintosh computer from the 70s or from the 80s?
Fire!
So she definitely should check out the game. Definitely. I mean, if you're named after a Macintosh computer, or the other way around, I'm sure, you definitely need to play video games. Also, I know a lot of people who aren't really into video games that play this game. Yes, indeed, that's the one I was referring to. There's a lot of like non-gamers who play this game, so it's definitely a good fit if you're not that big into video games. Hey, no one's beating up anyone else, right, on my watch on YouTube. Please behave. We don't want to beat up anyone here. There was this big match, this big kickboxing or boxing or whatever match yesterday in the Netherlands, and 2 dudes, they entered the ring and they were just going to like beat each other until one had to go to the hospital. Too much information, Obi.
There's sure to be some tough
And Niels
monsters in this
says
place.
he's a big time gamer because he's got a Sudoku application on his phone. Yeah, you can't beat the Sudoku. You're a fan of the late Steve Jobs? Yeah, I think if you take a look at the public persona that Steve Jobs was, there's a few things that stand out. So some players, some people, some players. There are more people in the world than players of Angeldust. But some people didn't like Jobs for his kind of rigid attitude and maybe his management style. On the other hand, he did deliver some very quality products, I think, with the Apple under his reign, under his supervision. So I wouldn't say that I admired Steve Jobs, but it's definitely someone to look up to if you want to release polished products that appeal to a mass market. So Yeah, bombing dragons, here we go again. I still have no clue what a bombing dragon would look like.
Fire!
GG, like. Yeah, that's the important comment in the game here. Like if you like. Yeah, we've had this discussion a few times before, I think, Stan, or at least people have commented on this a few times before. Hey, I just added the 3D model to the game. I didn't model the 3D model myself, so I was pretty happy with the fact that we had a model at all. So, and Colt says I wouldn't want to have been one of his employees, Steve Jobs' employees back in the Apple II days. Yeah, on the other hand, probably in such a high-stress environment, maybe you would be kind of pushed to your limits, and you would achieve things that you weren't able, maybe things that you didn't think you were able to achieve. On the other hand, having that kind of stress or that kind of like ominous feeling all day long isn't good for your health either, I think. Okay, right, it's something like an event, but then with dragons. I see. Very enlightening, very, very insightful, Niels. It's a huge dragon with long wings and some suspicious symbols. And bombs. Don't forget the bombs. Don't forget the bombs. That's kind of the most important part of the bombing dragon, I think. Does the dragon also shout something in Arabic right before it releases the bombs? Is this like that kind of direction that we're going? I hope not. Hey, honey.
There's sure to be some tough monsters in this place.
Everyone's hoarding the money. I'm innocent. Today I am innocent. Yesterday I hoarded a lot of money. I stole all of your cash. Today I'm not doing any such thing. Today we are just spreading the wealth around. This is very socialistic, so very social. It's a dragon with a 3D model of Firefly's head. What? Like what? Yeah, it's a kids game. Well, kids game. It's family friendly at least. At least we're trying to keep it family friendly. So maybe we won't have these. Spread the wealth from you know who. Yeah, it's. Yeah.
Time to turn up the heat.
Firefly, why don't you ever ride a dragon? I tried riding a horse once, and I enjoyed it quite a lot. But in the end, my horse went completely crazy, and it just galloped away. It was just walking very fast. It was running very fast. It was 40 kilometers an hour or so, which is about 25 miles per hour or so, 30 miles per hour, 25. So my horse went completely crazy, and ever since I kind of lost my confidence in real life horses. So jumping on a real life dragon adds even more to the mix, because you already like a horse can only move in two dimensions, and a real life dragon would move in 3 directions. So. That's why I'm not a big fan of flying on dragons in real life. If you're asking why I'm not doing it in the game, because I like my horses. I'm sentimental like that. I really hate saying farewell to my mounts that have been with me for about 200 live streams now. I once lost my golden horse. I lost it on my scout hero, on this very hero. I lost my golden horse. And I got another horse, and it just didn't feel the same. I played until I found another legendary horse. So this story about the horse didn't happen on your holiday. No. This is quite a time ago, quite a while ago. I am Iron Man. Also, I have a fear of heights, kind of. I haven't really found out under which circumstances I get this fear, under which circumstances this vertigo kicks in. But I had it pretty extremely, a pretty extreme variant of it when I went into the lighthouse this most recent vacation. I had a horse, then I took an arrow to the knee. I did Skydom, check Discord if you can.
Orange is
Not
candy.
you, of course, Firefly. No, of course not. Hey, Firefly, get in my white van. I ain't getting in any van. Stand the man with your white van. It's not something I can do, can. Hey, look the legs. Hey, look the legs.
Awesome! Best loot ever!
You look very young today. This is Dutch. You look very young today, little legs. You sure ain't Iron Man. How would you know, Niels? How would you know? Who says I don't have a 2.5
Taste the sting of
little young
destruction!
legs? Yes, yes, indeed. Indeed. Almost 10 years difference. This game is so stable, it got horses. I'm going to steal that one. I will steal that one relentlessly, Niels. This game is so stable, it even has horses. It features horses. Yeah, that's a good one. This game is so stable, it's got horses. I had a friend, but he ran away from my basement. Was he by chance called Dr. Dre? How can I get the Nihicorn using the E key on the keyboard? That was funny.
Need to reload and I'm ready to go!
What was funny? I don't even know what was funny. I make so many jokes per hour, per second. My jokes per minute, my JPM is like through the roof on this stream, so... Please, please.
Destruction!
That was funny. Yeah, you need to elaborate here. Stable and horses. Yeah, Niels, that was a good joke. The game is so stable, it even has got horses. How many JPS?
I'm the fastest draw in the West!
That's not a useful unit of measurement. Yes. Hee-haw. Yeah, good joke. Yeah, Niels. Hello, I am from Vietnam. Through Huru? Through Huru? Hello, I'm from the Netherlands. Welcome to the stream. I'm glad you could make it. Feel free to play the game if you want. We have some good jokes. We have a nice game. Joke time, everyone. No, it's not joke time. Anything but joke time for you, sir. Please, everyone. It's not joke time today. No, far from it. Don't make a joke. It's don't make a joke time for one time. Nah, I don't want it. It's no joke time. Obi, how are you liking your new username, your new player name?
Come on! There's monsters to kill!
Everyone, please. I understand, but this is not the kind of comedy that we want to promote here. Obi would say, spitting straight facts here.
There's sure to be some
Yeah, horse walks into a bar, bartender says, why the long face? We already heard that one, Colts. We already heard that one. Switching topics here, switching topics. Hey, Obi again, how do you like your new player name without the number after Obi? How do you like your new player name? Are you happy?
on the hard stuff!
Also, it's about to be a lottery time, so it's not joking time, it's lottery time. So get in here.
Arr!
Everyone says, jeez, I'm laughing so much. Almost lottery time. Let's clear the area and then lottery time. Let's clear the area, then lottery time. I hope you're ready to do some lottery. I like my player name very much, Obi says. I love the one's joke even more. Lottery winner walks into the bar and the bartender says, Man in the Mirror is a famous song by Michael Jackson. It's gonna make a change. No message could have been any clearer. What lol? No, this is Solitari Mira YouTube. This is actually a true story. Man in the Mirror is a song by Michael Jackson. Seriously.
You just need to reload and I'm ready to go.
Alright, is the area clear? Area clear? Okay, lottery time. Lottery time for real. Lottery time for real. Get on YouTube. Get on Twitch. I'm handing out pet snacks. Be right back.
This place sure doesn't look
Give
friendly.
me a minute. I know that. I listen to his songs too, you know. Gonna make a change for once in my life. It's gonna feel real good. It's a good song. I like the song. Man in the Mirror.
They never knew what hit them.
Right. Everyone ready for the lottery? Let's minimize the game. We're in desktop mode here. It's time to bury Firefly. No, you did that yesterday and you placed the cat on my tomb, so let's not do that. Michael Jackson moaning for 10 hours. What? No. It's not muffin time. It's lottery. It's joke time. It's muffin time. What? Let's see. We're going to do this. We're going to do the lottery. Go to the website, playangeldust.com. You already know this. And then sign in using the things on the right side of the screen. And the code for today is 97508. That's your code for today. So I will post that on YouTube and on Twitch and on the whatevers. Pew. Pew. So if you're watching on Steam, you can see the code live on the screen now, 97508. That's the code you need to enter in the box, 97508. Submit a ticket, boom, like this. Rian, is this like a joke or is this someone else? Is this like a Ruan alt with yeah, we're going to do a countdown here, 97507. And there's actually someone trying to bury me here. It's have fun. But enter your code for the day now and get in the lottery. And you too could be a professional.
You line them up, I'll shoot them down.
Do you guys remember when we used to like take action?
The way it was.
This wasn't supposed to be do it rich eventually.
Alright, so boom, there we go. $97508. Again, that's the code for the lottery. Enter the button, do your thing, get it. We got 4 people in here. Ruan 16k. There we go. We finally have some alt accounts from Ruan here. Let's do this. Xeno Gaming is in there. Great. So let's wait 1 more minute or so. You've got a bit more time to get your tickets in here, and then we'll be off and running to the horses, to the races. So get in here, get in here. Now don't invade the lottery with your alts, because with the click of 1 button I will remove them all from the lottery. Hello Frank Lucas, hello Gato Gamer, how are you doing? Welcome on YouTube. Do you want to see all my alts names? Not really, Ruwan, not really, since you're asking. Also a quick plug here. If you take a look at this right sidebar over here, Spaces Green has posted some very cool videos, Angeldust building tutorials about how to make some of his constructions, how to remake those or rearrange and build them yourself. And he's also posted some Lego creations with a, as you can see, big Angeldust bunny, a posable Angeldust roamer, and a mini Angeldust dust bunny. These are amazing. I will try to share these on the social media over the next week or the upcoming days, because they are really awesome. You need to take a look at these. This is really great. Firefly, see my house please. My name is Retinto. I'm not sure if I'm doing a lot of construction visiting today. I kind of want to chill, kick back, relax and chill a little bit after the stream because yesterday was very intense. And Gila says I'll build a spiral tower with my own style. I like this game. True Huru says. That's great. Are you also playing with us right now, True? True? Are you playing the game right now? Let us know your player name and we will be able to see you in the game. So everyone get your tickets in here. If you don't want to add any tickets, that's entirely cool. But you'll have 10 more seconds. 10 very slow seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You make this game? Yes, I'm the developer of this game. And here we go, we're going to draw a winner. And let's see who wins. If one wins, we'll draw another one, because we're not doing alts. Red Angel won the lottery. Congratulations, Red Angel. That's Mr. Meliodas over on YouTube. You won the lottery, and to prove it, I will open up your player profile like this. And you're the lottery winner, as you can see. You've already discovered quite a lot of areas in the game, quite a lot of creatures already, but see if you can find many more. There's more areas to discover, more creatures. There's about 130 more creatures that you can discover, so go and explore. So this was the first lottery draw. I'm not sure, maybe we'll do a second lottery draw later on. For now, this was the draw of the day. I hope you enjoyed it, and we're going back into the game. So let's switch to the game mode here over on OBS, on my streaming program, and back. And what we're going to do right now is go to the options menu, and as always, I forgot this yesterday. We're going to switch to the cartoon visual style, so as you have already deduced probably, the game is available in a fully 3D visual style, but also in a cartoon visual style, where the sprites, the dudes, are in 2D. Oh, and I've been completely walled in here. There's a table so that people can mourn my loss. Right. So now what do? I'll show you a trick. We're just going to teleport towards one of these players that is around here somewhere. Oh, isn't? Someone please stick with the group, because I apparently teleported to someone who wasn't there. Is there one there? Who's there? Who's there? Captain Jackson. Don't teleport towards me. That's not what you want to do. Stan the man says, teleport towards me. I hope so, Stan. Otherwise, you're getting a free ban. Stan is the man. Here we go. Boom! Alright, thanks. You're amazing. You're amazing, Stan. And there's a mirror, so you see yourself. This is a cross. I've been crossed here. And there's even a rope. Well, so much for that gentle live streaming gesture. Tommy Puppet Lab. I know who you are. I know who did this. Let's go. And follow me. Alright, I'm back. Let's go. Yeah, I am the resurrection and I am the light. So follow me into the world of tomorrow. And Drew says, wow, I study in the university and I want to become a game developer. That's cool, entirely cool. So you might not know this, but this game was written in C++. So most people start out in a language like Python, or maybe something like Java or C#. But this is actually made in C++. I think it's a very versatile language that compiles down to machine code. So you get, in my experience, it's one of the most performant languages that you can program in. It's very bare bones. It's very low to the hardware that you're programming in. And you can all do all sorts of programming styles in C++ and in C. C++ kind of lends more to a object-oriented style of programming, which is what I used for Angeldust. So all of the heroes that you see are a descendant of a hero base class, kind of, and all of the heroes, all of the individual ones are have got their own behavior, their own objects, of course, their own items. There's so much lag. No, there isn't. As you can see, it's entirely lag-free. Hello, Marvy. And Obi says, you are my hero. That means much to me, Obi. That means a lot. If someone who builds these wonderful things sees me as a hero, there's no greater joy in the world. Hey Marvy, is die video al klaar? Heb je al gestreamd op Twitch? Switching to Dutch. Or should I switch to Dutch? Ah, hallo Marvy. Hey, hoe gaat het met u? And to make it really Belgian, I should ask, heb jij nog frieten gegeten? That kind of borders on the stereotypical here. So I don't want to offend Marvy. We also eat fries here in the Netherlands, so... I refused the dinner. I couldn't make it to dinner, Ruan. I couldn't make it. I was stuck in the ground. Dude, if you think what developer work is funny and pretty easy, dude, you must change your mind. Dude, such a fat dude, you can do it. Funny. Alex? What? What is the problem?
Time to do a little hunting.
If you think what developer work is funny and pretty easy, dude, you must change your mind such fast as you can do it. Is that a warning against... You can do it. Is that a warning against being a game developer? Should I stop? Should I stop developing games? Should I just stop? Oh no. Obi, don't. What is happening? This is... Everything is going by so fast. It's like real life. Someone is placing springs. Tonmo, please. Please stop. Please don't place a spring. Place a spring here so I can get over this mountain. Thank you. Much appreciated. Much obliged. Alright, here's a kitty cat. Let's shoot a few arrows at it because we want some coins. I mean, a cat is fine, but coins are better. Hey, one thing I never tested. Do these coins and do these gold bars also fly into the air if you place a spring? I don't think they do. I think it's limited to creatures and to players, heroes. Will you use Trello? Probably not. I don't see why I would use Trello. As far as I know, it's a board or a website where you can organize your thoughts or things that you need to do. I've got some other systems for that, which I really like. Alex says, if you don't stop, I'll make a pirate from you. Arrrr. Patchy the pirate. I am the king of patches though, because I released a lot of patches the past few years. Patches and updates to the game, so...
Come on, there's monsters to kill. Did anyone get any boo-boos?
If the pirate will replace the builder, who will be able to remove trees? Yeah, the pirate of course. He will just grab his guns and he will just shoot at the tree trunk and it will fall
Time
over.
to do a little hunting. Just need to reload and I'm
That's the way
ready
you
to
do
go.
it. Money for nothing, and the trees are for free.
Time to do a little hunting.
What a blessed find. That's good to hear.
Boring just standing here.
Ruan is here with another nightmare-inducing string of emojis.
Here it goes.
Why does this always happen on my chat? Why do I need to see this? You're just streaming, you're like merrily minding your own business, and someone starts typing nightmare emojis. Right, a few weeks ago we had this creature as the quest creature, this weevil, this blue flower walking around in the forest. Then we couldn't find any, now we find two, and now we need to find jaguars. Lovely. Firefly, this is proof. I am not elite. Okay. I think we already confirmed who elite was yesterday.
This is a nice
So
find.
thanks for confirming once again.
Never saw it coming.
But I was convinced. Yesterday I was already convinced that elite is someone else. Who wants a joke? Be vigilant when Ruan asks if you want a joke. Why are we going to the northeast? We need to go east. Please, people. Henny, why are you sprinting off in this direction? We go this way. Follow me. Does everyone else know something that I don't? Why is everyone going that way?
Sure doesn't look friendly.
Henny for Firefly? What? Don't be a dev, you might end up like Frank, making highly pay-to-win games. What? Firefly, do you speak Portuguese? Now falo português. Um pouco. Bem-vindo, este é Angeldust. Joga agora. I recommend this game to my friends, but unfortunately they don't play it. Well, get new friends then. The big sad. Time for some new friends. You can get some friends in game as well, of course. I'm already friends with everyone here right now, but it's entirely cool, of course.
Get ready for this.
Get ready for this. Frank, are you going to do some advertising? Probably, yeah. I didn't know, like yesterday when we pushed the button. I had no idea what to expect from the button. I had no idea what the promotion on Steam would look like or what kind of actions would be in effect when you launch on Steam. So I want to see what happens this upcoming week, and based on what happens this week, I will draw some plans for the future, see where we can market and promote the game. So definitely. But right now this is like the first attempt at getting the public word out. We're all like, okay, let's see what happens with this. Let's see what happens. We have no idea, so
Best loot ever.
let's see what happens, and we'll go from there.
What a blessed find.
Whoa. Everyone's just
They
jumping.
never saw it coming.
No, for real. Yeah, I am for real. I am. This is. Oh, freak.
Alley-oop. There's a
Yeah, anyone who wants this level 13 owl, you're out of luck. We're not going to hunt it on this stream because it takes too much time to get this entire thing where we want it to be. Or does it? Let me see if I can place some well-placed sniper shots here. Just spam this owl with everything we've got. I'll also take care of this thing on the ground, this Wheedler, no problem. Jogi and leave. Do you know Vietnam? Not really. The only thing I know from Vietnam are some people who did the design and animation for the 3D visual style. So Minh Duong Quang is a dude from Vietnam who did the 3D visual style with his team. Did a very good job. That's a dude I know from Vietnam. I know egg rolls. We call them Vietnamese lumpias in Dutch. So like Vietnamese egg rolls. I know the dish, or kind of the snack. So I know those. But I'm not a very well cultured man. I don't know much about Vietnam other than that. Of course, I know some of the war movies that take place in Vietnam, but that's not really knowing this. Yeah, you can definitely see some kind of a like the faces in the 3D visual style for the heroes. They are a little bit. I can't put my finger on it, but it's a little bit off compared to what you expect, like in a American or in a European game. So yeah, you definitely see a little bit of influence, like cultural background or like cultural influence there, artistic influence.
Come on, let's run around or something.
Vietnam is only war. I don't think so. I think Vietnam... I know some people, some relatives or some friends who went to Vietnam on vacation, and they were pretty... Let's do a break later. See ya. See you, Cosmosia. Thanks for being here. They went to Vietnam on vacation and they had a good time. So, of course, you probably visit the touristy places. But in all, they were pretty happy with going to Vietnam. Time to do a little hunting. You take care of this roamer here, everyone. Take care of the roamer.
I shall go over my spells when we're ready. Let the light of the heavens shine forth.
Windows is looking for solutions. Well, I am looking for solutions. Alright, let's keep on going to the east. This way. It's entirely cool. Vivi-chan is here. Hey Vivi. Vivi, Vuvu. Sounds like Vuvuzela. Vivizela. I have so much lag right now. So much lag. So it's insane. You can't, what is this even? You can't. We get it. Yeah, Stan also got it. Loads of it. Yeah, yeehaw. Let's keep on moving on. We can do this. It's no problem.
That was so easy.
That was so easy. Hey Citron Polar, you look even sharper in the cartoon visual style with some more saturated colors. So for everyone just chiming in, we're playing Angeldust. Of course, this is the action RPG that I made for lots of operating systems and devices. And it ships with a 3D visual style that you can enable, or a 2D cartoon visual style that we're playing in right now. So depending on your tastes, this is more of a Paper Mario look, or if you want a kind of more full 3D mature look, like serious look, if you want a serious business game, then you can just flip the visual styles right from within the game. Yeah, release the joke. Release the jokes. We want to hear some jokes.
There's sure to be some tough monsters in this place.
There's sure to be some tough monsters in this place. Right, there's a rhino over there. Get the rhino. Shoot the rhino. Pew pew pew. Fire all lasers. And fly through the air, just like Gajogi is doing. Is Captain Jackson still with us? Way-o. No, Captain Jackson is not here.
Soon I will be invincible.
We go into the east. Oh, there's a wolf over here. Let the lags don't get eaten. A gamer walks into a bar. The bartender doesn't see the gamer due to lag. There we go. If I make a joke about Vietnam, I will never feel safe walking near a forest. Hey, hello, Marvy Games. Hey, Marvy. Welcome. So you see me, you'll hear me speak a few different languages all through each other. Don't mind it too much. Ik spreche Deutsch, parlo francés, parlo italiano, parlo português, hablo español, говорю по-русски. Ik praat Nederlands. I speak English. It's all good. Just give me your best shot. Yeah, you can tell a joke about Vietnam. Hopefully it's not too offensive. Then I'll have to remove it. But oh, oops! Try us, everyone. Try it. We don't have Spaces Green making jokes at this moment, so we need some backup here. And I'm also fresh out of jokes. The Firefly, you are the joke. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Oh, there's a bush over here. It's not a president of the United States. It's just a true bush. Feel free to make jokes about Nebraska. Okay. Nebraska, that sounds like some of the outskirts of the United States, isn't it? Hallo, hey Lucy, guten Tag, wie geht's Ihnen? Ich heiße Firefly und wir spielen Angeldust. Oh, it's Nebraska's right smack in the middle of the United States. Well, I never paid too much attention to geography, and also to be honest, if you have geography as a course or as a like something at school in the Netherlands, we don't pay too much attention to the entire layout of the United States. I'm happy because some other dudes gave me free games. Good, danke der Nachfrage. Ja. Anytime, anytime. Kein Problem. Wunderbar, wunderschön.
Taste the sting of destruction.
I will regret it. Alright, thank you everyone. I'm not going to say that joke out loud, but if you want to read a pretty stereotypical joke, you can read one on YouTube right now. Alright, Bander one. And guten Schnitzel. Ich liebe der Wiener Schnitzel. Das ist ein tollen germanischen Fleisch Dish. Ik liebe es. Yes, it was nice. Everyone, thank you for your joke. Remind me to never ask you for a joke again. Pew pew pew! Fire in the laser. This is a rapid fire crossbow, as you can see. I was eating with my family. That's why I play now and not earlier. Hey, no problem. Kein Problem. Das ist wunderbar. And I ate a schnitzel. Ah, das ist sehr deutsch.
Did anyone get any boo-boos?
Did anyone get any boo-boos? You ready for this? Little Axe is just patiently awaiting ahead of the pack. Little Axe is like, yeah, don't eat your family, indeed. Little Axe doesn't even care, not even bothering dismounting the horse. It's just like, oh, standing here, it's good. But thanks, Ron. Thanks for the beautiful comments.
If you're looking for a sharpshooter, I'm the sharpiest. They never knew what hit him.
Thank you, Firefly. You're welcome, Red Angel. But you won the lottery fair and square, so you now have the pet snack. You can have a pet in the game. Hello, little eggs. Ready to go? You're just standing on your horse. Why the long face? I have a lot of money. Hey, Marvy Games. It's good to hear, buddy. Do you mean in-game or do you mean in real life? Hey, let me just quickly shift the topic of discussion back to Angeldust here. Oh, oops, I can't. I can't shift the topic of discussion back to Angeldust. But oh, maybe I can. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Banga boys are in the room. There we go. So most Saturdays I stream at 1700 hours UTC. You're watching Angeldust live. This is my weekly live stream. This weekend I streamed two times because we launched on Steam, which was a very big event for the entire community and for me as well, personally. So after years of hard work, I finally released a official version 3.8 of the game, with the 3D visual style, 2D visual style, all kinds of new blocks and decorations that you can now find in place, like paintings, dinner plates, mirrors, open books. It's like you can decorate the interior of your house in a way more detailed fashion now, which is pretty cool.
Just need to reload and I'm ready to go. Come on.
And Niels has figured out that the Steam button was fake. It very well might be. This is my Gaben provided. I made this myself. Steam button. Will the game have RTX? Yes, pretty soon. Yes, pretty soon. Yes, soon. Each mob in Angeldust has a distinct personality. Yeah, that's true. For instance, Ruan is entirely different from Obi, and Stan is entirely different from Colts Walker. All of these mob people have got a different mob mentality.
Come on, there's monsters to kill. That was so easy.
But it's true, I try to make the artificial intelligence for each of the creatures a little bit unique. They've got different properties and different behaviors that they exhibit. Some of them are a bit alike. Then I can't use it because I have a RTX video card. Yeah, but it's going to be very cool. Thor is a tomato. Right. Are you talking about fully functional RTX effects or kind of ray tracing algorithms? Yes. Alex is still what? I always think that Alex is gone. I think that Alex is not here and I can speak freely. I always find myself safe. I think I'm safe here. Alex is not here. I haven't seen Alex post on YouTube in like 15 or 20 minutes, so Alex must be gone. And then I just say one thing involving Alex or graphical or GPU effects, and Alex is immediately posting on YouTube. He's like lurking always. It's like in Russia, stream watches you. It's like that. Is there a known fear? Is this Alexophobia? Alex animatrophobia? It's that's what I've got. That fear is growing. I not only have a fear of heights apparently, but also a fear of Alex watching me all the day. Not a duck, but Alex. Because the duck thing has got a name. Alex 1984, yeah. I don't think you're far off here with the year. Anytime I'm alone, I think Alex is watching. Yeah, it feels like that. Some moments, it's the best in the world. So sometimes I think like, oh, I hope someone is watching and Alex is watching, and it's entirely cool. But other moments, it's a bit creepy. I don't feel safe. Find a pet dragon. I kind of like my current one. I think what's the creature that I've got on this hero? I've got a snow leopard, which is named after macOS 10.6, of course. Snow leopard. Yeah, the duck fear. That's a true thing. That's apparently an existing thing that exists. Yeah, Alex is watching. Alex is watching. Never see.
They never saw it coming.
Wait a moment, I'm typing a replier. Right. Sorry. I was just. No, it's not a coffee break. I was just. I was minding my own business on a different. I was just surfing the web while working. That's basically what happened.
Scheme, you know.
Right. What? See Elite? What? No, I'm not on Tinder. How to get a pet in game? You're on the right place. Hey, Dragon Lady Myth, welcome back. 2 days in a row here. Glad you're watching. How to get a pet? You need to win the lottery. How do you win the lottery? By participating in the lottery. How do you participate in the lottery? I will explain in a few more moments. So give me about 10 minutes and we'll do another lottery. You're in and you will be able to enter your ticket. The Firefly.exe has stopped working. Yeah, sorry, I was just completely zoned out for a moment there.
Evil here.
I was trying to do two things at the same time, which is not my my forte. Oh yeah, go and read on the Discord FAQ. Where do you live? In the Netherlands. I am Dutch. The Netherlands. It's a pretty small country at the north. I never know these directions. I've got a map with me, right? Yeah, this is the proper map. So the Netherlands is a country in the northwest of mainland Europe. There we go, northwest. Cannot come in game. My mom here to visit. Hey! Don't you have an old phone or an old tablet or an old computer? Get your mom to join us as well. Angeldust is one of my most played games on Steam. There you go, Marvy Games. That's what we're talking about. The Holland gang. Yeah, I was trying to ban Ruan, but then I took an arrow to the knee. Ben je een Belg? Ah wel, nee, ik ben geen Belg. De Marvy over daar, dat is een Belg. Allee zeg, amai. Het zijn allemaal Belgen. So I speak Belgian as well, no problem. At least I try to give a very stereotypical impression of what a Belgian sounds to us here in the Netherlands. I think it's similar to the situation that you have in the United Kingdom and Ireland, or Scotland. I'm not sure. There's kind of these jokes about United Kingdom and England and Ireland. And here in Holland, it's like, do you speak Fortran? Hey, don't test me, bro. Don't test me. I have a lot of programming languages that I know and love. 100% confirmed Firefly lives in Switzerland. And we never saw the guy again. Is Marine still alive? Good question. Marine de Acte. Marine South. South Marine 01. That's a good question. Is Marine still alive? This was a triumph. I'm making a note here, huge success. We never saw Marine again. He got baked and then he got a cake. That's what happens in these kind of games and in this kind of. Everyone, you can get over this mountain. Get over here. Get over here. Get over here. Still Alive is still alive. Yeah, still going strong. It's a pretty fun song. Also, with all of the emotional build-up towards the ending of Portal, the song comes at a great moment, and it's just a nice cherry on top of the cake, so to speak, that you get the song right at the end of the game. It's amazing. Angeldust is not a cult, it's a way of life. Pretty soon we'll have these ads that are like Gucci ads. You've got dudes with like high-class sunglasses and high-class computers, and they're like, oh yeah, Angeldust, that's my game. It's all about the bling, baby.
Oh, you taste the sting of destruction! Oh
Well, Marine didn't reply to the trailer that I unlocked or publicized. Angeldust Esports, yes, we'll be doing a Angeldust Esport tournament pretty soon. You will be able to PvP it up. Kitten wants a rainbow horse that changes colors as you move around. Right, and I want a pony. Oh, that's actually the same request, isn't it? But yeah. Right, a horse that changes color as you move. Please, Niels, let's not go into that corner. We've discussed this in depth. Yeah, get on Twitch, get an ad. I've played Angeldust for 16 hours. Marvy Games, that's a little bit shorter than I played Angeldust. I played Angeldust for a bit longer than that. Seriously. Hello, Sino. Sino. Hey, Sino. Shinobi. That is normal. Well, playing Angeldust as much as I've been doing over the past years is not normal. I'm Hutru. Oh, hi Hu. We saw you on YouTube earlier. Welcome. Let us hack the Twitch and redirect it to the Angeldust website. Well, let's not hack anything, please. Everyone wants to turn on this TV and see an Angeldust ad. Why though? So I'm trying to shoot the tripod over here. Shooting the tripod. It's Alex's favorite creature. Alex loves the tripod. J'aime le tripod. That's what Alex always says in French. Hey Firefly, I was thinking how to change the lamp colors, and I thought why not add transparent sticker colors that could also be put on all other blocks. Transparency is something that's pretty hard to pull off in the engine right now. The transparency that the engine currently does is either on or off, so it's 1-bit alpha, so 1-bit alpha testing. It's kind of hard to do proper transparent surfaces. You will see this in most voxel games, that transparency is either added later on in the development or will never come to them at all. Because you need to do a little bit more of effort to get it to render correctly, because you can suddenly see through many layers of things. So it's something that I might be able to add in the future, but it's not coming anytime soon. I don't really want to redo the entire game engine just for transparency. What is so romantic? Oh, that. Oh, there we go. Oh, that was romantic. Well, durr. Also, I have no idea if anyone on Steam is wanting to chat here, but feel free to do so. It's all live. I'm here. Like, you can type your message. It's Angeldust live. It's not something else. So I take it that it's a good idea to add transparent color stickers? No, it's not. It's too difficult, and it's for a marginal improvement in the game's visuals. So it's not something that I want to do right now. Kill the thick roamer. Yeah, we're trying to, sir. And it isn't as thick in the cartoon visual style. So not thick roamer confirmed. Toby says, it's my final message. It's my final message. It would be nice to see you at Game Force, the Belgian game convention. Yeah, that's something that we might be doing in the future as well. So showing off the game at conventions. Now that's officially released and we have a very solid... My level English is low, I understand. Hey, no problem. In the Netherlands we're all very low, so that's not a problem. Dragon Lady Myth, I'm not sure if you are not coming in-game, but if you're still watching on Twitch, let me know. Are you still watching on Twitch? I don't understand. Right. This is gonna take a snooze. Some Americans have poor English, lol. Yes, they all speak American. Are you from Texas, boy? You're from Texas.
That was so easy.
This is a new creature for me. Hey, Magno, you are a new creature for me. I don't think we've met before.
See if you can dodge this.
Oh, I need to go to Twitch? Oh, you're there? Seriously? Okay, cool. But your mother is there, so how can you still hear me on Twitch? Because you're actually hearing me. I had this bad joke, I had this indecent proposal. I was gonna say, well, can I come to visit anytime? But sometime, but it's like, I was like, oh, Dragon Lady Miss is probably not listening at all, so. Since you've been here for multiple times, I was like, yeah, maybe we should share the love a little bit. Ruwan, you can try it on Twitch, your jokes. I'm not sure if there's moderation over there, but you might get banned. Equal opportunity there. Pew 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 pew. Shoot all the things, shoot it. Fire the croc, fire the trapper. This is my playstyle. This is the scout. You get a crossbow, you get infinite ammo. This is my style of gameplay. There's a filter on Twitch, so you can't make Vietnamese jokes. At least that's what you think. There are lots of funny jokes that are clean. There are lots of dirty jokes that are mean. Frank is the kind of guy that wears Crocs. No, I kill them for a living. I just shoot these Crocs and I get the coins. Obi is telling us that he can't type certain words, but he can type others. Right. Give me a moment here. Give me a moment here. I'm gonna space out. I'm gonna zone out for a moment here.
What a blessed find! That was so easy! Taste the sting of destruction!
Sorry, I'm typing something, so I'm zoning out a little bit. Why aren't we going anywhere? Because I'm typing. I'm typing on the internet, which is important. So there we go. I go. See you later, Marvy. Sorry that I wasn't really paying too much attention here, but you've got my full attention now. At least. Now, there we go. Boom. So Ruwan is what? No. I'm not going to do a drunk live stream. I try to be a good example for kids and to be family friendly here. Oh, unfortunately, it looks like we're going to enter a red magical area from here on out. But no, I'm not trying to do a drunk stream. No, sorry. No, and I'm not trying to date someone. So thanks for all of the wingman assistants here, Niels and Obi. Thanks for being such very useful wingman. But it's no. There are no kids here. Well, I can count 2 at least. 3. Ruwan, Niels, Obi. Ooh, burn. There we go. Yeah, you keep telling yourself that, Niels. And eventually one day, I suppose you will be 20. You may not like it, but Firefly is spitting them beats, them straight facts.
Do it. As long as we stop for treasure, I'll be right behind you.
GG legs.
I could be out treasure hunting right now.
There we go, trying to troll someone here. On the papers, I'm 20. Yeah, but you're not on the papers, you're on YouTube now, buddy. Also, I lost my horse. Right in the middle of all this,
As long as we stop for treasure,
I'll be right behind you. There we go. By the way, did I miss the second lottery? I went eating minutes ago. Oh, that's a good question. Second lottery. We'll do the lottery in a few moments. Stan is the man. Hehe.
Oh no!
Stan is down.
Let's do this.
How do you like those apples? Yeah, player versus player. That if Firefly dies, he takes off his clothes, and the player versus player is against Obi. Cash rewards for the return of Firefly's horse. Yeah, it's back. It's back. Guess who's back? Back again. It's my horse. Tell a friend. I don't need to drink anything. Water, milk. Pew 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 pew. I should rename my stream. I should rename my stream name to Pew the Shooter or something like that. Get my horse. Okay, so second lottery. Second lottery coming up. Lottery coming up. Get on YouTube. Get on Twitch. We'll quickly draw another winner. Get in here. Stand. Yeah, he's got the anatomy for it. Okay, switch to the desktop camera, so we're going to minimize the game for a moment. Alright, a lottery, we had this dude, or at least this profile on YouTube called, let's see, what was the name? Yurin! Yurin, are you still on YouTube? Give a thumbs up, and we're going to do a second lottery, so you can, I'm going to the store, and we'll see you later. We're going to do the lottery, here we go. Go to the Angeldust website, playangeldust.com, sign in, boom, like this, you can do this. And get your tickets in. Your code for today is 97508. I'll paste this one more time. One more time. On the YouTube and on the Twitch. Boom, there we go. So get your codes in here and we'll draw another winner in a few moments. So Yurin, if you want to get this, get in here now. Nah, brah. Yeah, brah, get in here. We're doing the lottery. Come on. I ain't got all day. Yurin, I'll give you one more minute. Starting now, so one more minute to get your tickets in. Paging Yurin. Is Yurin here? Yurin. Oh. Yeah, he is. Get your ticket in now. Is Yurin in the game? So, is Yurin here? Yurin, get your ticket in for lottery now. Hey, cool guy. Ja, been a while. We doen momenteel loterij op YouTube en Twitch. Je kan nu meedoen. Momenteel is met 1 O. Ik weet wel hoe Nederlands werkt. Get your tickets in now. You get 1 minute. So get your tickets in, Yurin. Everyone, let's shout Yurin to wake him or her up. Yurin, get your tickets in. Get your tickets.
That was so easy.
Yurin, get your tickets. Firefly says he's not a dog, but acts like urine is. Yeah, hey, come on. What you gotta do when they come for you? Can I join my older alts? They're jealous? No, you can't. In fact, if I click this, you see this? If I click it, the colored button, your first alt will be gone as well. So anyway, is everyone ready for the second lottery draw? You had your minute, Urine. Sorry that you didn't reply on YouTube. We're going to draw the winner. Boom, here we go. Rion45 won. So to confirm, this is not an alt of yours, Ruan, is it? The name is kind of similar. There's a few holo painters. Very nice building this, very nice house. They have been playing player versus player for a while, so to see. As I see. It's not your alt. Okay, so Rion45, congratulations. And just because I'm in a festive mood from yesterday, let's draw another winner. Here we go. Sino Gaming, you won the lottery. So Sino, that was you who drew on the YouTube. So I get to it today. Yes, true. Yeah, true. You won. Oh, it's some Brazilian player in Leandro's clan. There we go. So Sino, congratulations. You also won. So you still need to discover a lot in the game, but you did win the lottery. There are worse days that you can have. So the other players, don't worry that you didn't win the lottery today. Your tickets will be in the box and they will count towards the next lottery on the next live stream. So the more tickets that you have, the higher your chances of winning, as usual. So boom, let's sign out. We've got these new winners over here. Let's get back into the game. We can do this, no problems at all. Just get over here. Get in here, quickly. Switching back to the game mode. There we go. And we're going to the... Let's go, follow me. Hey, cool guy. Let's go to the east. You're here from HN. Hey Andy, welcome. Thanks for joining me. It was a bit of a gamble. Like, do people there like video games? Do they like talking about the technology behind them? Like I said, it's a solo development project, so don't expect the world. It's not a AAA game by any stretch of the imagination, but as far as I know, as far as we've been able to test, like with all of the community over the past years, we have a lot of players playing this on a variety of hardware platforms, like tablets, phones, computers, Macs, Linux users. Cool guy, you're a little bit late for the lottery, so next time you can participate in the lottery. Maybe we'll do one again later on. So, but at least thanks for joining me here. If you've got any questions about the technology or about game development or what the game is like to play, let me know. We're playing with a group of heroes today, like people from all over the world. There's people from Spain, from Russia, from the Netherlands, like I am. Apparently we lost half of our group, or even more of the group. They're battling some other creature way back in the distance. So, to be honest, here, because the text sounds really interesting, yes, would you please talk more about processing immutable game state each tick? Yeah, so that's kind of what John Carmack, hey, Grunchy, welcome. So there's a few regulars on the live stream, there's a few new people coming on the live stream, so I'm going to try and mix my usual banter with some of the more technical sides of the game. So Hum, I saw that you came on, I'm just in time to witness the profit loss. Yeah, that's what happens, buddy. But Hum is also kind of like a like technical dude, so this will be interesting to all of you. So yeah, the immutable game state ID, that's I actually found out while developing the game that John Carmack had this idea of using a functional programming language and then having a game state be mutated into a new game state, which is like you start with something immutable, then you get something else that is immutable, and then kind of like going back and forth. I'm not sure if John Carmack intended it to be like that. In my implementation, like the natural thing that I came up with, it's kind of a ping-pong architecture, so you have two states, so you don't really shuffle from one completely new state to the next one, but you just switch between two that are updated, parallelized, or like multi-threaded. So each core or each thread that you assign to the server program will like process their 1/n share of the entire workload that's to be done. And because it's written in C++, so that's also I think I wrote that in the HN post as well. So it's written in C++, so you've got pointers. So you don't actually have to shuffle around a lot of data. You just update pointers, and you just say like, okay, these pointers to these objects are still valid for this tick. So you add them kind of to the new game state, and you remove them from the old one because you just clean up the entire old state. So if you take a look at it from a C++ architectural standpoint, it's a lot of vectors, kind of, because I was just using the standard library. I thought like, if the performance is good anyway, I don't really need to do this optimized, or I don't need to optimize this prematurely. So it's a lot of vectors with pointers that get updated left and right. and all of the game objects are like assigned to, they are read from the read state, which is actually the state that was processed last tick, like the result of the last tick, and they get pushed into a new write state. So it's really a ping pong state where you have like a game state array of 2 states, read and write, and they flip each tick. And you just shuffle all of the pointers around, the ones that are live and the ones that are not live. And some, the only thing that you need to do is make sure that all of the entities are processed by only a single core. So that's why all of the workload is distributed in a fashion like you have. The game is divided into chunks. Sorry if this talk is a little bit all over the place, but I hope you're able to piece together this information while I'm trying to play the game and try to show it for an audience on Steam and on YouTube and on Twitch. But it's the entire world is divided into chunks, which is a term that you see in many other games. A chunk in Angeldust is 32 by 32 blocks. That's also the size of an area that you can claim using the in-game telecharger, this remote control device. So you can claim these areas. These are the portions that are processed like in part. These are distributed over all of your cores, all of your threads that are assigned to the server program. And so every core has just got a list of chunks that need to be processed. An entity, like in real life, can be in only one place at the same time. So all of the entities are divided this way spatially across the entire world. Sorry? Firefly, why are you talking English? You're Dutch? Yes, because some people are asking questions in English. So ik praat Engels omdat er heel veel Engelstalige kijkers zijn, cool guy. Maar welcome, cool guy. So speaking a little bit of Dutch here for cool guy. So Andy, right, so good luck next time. While you're at it, tell us about your data structures. There we go. LSIO, so you're not doing any mutation for the world state. It sounds like you essentially mutate the other state and then replace the real state with a new one and then rinse and repeat. Yeah, so you actually do move from like one state to the next and then back and forth. But I can see that we are using data that hasn't been changed, so pointers and things that haven't been changed, they stay exactly the same. So you just have to push 4 bytes on a 30-bit architecture, or 64 bytes if you're using a 64-bit architecture, which of course the server is running on 64 bits. So you just need 8 bytes and you push them into a vector, which saves a lot of work. So you don't have to write all of the data, like all of the properties of a hero or of a creature or of a projectile. You don't have to copy over all of that data, so you save on memory bandwidth that way. And because everything, you do run into situations where 2 things try to update one thing at the same time. So even though you process things only once per tick, because like everything, every hero, every creature, every entity is only in one place at a single time, you do end up to have use a few mutexes to push events or push properties to like single dudes. For instance, heroes can use private chat, which is a later added feature which wasn't in the original design. So you can use friend chat and private chat to send messages to heroes and other players directly. And those are handled using a mutex. So the game keeps track of all the heroes that are live in the game, and it just kind of looks it up in a very large database or in a very large binary tree. It looks up the ID of the player that you want to send a message to. And once you've got the pointer to the hero, once you've got a pointer to that player, it will lock a mutex and it will push that message onto the hero. So even though it doesn't really happen in real life, you probably don't receive 2 messages right at the same time in the game. You still need the mutex to make sure that no messages get lost and you don't end up with synchronization problems there. So most of it is just pushing pointers from the first state to the next, and they are immutable in the sense that the game will never touch any data that's being read, so it will not update any data that's being read, it will only push a new version of it to the right state. But there's also a little bit of, you can't implement all of the features without having to do a little bit of synchronization between threads. So that's why I still use a few mutexes left and right to push synchronizable data around. So, are there dragons? Yes, we've got plenty of dragons. Okay, thanks for the explanation, and sounds like a great, cool technique. Thank you very much. Spread the word. I posted on Hacker News. We just launched on Steam yesterday. So if you want to support the game, or if you want to ask me more questions in the future, you can subscribe to the channel on YouTube or on Twitch. I'm streaming each and every week, mostly on Saturdays, 1700 hours UTC, kind of around this time. You can ask me questions about this anytime. I've been working on this a lot. I've been doing this mostly on my own. There's a few people who helped with some of the artwork and some of the 3D models. I am very well versed in Blender and I can do 3D modeling, but I didn't have time to do both the development and also the design on my own. A lookup table backend type on the server, Firefly. What? Sorry, Colts. I missed kind of the. I kind of missed the context here. Yeah, so all of the heroes are actually available in a binary tree on the server side, mapped to their like IDs, their unique numbers that they've got. Is it a custom game engine? Yeah, programmed entirely from scratch. I started out with a fully from scratch engine, which did all of the keyboard handling, window creation on all platforms. It was a completely customized beast. Then I found out that something like SDL exists, the simple direct media layer, by that one dude, Tom. Is it a Tom? Come on, I do know who programmed SDL. It's a Dutch guy, I think. It's used in products that Valve made. For instance, it's used in Team Fortress 2, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe Counter-Strike Go also uses SDL. So I switched to SDL because it had a little more like developer power behind it for supporting all of these edge cases. There was someone on HN complaining that I can't paste text on Android. And I was about to post, be glad that you were able, hey, here's a dragon, here's a tiny dragon. You can even ride these if you want. So if you've got a high badge, I've got the developer badge in this game, I can ride this dragon. You'll see other people flying around on dragons too. See if you can find one. People are teleporting it. Let's shoot the dragon, let's get rid of this. But anyway, I developed it entirely from scratch initially, and it worked well, but then we started to test on more devices, and it turns out that having a bigger like group of developers working on the core frameworks is a good thing. So I switched over to SDL. And as to this date, the game still runs on iPhone 3GS, which is a very old phone from the 2009. It's of course an Apple iPhone 3GS. The game still compiles on iOS 6, but I am not able to push that version to the App Store anymore because Apple does not allow that kind of apps anymore. And it's unfortunate because I'm pretty sure that there are a lot of old iPods and a lot of old iPhones that still are able to run this game very well, and they're just obsolete now. So, Sam Lantiga, yeah, that's the name. Yeah, you're entirely correct. Yeah, so I'm not able to paste text into chat on Linux client either in the game. No, it's a mess, especially on Android. You get all kinds of input methods. Samsung ship their own keyboard, like software keyboard. Google has got their own ASOP, I think it's called, like Android standard platform input thing. Everyone just does their own thing, and they're not compatible. You've got keyboards that swipe, you've got keyboards with emojis, you've got keyboards that act like a mouse. It's completely insane. So to get keyboards working consistently on all platforms, I had to stick to a simple text input where you cannot paste, where you cannot swipe, where you cannot do any special fancy things. But every key that you type, every button that you press will at least map to a key press in SDL. So that way I was able to support the most devices on Android. It's insane, the things that I had to go through for this, but anyway. Yeah, there's two types of dragons indeed, Alice, IO. But anyway, the best thing that you can do is just come to the live stream, maybe share the love a little bit. We've got some social media presence. When I say we, I mean mostly I, but I did work with other people on this game. For instance, the characters and the animations that you see here, they were done by two good buddies, two good friends of mine, Spaces Green and Robotic, they're called in-game. So I did all of the concept and programmer art for this, but I did work with some graphics designers eventually.
Get ready for this.
I live again. Well, welcome back, Alex. What is the reference to Dusk for Linux during loading of the binary? The code name for the client and for the project. That's those are small references to pop culture. Can you keep any designing contests? Spaces Green, yeah, Spaces Green is in YouTube chat. He's one of the designers as well. Your players wouldn't mind paste, it's only supported on macOS, just saying. Yeah. We all want paste. Hey, right now, not having paste in the game helps against players spamming things in the game. This is a technical solution to a social problem. Oh yeah, it's it doesn't reference any games or anything. It's find out if you are able to dig up old binaries for the game. You can kind of see the line, kind of see the direction I took with these code names. Alex says I've got two guns, one for each of you. Good guy, bad guy. I'm the guy with the gun. Hey Alex. All right, here's a rage troll. I think it's an internet troll. It's a true internet troll. Let's get him. Let's get him. Also, I'm not sure, Andy and Alice, if you're still watching, but live streaming this, I've been streaming for about 4 years now, maybe even longer. It's so cool guy, you need to win the lottery. That's on the live stream. So, but I've been streaming for quite a long time now. I've did about 250, 260, almost 270 live streams, and it's something that I would recommend to any developer. It really helped me grow as an entertainer and getting a feel for the product, getting a feel for the community. It's like every live stream is one of the highlights of my week. It's always fun to share knowledge and to just share these moments. We've had our own memes that crystallized out of thin air, just by silly things that happened in the game. Of course, the game itself is kind of a social experiment that lends itself really well to just noodling around and having fun. So 5 again, 31 viewers, but I don't see anyone saying anything. Hey, at least I'm still talking. At least I'm still stalking. I'm stalking Niels. Hey, cool guy, you need lottery winner. Once more. Cool guy, you need lottery winner. And you can win the lottery on the live stream. So, I'm stuck to the ground here. Did you all... This is a fun bit of trivia. So, 31 viewers, that's pretty cool. Press the like button if you can. 31 is also the country code for the Netherlands if you want to dial someone here. Zeg in chat, zeg in chat. Alright, loterij winnen jongen. Dan krijg je de pallet snack voor huisdier. There we go. So how is FP, floating point in C++? I've heard some criticism, but I haven't. Oh, it's functional programming, or do you mean floating point? Maar hoe moet ik meedoen? You just go to the live stream and then you enter the code for the day. So even though the game architecture resembles the ideas Carmack had, like the immutable state, this game processes everything in like a structured fashion. So it is completely procedurally. It's object-oriented, of course, but it's a completely procedural C++ program. Yeah, so I'm dead. So I've got all of the time in the world right now to talk with you because I'm lying on the ground. I'm exhausted. I'm not dead. I'm exhausted. There you go. Because you cannot do that here in this game. But anyway, functional programming, yes. So functional programming in C++ is not something that I would venture into. To be honest, I use C++, and I often see criticism on Hacker News about C++ being a very complex language. But the thing is, you can start very simple in C++. I kind of come from an old school C background. I learned C++ while developing this game, so this was a programming language I wasn't comfortable with. But I just started using it. I started programming this game. I knew what I wanted to make, so I knew where I wanted to end up, and I learned C++ as I went. And I found out that you don't even have to use all of these weird things in C++. This entire code base is about 200 or 300,000 lines of code for the server, for the client, for the website, for a network simulator that I wrote, for all of the tools that I used, all of the tooling for artwork process. It's 300,000 lines of code, but I don't use any of the weird or esoteric C++ features. It's just like you don't even have to use templates. I think there's about 3 or 4 template classes in Angeldust, and one is called rectangle, which is just left, right, top and bottom. There's a vector template class that I wrote, which is like, yeah, you can say SDL provides these, but I was already starting this programming on a non-SDL base, so Firefly not much of a multitasker. Rip, what? Oh, sure, post your number, I'll call in. Nah, let's not dox myself here. But anyway, so C++ is a very friendly language. I used to program Java professionally as well, and I find that if you kind of stick to a Java style of programming C++, it's also no problem. And like memory management in C++, if you pay any attention, and I programmed this on Xcode on the Mac, you got access to the what's it called, the instruments thing with leak profiling and like memory leaks. You can just visualize everything, and it's too easy. It's almost too easy to visualize memory leaks. And we need this on PS4. Yeah, get me in touch with someone at Sony. Get a rep of from Sony in touch with me, and I'll just talk them through it. It's completely compatible programming code, source code. It works on any NDNS, it works on any like any bits, 32 bits, 64 bits, no problem. It runs on any platform that supports OpenGL. Yeah, give him 2.5 billion and you'll get this game on PlayStation 4 as well. So for most players who are new, or most watchers, most viewers who are new to this, we're playing in the cartoon visual style right now, which is done by Spacers Green and Robotic, two good friends of mine. There's also a 3D visual style where you switch, like let me show you interactively. If I go to the options menu and click 3D here, everything is in 3D, so instantly, game is entirely multi-threaded, lazy loading, loads in everything, all of the resources, all of the things in the background, and you just continue playing, no problem. It starts up in 3 seconds, even shorter on my SSD, on this Windows 10 machine. The game starts up in about a second, it's like, boom, there we go. It would fit perfectly on the Nintendo Switch. Yes, well, we tried to kill these trolls. We need it on the Switch. Yeah, if someone can get in touch with me about porting things to the Switch, I think it would be a very good fit there. Yeah, if these trolls take too long, we're just moving on, people. I'm not going to shoot trolls all day long. I don't like shooting trolls on the internet, and I don't like shooting trolls here as well. So, also someone is healing them. So cool guy, stop. No, it's Cosmosia. Cosmosia, don't heal the trolls, please. Yeah, this is just grinding. You're a dev for years now, you should know how to port it. Yeah, but I don't have any specific experience with the Switch platform, that's what I mean in this. I don't have the SDK just yet, and I don't have all of the platform rules that I need to adhere to. I don't have access to Switch hardware at this moment, or development hardware, so that's what I meant. I can program and port this all day long, I can make it run on your toaster if you want me to. But you need to give me some hardware. Oh, you need to have... You need to make an account. Okay, that's really helpful. That's probably the part that I was having the most trouble with. I'm not sure if your sarcasm detector is working, but it's this was sarcasm. Cosmosia, don't heal too much. We don't want to everyone to die. You died. Oops. I mean your game. Yeah. Everyone is just dying. These trolls are too hard. The trolls came out in full effect. Let's evacuate. 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 Oh, that's not with an E, it's evacuate, like this. Evacuate. Leave the trolls. Leave the trolls.
Come on, there's monsters to kill.
There's monsters to kill. We need to switch back to the cartoon visual style like this, because I'm cool like that. Get a horse. Forget about the trolls. Just leave them behind. Leave them behind. Let's move. Let's keep on moving. Let's go. Follow me. Let's go. Like this. Forget about the trolls. Just move it. Move it. I like to move it. No. Yeah. Yeah. Sim. Falo português. Sim. They're both stuck in the ground. You are stuck in the ground. So Colts Walker, he's a smart dude. He's following me. Forget about Freeman, yeah. Opposing force. Just keep on going. Also for the new players, if you see the ground glowing yellow like this, if you see the crystals glowing yellow like this, use your shovel. I will show you. Let me show you. Let me show you. You can use your shovel. Chaos Crystal, you can unlock these materials. Mucho coins in the game, and you can unlock new stuff that you want. Mystical forces are loose in the world. So if anyone else is here from Hacker News and wants to ask me some questions about the architecture or the playstyle or the product, go ahead and do so. You can always subscribe to the channel here, and you'll be able to see the live show every week. I mostly stream on Saturdays, 1700 hours UTC. I am from the Netherlands. I try my best to speak in English, and try to provide you with answers to your questions to the best of my ability. I've programmed this game, I've developed this game from the ground up, from scratch, so I know almost everything, ranging from the pixels that you see on the screen, all the way down to the microcode that we send to the CPU. So I did some of the assembly hacking and make sure that the tool chain is optimized for Windows and Linux and all of those things. So if you're talking full stack, this is full stack plus. Stop healing the troll. Yeah, this troll is a little bit easier, so... Yeah, Firefly, Amazon has a basic Switch for $200. Want one? I'd love to. I'd love to get my hands on a Switch.
If you're looking for a sharpshooter,
I have one family member who's got a Switch. and is also a very avid Angeldust player, or at least was. Now he's mostly playing Switch games. So if we could get Angeldust on the Switch, and if it's like possible to get it there, that would be amazing. But also I would need to know what Nintendo's policy is on like internet connectivity and in-game currency. Enough about the Switch, let's talk about real computers. Yeah, I'm playing this on a Ryzen AMD Ryzen 6-core machine with plenty of gigabytes and plenty of GPUs. So as you can see, I'm also playing with the Angeldust Post Effects pack, which is a graphical mod, a graphical add-on which adds depth of field, anti-aliasing, a little bit more atmospheric lighting. So it's we're playing with the full stack Angeldust this evening. But in the end, everything that you see was mostly developed by one single person, and you're looking at him. But of course, I couldn't have done this without the graphics work by Space and Robotic, the graphics design and animation. I mean, you don't see many games with this Paper Mario kind of style anymore. And Paper Mario 64 is one of my favorite games of all time, so I wanted to bring some of that joy to the PC, joy to the like Android and iOS players as well. But you can also play in full 3D if you want. It looks a little bit more mature and a little bit more serious. Douglas Fu said, is this a game? Yeah, this is a game, but it's not the game that you mentioned. Far from it, sir. This is Hello Kitty Island. With more kitties than you can shake a stick at. If you take a look at the trailer, Douglas, play Angeldust.com, that's the official website. Take a look at the trailer, and I think you will see that there's many differences between the game that you mentioned and this game. So. You pronounced my last name correctly? Well, there we go. And Tim, indeed. Tim van der Beek, Tim van der Beek in Dutch. He wrote the music for the game. Douglas Vogt? Vogt? It's kind of like how I would pronounce it if I were an Englishman. In Dutch we would say Douglas Vogt, but that's not what you want to hear, so Vogt. You're en vogue. You're like at the top of the fashion scene here. Oh yeah. But glad to see you here, Douglas. Welcome on the stream. Do you need to spam your stuff? No, I don't. I just post once. I've worked on this for years, and it's a good place where you can. There's like a section on that website that's called Show the Website. And I'm like, yeah. After years of work, I want to show this. So, thanks for dropping by. Some kind of box. I'm glad you found the time to visit me here on YouTube and visit me on the live stream. So, appreciate it. If you've got any questions, like any other questions, not maybe about that website, but about the game or about the product that I'm showing, let me know. I'll gladly assist you. Some other players, some other people who visited from Hacker News, they've asked about the game architecture, like how is this multi-threaded, how did you implement John Carmack's dream of having a like immutable state, flipping each game tick. So I programmed this game from the ground up. Took me quite a while to get to this level of polish and solidness, but it's as you can see, it's working great for the entire world. We've got people from all over the world playing here. So, are we in a simulation? Yes, very much so. This entire thing is a simulation. And as Wani says, thanks for submitting. It's no problem. This might be a simulation. It is. I can confirm. I showed you the Linux server statistics yesterday. This is definitely running on a. Will you ever open source any component of the game, the engine or otherwise? Yes, that's definitely one of my plans for the future. Yeah, so we've got the same question here by S1E. Are you planning on using the engine for anything else like a platform? So, if you take a look, this is a very advanced voxel game. We've got different kinds of voxels that interact with each other. There's, of course, you see these dumb blocks at the bottom of my hotbar, but we've got columns, doors, panels, decorations, paintings that you can hang up. And all of these will interact with each other. We've got interactive blocks. It's called photon blocks, the photon system, which allow you to make working contraptions and working things that really do something in the world. They make sound, they make music if you use them right, so you have different instruments. There's all kinds of cool stuff that you can build using these. Right now we're just doing the RPG part of the game, so it's action RPG. We just hunt creatures, we shoot creatures, and we gather coins. But there's a very expansive, with an A, expansive building component to it as well. We might be able to show off some of the wonders later on in the stream. So it would be nice if other people were able to use this engine or this voxel technology for good. I can definitely see that other people might want to make something that resembles Angeldust or make their own styling on top of this. So, does the bow run out of ammo? No. It's magic. This is a magical bow. Like all of the bows that you can get, they don't run out of ammo. They do have specific properties though, so you don't want to use one single bow all of the time. Some of them do piercing damage, some of them do splash damage. So you might want to find out what they do and use the appropriate one. But as you can see, you can just mostly rapid fire this. And that's also because it's pretty hard to aim this thing. Now you might say, okay, that creature, that trapper is just standing still, so it's easy to aim. It's not. It's a little bit difficult. It's a little bit more difficult to aim this thing on a touchscreen. So, I mean, you can play the game using keyboard and mouse, which is the most accurate. I'm playing using a game controller. This works on Windows and this works on Linux and on Mac OS, of course. You can even use Bluetooth controllers on Android devices, like this phone, for instance. But you definitely need the shots to make a chance against these creatures, to stand a chance. So. When is the DLC coming? Not anytime soon. I don't like DLC or in-app purchases. Angeldust is a product that you buy once and you will be able to play it forever. I will make sure that there's a server up for the foreseeable future. For the far foreseeable future even, because the game is so efficient, it runs on a very small FPS if need be. So, in any case, being able to do a large number of events with many connected players sounds like a nice thing to build on. Yes, it's the idea was that we would be able to bring the entire world together in a single game world without sharding, without instances, without like any tricks that make other games like other MMOs work. And I think we achieved that. If we have like many players online, the game handles that without any problem. We did have instances of lag which were caused by my providers, like the data center couldn't handle it. But it's like everything that you see, you can just transparently move anywhere in the world. You can teleport towards any player, any friend that you have, and it's all transparent. Like it's entire one world, and all of the things are connected. Cryzen Kappa says, saw your post on Hacker News. How does your game server differ from other voxel game servers like another game? I think this one is built for performance. I was just talking about this, answering a different question. So sorry if I saw your question a little bit late, Cryzen Kappa. But it's this one was built from the ground up to be fully pervasively multi-threaded. So you can throw a server with 64 cores at this with like SMT, simultaneous hyperthreading, like hyperthreading is Intel's variant, of course, SMT. You can just throw anything at it and it will scale to use that, and it will be very efficient. It's like linearly scaling in the number of cores that you have. You can also add many different network interfaces. So if you need more bandwidth, if you need 10 gigabit cards, you can just add 8 different NICs to it, and you can assign 8 different threads to each of the network cards, and it will just transparently balance the load between 8 networking threads and, for instance, 50 or 60 processing threads. The entire game architecture is built to be multi-threading. It's built to support one giant game world where everyone plays together. So again, no sharding, no instances, no clown computing where you spin up clown instances. It's just like one solid thing, which I think is a novel idea. And I found out during development. So I was building the server and I was working on graphics and making sure that it's polished for release. And then I found out that, like John Carmack had this idea of an immutable game world state that you process in parallel, and you move to another immutable state. And I thought, like, yeah, Carmack, right on the money. I made this, so that's a nice fun fact. So I hope that John Carmack might eventually hear about this or read about this. It would be nice to discuss this with him eventually. He'll probably say like it's very close. It's like 99% to where his idea was. Like the missing 1% I had to implement on top of that architecture using mutexes, so some of the parts are synchronized, but like during regular use, like regular load, these mutexes aren't stalling anywhere on processors, so it's all user space mutexes or qtexes. It's just a few like nanoseconds of the CPU time that you lose at most. So anyway, you need to ask Reddit to help stress test it once. I did. I always got shadow banned immediately on Reddit, so if anyone is in the capacity to share this on Reddit, that would be much appreciated. If anyone has got any influence or has got any karma there, much appreciated, S1E. It's there's no Angeldust anything on Reddit as far as I know.
Do this.
Like I said, I get shadow banned immediately. I asked for help there once. This is a true story, so I don't have anything against Reddit. I sometimes read Reddit, and I think seeing the hive mind in action there is pretty cool. I don't have anything against Reddit, but as soon as I post there, I get shadow banned. And I asked a question once on the game dev Reddit, because I saw myself as a game developer. I mean, I made this massive multiplayer online RPG voxel building game. I asked the question once, like, why do many games, why do almost all games, place the hero name, like your character name, above the hero? Why don't they place it below the hero, like I do in Angeldust? Because I think, like, I had some art education, and in my formal art education I learned that things below the horizon, things below things, are like gestalt, that they appear to be part of the entity themselves. So I thought, like, okay, I'm adding these health bars and these player names below the players. It clears up the horizon so you can actually see the landscape and all. Yeah. And they immediately banned me, and they said, like, this is not a question that we expect here. And I was like, what? It doesn't get more game developer than this. So there you go. That's my experience with Reddit. So if anyone has got better experiences or like an entrance in Reddit, and they can post on my behalf, like, hey, I just found this out, and it's a pretty cool stream, and it's a pretty cool developer that you can just ask your questions to, even about Reddit, even about other games. Yeah, I'm trying to kill a crocodile and a mammoth at the same time. We need to focus our firepower here. Coldswalker says Reddit is terrible. I don't really have a strong opinion on Reddit. It exists, but my experiences haven't been that positive. If people think that I'm like truly a bad developer for sharing all of my work and talking about this for years and every week on end, I'm not sure. I have no idea. Where and what are you using PHP for in the stack? So you'll see that the website, you don't see the PHP extension, but the website is running on PHP actually. And there's also a large part of the code base is code generation, so that's kind of like an object relation mapper, but also a single point of definition for all of the properties of all of the entities, so all of the creatures, all of the heroes, all of the projectiles, like all of their properties are encoded once in a big PHP code generation source, like a domain model, so to speak. And there's a layer on top of that translates that into C++ code for the server. It translates it into graphics, so it actually renders the sprites for the graphics for use on the website and in other places. And it actually just generates all of the properties as C++ code, as PHP code that is shared on the website. Because you might know of this dry principle, don't repeat yourself. And I'm going to repeat myself here once. So this dry principle, where you have a single source of truth, kind of, in your code. So there's a single source of truth in the code generation aspect of Angeldust, and that gets compiled down to the client, down to the server, down to the network simulator, down to all of the artwork integration tools, all of the animation preview tools, all of the website aspects. So as you might see, there's also if you build a house in the game, you get a house in the starting village. If you build something, it gets rendered offline, like the server backend does this. It renders offline images for all of the houses, and you can see live thumbnails of all of the houses in the game. You can just browse through all the players. That needs code generation. You can see all of the creatures that you can discover in the game. You can that's done using code generation. So it takes the sprite artwork, renders flat PNGs out of it. That's like the crazy part of Angeldust. That's the PHP part. I hope that kind of answers your question. Yeah, this mammoth is just dancing. Did you see it dance in 3D? Let me switch to 3D for a moment. So again, the game is fully lazy loading. All of the resources are just streaming in the background on any platform at all. So the game starts up in a second, then loads all of the stuff that you need, and you're off to play. So now it's dancing in 3D like this. It's like oons, oons, oons. PHP, I use it mostly because I started off programming PHP web applications or websites way back in the olden days, and that's what I knew and what I love. So I kind of also use it as a scripting language in my macOS thing. So it's like PHP is the single truth here, kind of. It interprets all kinds of things. For instance, the game supports Unicode, so all of the UI rendering is custom as well. So there's a PHP part of the code generation that takes the entire Unicode definition from unicode.org, translates it into like a uppercase to lowercase text mapping that is used in the game. You almost said back in the 80s. Yeah, I've been programming PHP back in the 80s, but it wasn't around then, so I had to invent it. Angeldust was made in Java. No, it was C++. buddy.
Oh, this can't be happening.
So really glad to see some faces come in from Hacker News. A little bit sorry to see that some people are like trying to troll me because of it. It's all in good faith. So I've been working on this for years. I think there's some very unique points that I can bring up about the architecture, about the end product that you can see live on the screen here. And I think you'll find that I can answer most of your questions and talk about most of the technical subjects here. Some of the players that we have here online are also game developers or software developers, and that's pretty cool. I see that it's like very popular amongst game developers. They say like, hey, you did a great job at this game. I look like a youngster, but I still try to use old school principles here and make a solid product first,
Never knew what hit him.
and then try to like get some attention for it. I think that's entirely reasonable. So really glad that some people are enjoying this and visiting me here. So if you want to discuss this in later detail later on, just subscribe to me on YouTube or on Twitch, and I will be more than happy to answer your questions in the future. If you want to try the game for free, the Android version on Google Play is free, so you can check that one out. On the other app stores, I wish I could have written a transcript of what you're saying so I could sit down and read through it later. Yeah, you can maybe use the Google auto-transcribe later on. So anyway, feel free to subscribe or even like if you're on YouTube. I hope you'll find I'm a very open and transparent guy, so I'm just doing this out of my office. I'm live streaming this. I've been doing this for a lot of hours, so my presentation skills have grown a lot by doing this as well. So yeah, what's happened? 50 viewers. There we go. Yeah, gonna get famous. It's not about the money. It's not about the famous. It's about sharing your ideas, getting your knowledge out there, sharing it with people. So if anyone's got some questions, just let me know. Again, we're doing the RPG part right now. We're just this is an open world, procedurally generated, of course. We can open up the map. There's a desert or a savanna that we're walking on right now. I can show off some cool architecture, some cool stuff that people have built. So if you want to see that, let me know. Yeah, I'm pretty right-only on social media. I made an exception for Hacker News today, because I can see the interactivity there being a big, like a big positive thing. So sure. Also, the game has become a paid game last week. It's priced at about $7 or $8, €6. I think for a product in which you can almost infinitely build stuff and have fun, because you're seeing some... Let me change some of these dumb blocks, because maybe players are getting confused by that. Let me change some of the dumb blocks for cool stuff. Like we've got stairs, and we've got like these pyramidical blocks, which are pretty cool. Let me assign there. And we've got a painting, so you can hang paintings. You can even make photon blocks, which is the interactive system for making like devices and machinery in the world. Photon painter, like all kinds of cool stuff that you can use in the game. So instead of showing dumb blocks, let's show off some cool blocks like this. Let's see some cool architecture. Yeah. Let's clear the area. Let us get rid of these scorpions here, and then we'll take a look at some of the wonders in the game, some of the cool stuff that players have built. You'll be amazed. I'll promise. The bar for wonders. So there's a wonders button, so you are instantly taken to a beautiful building. The bar for these wonders has raised a lot over the past few years. There's new building techniques, new designs, new tricks that players have discovered. It's completely insane what players have been making. So yeah, add cool stuff in the hotbar. That's good marketing. Hey, do you like the matrix view? I can also enable the matrix. So as you can see, the landscape is super smooth. This is a custom algorithm for smoothing out these voxels. It's state of the art, literally. But as you can see, there is still a grid, so you still build on kind of a matrix, a grid of sorts. We'll take a look at some wonderful buildings in a few moments. Add some pretty ladies to the hotbar. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Yeah, no bueno, no hill creatures. No bueno, no hill creatures. Hablo español un poco. Soy Firefly, soy holandés. Hablo español un poco. We are jugadores Angeldust here. Sone Crising Kappa, I hope I answered your question. If you've got any more, let me know. I'd be more than happy to answer additional questions. Also for everyone else watching. Niels, don't be dissing me. Not 346 viewers. This is not happening. You did, thanks. You're welcome. Firefly, when is a new update? Hey, a new update came out last week. Last week we had an update. Version 3.8, introducing paintings, drawings, all kinds of cool stuff. Don't sweat it, bro. You look sweaty. I'll tell you what, we'll kill the scorpion. As you can see, it's an MMORPG, but you don't have pre-assigned skills. You actually need to aim your stuff here. You're here from Hacker News. Great. Le temps. Are you French? Parlez-vous français, monsieur? Le temps? Or is it English? We're going to take a look at some beautiful architecture in a few moments. We're trying to kill these creatures here. There's a mammoth over here and it's head banging. Forget about.
All right, let's go.
Leave the mammoths. Leave the mammoths. Je ne parle pas français. Ah, ce n'est pas un problème, monsieur. Je m'appelle Firefly. Je suis hollandais et je parle français un petit peu. I only have middle school French, so please pardon my French. Comment ça va? Nous jouons Angeldust. C'est un jeu très joli pour PC, Mac, iPad, iPhone, Android tablets, iPhones et Linux. Let me quickly show you the cinematic mode. So this is built right into the game. You can just instantly switch to a drone kind of camera, which you can zoom like this. You can zoom in, you can zoom out. You can go into the air because, of course, you're not limited by gravity using the drone. This is our group of adventurers right now, so this is pretty cool. We've got game replays built right into the game, so you can just record all of the action in a very efficient format. So a 5-hour stream from yesterday took about 20 megabytes to record. That's a lot less than the 15 gigabytes that I sent to Twitch. So anyway, let me get out of the cinematic mode. And one more time, you can switch to visual styles instantly. So we're now playing the cartoon style, but we can switch to 3D style. And everything just streams in, lazily loading, so pretty cool. Anyway, we're going to take a look at some architecture once I get up. So forget mammoths.
Let's do this.
Let me quickly save this location, personal save. We're going to the wonders. I need to get out of here. I want to show you some wonders. I want to show you some very cool buildings that players have made. Check it out, check it out. We'll be coming back to this battle in a moment, so let's go to a wonder. Nefarsby, built by Obi. Here we go. So this is built right into the game. The telecharger device, this thing that you see here, this remote control, kind of looks like an iPod or an iPad, doesn't it? This thing will allow you to set your do not disturb mode on and off. You can go to the hero battle, play together. You can save your locations, go to your house. You can claim land using this. You can go to your claimed lands. You can go to all of your friends. You can give your friends building permissions. You can open up the map from here. So as you can see, we're in a beautiful city right now, which was built by Obi, which is cool. You can also see the progress overview like this, so the discoveries that you can do in the game. All kinds of cool jazz. We'll go back to the mammoths in no time. So this is Nefarsby. It's kind of like an Egyptian city, like Egyptian architecture. We've got a big tomb over here. Probably the best way to show this is using the cinematic mode, so we'll enter that in a few moments. But as you can see, not at the moment, Lucy. We're just going to walk through Nefarsby for a moment, just showing off this, like the voxel style. Firefly, you've got a blue block that I can't find. It is in there. You can even sort by a color in the inventory, cool guys. So if you use the color palette, you can get all of the blocks sorted by color, which is very useful if you ask me. So let's take a quick walk. We're going to the market. I thought there was a crosshair on my screen, but it's just a bit of dust. Oh, maybe Cyanergy. Yeah, you need to find that in a special way. It's so again, this is the building grid, as you can see. So it is voxels. It's on a like 1 by 1 by 1 meter grid. This is similar to other games that use voxels. I find that this 1 by 1 by 1 meter style is a good balance between details and like making progress quickly, because you don't want to build forever. Some players do want to build forever, but you don't want to spend like an eternity building something like this. So as you can see, we've got horizontal crossbars like this, we've got vertical columns, we've got full blocks, thin blocks, panel blocks, table blocks. We've got these kind of clothed blocks, smooth blocks that kind of mesh into a sphere. So anyway, there's also a block picker. So the block picker allows you to instantly pick a block from your inventory. So for instance, this tiles block, I've got it. You just click and you instantly switch to it. So this is actually using a kind of ray tracing. It uses the cell tracing algorithm to determine what you're looking at. And you can see how builds were made, so how things were combined here. So this is pretty cool. Let's show off the cinematic mode one more time. I showed it. Top of Hacker News. Well, that's nice. Skev, congratulations. I just posted about the project. I started live streaming. I've been doing this for years, streaming every week. It's nice. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining me here. So let's show the cinematic mode here. So as you can see, you get a drone camera. You can zoom in, you can zoom out. We've got some players over here flying on a dragon. But this entire build was made by Obi, which is a long-time player of the game. And as you can see, this is not your average voxel game. This is beautiful voxels. It's almost like a 3D modeling package if you combine all of the features together. Of course, Obi is a master in using vegetation and plants and trees and all kinds of stuff to make something beautiful and make it work. I'm working on a new render engine, by the way, which is coming for update 4.0, which uses a newer version of OpenGL with shaders. This is all plain OpenGL, so there's no pixel tricks or anything going on. And still the game looks pretty beautiful if you ask me. So for everyone coming from Hacker News, please let me know if you've got any questions, or do you want to know some details about the gameplay or the architecture. We talked a little bit about the John Carmack idea of having immutable game states. I try my best to explain it and how it's implemented in my code. I will try to post more text in the Hacker News thread after the stream. Right now I'm kind of in the middle of something. I tried posting and I just appeared to be completely spaced out on this stream. But anyway, this is the Neferspi build. This is the Neferspi Wonder, which is beautiful. And as you can see, the cinematic mode is built right into the game, and you can use replays to make similar things like the trailer that is on the website, playangeldust.com. It's just a beautiful engine. It's tuned to perfection. And what you don't know, a tidbit, I will share some information. People are not asking any questions, because everyone is a little bit shy, of course. This entire game runs on a fixed precision floating point system that I wrote myself. So it's an almost infinite world. As you can see, this map of the city is already pretty good, but you can zoom all the way out. This is like kilometers by kilometers. What hardware are you running on right now? This is a Windows 10 machine. It's an AMD Ryzen 6 core with an NVIDIA 2060 RTX Super video card. So this is kilometers by kilometers of the game world visible in the map right now. The glowing yellow areas are areas with materials and things that I still need to discover. My quest for today is hunting this jaguar, which we haven't been able to find for 2 days now, so I'm completely giving up on this quest. But anyway, the game world is very, 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 very large. It's many planets Earth combined into one. So to be able to address that entire space with a fixed resolution, I had to come up with a fixed precision arithmetic class kind of or system, so that you don't get weird artifacts when you are near the origin or when you are near the far point or when you're near the center. Other games have like these weird artifacts, and they had to switch to double precision, which only alleviates the problem and it doesn't solve it. So Angeldust actually uses fixed point math, and it does so in a beautiful way. You don't even notice this because it's fixed point and then interpolated to like double precision floating points. So you don't even see the animations are perfectly smooth, and all of the entity animations and all of the movement is perfectly smooth. It's a hybrid system kind of. So how did you build a map? It looks huge, it's fairly detailed. It's procedurally generated, so that's kind of common in most of these games these days. As a solo developer, I don't have time to make many planets Earth full of worth of content, so it's entirely generated using very fast noise functions. In fact, the entire world is a big noise function. In fact, like really, it's a big noise function it's noise functions all the way down. The vegetation. So there's. Let's go to another wonder. Let's click the wonder button one more time. Here we go. This is Spazia, built by Ruan 4K. Ruan is from Brazil. Also a very gifted builder, if you ask me. This was actually built in a little bit of an earlier version of the game, so it doesn't use all of the tricks and things that you can use right now. For instance, I'm able to hang up paintings like this, but we're not going to do that right now. But still a beautiful build. But the vegetation in the world, so all of the trees, as you can see, are actually 3D models. They're pretty low poly, so that runs perfectly fine on old Android devices. For instance, these symbiont pods, which you will discover in the game. I will not spoil anything about them. But all of the trees that you see and all of the vegetation are actually 3D models. And it's also noise function based, but they're not built out of voxels. So it's a different process altogether. For instance, here in the background, you will be able to see some baobab trees, like these big ones. So those are actual 3D models, as you can see, instead of like being made out of voxels. So it gives a unique look to the game, and it's also the technology for that. For instance, this is a feather tree. Sorry to spoil a little bit of the magic, the literal magic here. But these trees, they aren't made out of voxels, but they are procedurally generated and placed in the world as well. So could this game run on the web with WebGL? Yeah, perfectly fine. The render engine, this current version scales from OpenGL 1.1 without graphics drivers on Windows XP. All the way up to like this multi-core, multi-GPU beast of a machine. I am running with a graphical mod. It's called Angeldust Post Effects for Windows, which is based on Reshade, a program by Crozier. And it adds a bit of post-processing shading to it. So I tweaked all of the effects. I can show you like live right now. So this is, it's called Angeldust Post Effects. You can download it from itch. It's a free add-on. It's a free mod. But as you can see, this is like a customized version of Reshade, running a tuned. I tuned all of these effects and I recompiled this binary to make sure that it worked correctly with the game. I had to update the entire game engine to send depth buffer information to this program from OpenGL 1. It's completely insane what I had to do there, but Alex Makarov inspired me to do that. Alex Makarov, a Russian player who's been playing for a long time, also a gifted builder. Hopefully we'll be able to show off his work as well. But anyway. That adds a depth of field effect, a little bit of atmospheric lighting, anti-aliasing. It makes the game look very pretty. So, Hum says I run it on a 2010 iMac. I run this game on a 2006 white MacBook, the original one that Steve Jobs released. It runs perfectly fine on Intel GMA 945. Dave Drew says, hi Frank, did you do the art and the music yourself? I did the programmer art. A lot of people liked it. I showed off some of the programmer art on earlier streams. I think if you take a look at stream number 200, 250 or stream number 100, one of those three, I showed off very early versions of the game, which I might be able to do if there's more people. Cool game concept. Thank you P-Dog Jr. on Twitch. I am having to juggle all of these balls for the moment. Balls, no steel. So I did the programmer art, I did all of the terrain generation, and I made, let's visit another wonder by the way, just showing off some, there we go, this is Alex Makarov's work, this is going to be a treat, you're going to love this. I did the programmer art, some people still enjoy my texture work and my art that I showed off, but Space is Green, who is on YouTube right now, and Robotic, they are working together under the name Heroes to Spare, that's their art collective. They did the cartoon visual style for the game, all of the design for the characters, all of the animations, in close collaboration of course, and a team of Vietnamese artists, which I found on Fiverr, because that's the thing these days. They did the 3D modeling for this visual style. I did all of the integration work in Blender, I am a 3D modeler, I can do this, but I didn't have time to juggle all of the development tasks, like writing a multi-threaded server architecture and a multi-platform omni-compatible client. I couldn't really combine that with doing all of the art as well. Tim van der Beek in Dutch, wrote the music in close collaboration. I'm a semi-talented musician myself. I'm not famous, but I know my way around musical instruments a little bit. So I was able to work together with the musician and the composer, and we made some very cool tunes. So, oof, Alex, yeah, you're going to enjoy this. So, do you have any examples of it working on XP? Yes. Yes, it runs perfectly fine, many are. If you take a VM, I don't have VMware or any VM software on here. What is the block below the holo charger? Sorry, cool guy, I have a little bit of trouble multitasking here. I'm going to focus on the... did you use Unity or Unreal for this? No. It's a custom engine built from the ground up. Every line of C code, every pixel on the screen, like everything that you see... I developed from scratch. In the original versions I had a fully custom framework. Right now I use parts of SDL for this, because there's benefit in having a bigger development team working on the base foundation of a game, like getting a window up and processing input. But it's like I made this entire game, like version 1.0 or 0.9, right before the 1.0 release, it was entirely custom made. So let's take the cinematic mode and let's just fly around this for a moment so you can admire the architecture and the use of different blocks here. Alex has been updating this build to use some of the newer features. So you can see these slanted windows with the upside down slopes. So it is not Unity, it's not Unreal, this is just a custom OpenGL engine built from scratch for performance on low-end devices. You can like also, sorry Alex, I will do this just once. You can switch to the old-fashioned visual style. You can put the detail level to minimal. I'll have to exit the cinematic mode for a moment to show this. And then you will get nearest neighbor pixel filtering. This might look like a different game that you all know and love. If you like that visual style, it's available like without any loading screens or anything. This is like minimal detail. Things look a little bit blurry. We've got 2D characters right now, just sprites flying around. So people seem to be stalking me. Yeah, I'm kind of the leader of these events, of these live streams, and we just go into the world and battle together. So I'm kind of the leader here. Again, let's go back to the 3D visual. Also visual distance. So on the low-end device, you can turn this down all the way to minimal, and you just see like the horizon, and you don't see anything rendered too far out. Like you see, boop, see this? Beautiful effect. The game world just smoothly fades in like this. So that's pretty beautiful. No matter what device you're playing on, I wanted the game experience to be very polished, very smooth, so it runs at a lot of frames per second, even on low end. And so even on Windows XP devices without graphical drivers, the game will say, please install a graphics driver, because you're not going to get great performance using this, but it will load textures in a different format, it will load the world in a different format, it will not ask any GPU to buffer any data, it will just keep bit banging to your CPU like, please render this in software, please render this in software. But it works, and it's pretty cool to see in action. So anyway, what aspects of the game are you most proud of? What did you enjoy making the most? Seeing it all come together is of course a very cool thing. Making the trailer and just... I did all of the trailers and promotional materials myself as well. Just being able to take your entire body of work that you were working on for the past years and bundle it up in a nice package and showing it off to the world, that's an amazing feeling. I really enjoy the server architecture, like I'm going to knock on wood. I've got the pyrographed wooden plate here. I'm going to knock on wood here for a moment. We haven't had any crashing bugs in the server, no major overloads, no problems that the server architecture that I made from scratch. Fully multi-threaded, it uses any number of networking threads that you want, any number of network cards that you want, any number of processing threads that you want. You can just do it all here. It's just an amazing piece of software, to be honest. And I made it myself, so you can't tell this about yourself or about your own product. But that's amazing. Also the client, just being like refining it every update, every patch, every step along the way. This is the most performant version of the game we've ever had, with the most features. So adding new features and making things even more performant. That gives you a goosebumps. So pretty cool. The other question was, so yeah, the Windows XP without graphics drivers, no problem at all. It runs perfectly fine. So sorry for everyone whose answers I can't or questions I can't answer right now, because I am on the live stream right now. So it's a little bit hard to type right now. What are the advantages using your custom engines to use? Yeah, I will answer all of your questions on Hacker News later on. So let's take a look at one more wonder. So one more thing that I want to show you right here. Sorry, because I'm a little bit excited. Let me click on this thing here. If you're watching on YouTube and if you're liking the experience, if you think this is pretty cool, please try to follow me on YouTube. I stream every week, mostly on Saturdays, 1700 hours UTC, because we just released on Steam, the digital store. I'm streaming a little bit more often right now. But take a look at this. This is a pretty well-designed interior for a tavern. There's a puddle of water over here. Pito says, so cool. What data is in the immutable world state? Everything. Yes. What data is in the state? Yes. Like all of it. I've been explaining this like about an hour ago on the stream. The server architecture itself, it takes an immutable read state and it processes it into a mutable write state, and then it switches over. So it's kind of a ping-pong architecture between ticks. So you don't need an infinite amount of storage, because you only have two active states, the one that you are processing and the one you are processing into, kind of. But the entities and like entities include players and include creatures and so on and so forth. These entities, if the data doesn't change, you can just reuse the pointer to the data because it's written in C++. You have pointers. I'm pretty sure you can kind of replicate this entire experience in Java or in any other modern programming language as well. But you just shuffle around pointers, so you have like big vectors that say like these are the chunks, the world, portions of the world, and the chunks are like 32 by 32 blocks, like you can see here. So everything here is a chunk that is claimed by a player, so that they can build here. You just process these chunks parallelly, like parallelized on any number of threads that you want, and you push them into new vectors containing all of the pointers of all of the objects that are still active. And because an entity, like for instance this player or myself as a player, since you can only be in one place at a single time, you don't have to use mutexes, you don't have to lock any memory. You can just take that pointer, modify the data that you want, so for instance the position, and push the pointer to the new state. So that's kind of the idea behind the immutable state thing. And I was developing and I was like architecting this server architecture. And then I found that John Carmack talk where he said like one thing that John Carmack wanted to try was a functional programming style where you take an immutable game state, you process it and turn it into another immutable game state. I was like, hey, that's John, that's what I'm doing. I'm pretty sure that John is not watching at this moment, and I'm sorry, John Carmack, god of all programmers, that I'm calling you John right here. On the other hand, I'm just a programmer myself. We're all just human beings. So, John, if you were ever watching this, I thought like, hey, John, I've got something to talk about with you. And I'm pretty sure that you don't have time in your schedule to talk about this. And I'm pretty sure that you've got bigger projects to work on. And that this it might seem like a small technology or a small server engine or like a small engine compared to the work that you're doing. In my own way, I'm proud of what I'm doing, and I'm pretty sure, I'm pretty convinced that if we were to talk about this a little bit, you'd say, yeah, you're 90%, 95, 99% of the way of what I wanted to do. So that's pretty cool. You said you started developing web apps. How and why did you make the transition to game dev? Thought. That's a good question. It comes up on this live stream a lot. Let me just show you a little bit of another background to talk over as well. This was Le Rojon, built by Lucas. Lucas was from France, I think. At least he speaks French. This is built in a very old version of the game, so this doesn't use many of the new building features. But a cool thing that we've got here is a church over here. So as you can see, its noise functions all the way down, but the actual landscape is streaming in. So this is why you don't need a lot of bandwidth to play this game. It works on 2G networks, on edge networks as well. So the world just streams in bit by bit, and you can see pieces of the world update in real time as it streams in. So like everything is built to be efficient in this game, and fast and efficient. So the inside of the church is a little bit like bare bones, but hey, we'll take it. It's a nice church, and there's more buildings to explore as well. So let me just walk around. So why did I move to game development? It's actually the other way around. This is going to be kind of a long story, or at least an involved story. But I'll make it very simple, because my stories tend to meander sometimes. When I was a little kid, and trust me, I was a little kid once. Some say I still am. When I was a little kid, my dad had a home computer. It was a Philips P2000. Not many players, not many people know this computer. Philips P2000 with a monochrome screen, so green on black. OMG, hey everyone, hey Pro Panda Plays, welcome back. Streaming yesterday, streaming today, so welcome Pro Panda Plays. We had a Philips P2000, a Zillock Z80 based home computer, like many of the computers at that time. And I was a kid, I was 4 or 5 years old, so I was just going to like we call it basic school here, so like first grade or whatever. And I was programming on the computer already at that age. I was programming the computer, and I made a program that just outputted Christmas trees on the screen. It was probably Christmas time, just like right now. And I said to my mom, "Hey mom, look, I'm putting Christmas trees on the screen." And my mother was like, "Yeah, that's nice, dear." I was like, "People don't get what I'm doing here. This is magic. This is insane. I'm like drawing Christmas trees on my computer screen." The fun fact: trees are green, of course. So on a monochrome green on black screen, it looks pretty good. But I spent more and more time on the computer way back then. Of course, I used to play on the school playground as well, and outside with my brother. We used to play like a lot of games outside. But I was also programming on the computer a lot. And I was imagining, what if I could take my schoolyard, like the schoolyard that I play on, turn it into like a 3D representation, and I would be able to play or walk around on that on the computer. I was like, yeah, that's a good idea. And the technology wasn't as advanced. I wasn't as advanced back then. But a few years ago, I thought, hey, I still have this childhood dream, and I kind of cut this part from the Hacker News submission because I thought, yeah, we're not like looking for sentimental stories here, but it's my childhood dream. It was my childhood dream to make a 3D world where I could play together with my friends and go on adventures together. This game is exactly that, and it's even better. It's more polished. It's more beautiful than I ever imagined being able to create when I was a 5 or 6 year old kid. There have been players, for instance who was on YouTube, who said like, okay, so I'm actually walking around in the imagination or in the creation of a 5-year-old. Yeah, exactly right. This is my inner child being channeled onto your screen right now. I grew a lot as a person, of course, since I was 4 years old. I grew a little bit as a person. The technology grew a lot. And I saw that, okay, computers are advanced now. I am advanced. I can do this. I had a very good job doing very special stuff. I was like one of the best in my field, and I thought like, this is a very cool job, and I like doing this work, I like my colleagues, but my heart is not in this. So I followed my passion. I said, I'm going to develop this game, no matter what it takes, gonna do this, and I don't regret a single day or a single moment of it. So I did spend a lot of time, full time working on this, and it's just a one-man project. Of course, artwork, the like animation and graphics design and music, they were done by different parties, or at least people that I hired and that I collaborated with. But in the end, it's like all of the development, all of the product imagination, and all of the like art direction and product direction I did myself. So there we go. The game needs a Philips P2000. I'll show you what. Douglas Douglas Vogt, right on it. The latest update brought to the game. There you go. My childhood computer. Sorry that my voice cracks, this is a little bit emotional. There you go, the display. This, of course, it is not exactly the Philips P2000. This is not the Philips home computer that I grew up with, but it is the black CRT screen that I grew up with. There you go. Great job for a one-man project. Thank you, much appreciated. Nice, yeah. I don't have a place to hang it right now, so we might have to go to a different wonder. Once more, Paxanima East over. I think I can build here on Alex's turf, so let's see if we can hang up a screen in the tavern that we were. Or in the hotel. We're going into the hotel and we're just going to hang up a screen, if I've got building permission here. Oh, I've got here. Alex Makarov is letting green here. So we're going to the Cthulhu station here, and we're going to hang up a display here. I hope there's a bit of light over here, otherwise I'll also have to hang a lantern. Boom, there we go. There's now a display in your shed, Alex. So there you go. There's my P2000 computer terminal. It's right over here. So, I like everything that I am, everything that I know, everything that I love is kind of combined in this product, in Angeldust. It's the game. Yeah, oh, Griefing a Wonder. Sorry, I will remove it. I will remove it. Boom, there we go. So, anyway, that's the P2000 computer. What are your long-term plans for the engine? So we talked about this a little bit before. Right now, we just launched on Steam. I made this, so tell Gabe Newell. If anyone has got John Carmack's contact details, get him in touch with me. I would love to talk for a few moments with him. I think he's a pretty inspiring person. I played Doom when it came out. I know I'm not at his level, but I do think that we could have a pretty good conversation. So if you have John Carmack on the line, say Dan who was phone, call Firefly. Next up, Gabe N. So Gabe Newell, he sent me this cool button for the Steam launch. Actually, he didn't. He didn't actually. I made this cool Steam launch button. We launched the game on Steam yesterday, so I didn't know what to expect. I mean, this is my first product that I developed on my own, like of this size and magnitude, sheer size and magnitude, and that I launched on Steam. So that's a pretty special thing or moment. Also, I need to do one thing on this computer over here at the moment. One moment. So anyway, we just launched on Steam, so that's the short-term plan. That's the short-term plan. Okay, now I can remove it again. I just wanted to see Angeldust kind of near the top of the Hacker News site, which is pretty cool. So thank you so much for all the feedback so far. Stick around, I've got lots of things to tell you. Mert Bullen says, question from Hacker News. What are the advantages of using your custom engine? I will get to that in a moment, sir. Please wait a moment. Okay, many things to talk about. So then get Newell. Get Newell on the phone. Tell him about my Steam launch. And tell him that I had some experience that I disliked. So, what did you think about the Steam launch? There you go. Parts of it were amazing. Parts of it could be better. Hey, for Super. I'm just bantering on top of a very lovely landscape here in the background. I hope you don't mind me doing this. Again, I can show you the cinematic mode if you want. So we can just put this to 9 o'clock in the morning, for instance. You see a little bit of haze everywhere. The long-term plans kind of depends on what kind of attention or promotion or marketing I'm able to gather for the product. It's available now on Steam and on itch and on the iTunes and Mac App Store for a very modest price, if you ask me. So you can build to your heart's content. As you can see, the building possibilities are like sheer endless. You can have lots of fun just building. There's a MMORPG to discover and to explore. My next step, if we're able to sell a few units of this, is to like push out an update that improves the render engine to OpenGL with shaders, so we have more like real-time lighting and advanced effects and so on and so forth. That's something that I'm looking forward to. It really makes the game look spectacular. I did a few demos on the live stream with that new engine, and it's just a night and day difference. It's a completely different game. It makes it look like a AAA game. Sorry, I'm clipping through this here. IDD QD. It makes it a different experience and a different product altogether. So hopefully we'll be able to push that onto consoles maybe. So how much storage is required for all of the voxel data? And not a lot. Like everything, the storage is efficient. Everything is. I mostly use a thing called run length encoding, RLE. Maybe you've heard of this. Like, as you can see, even a wonder like this, even a beautiful place like this, has a lot of empty space, and you can condense that into a run length encoded version of it. Run length encoding is basically, instead of saying like A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and all of the blocks that you have, or A, B, 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 you just say, okay, 4 A's, 5 B's, 20 C's, then again 6 A's, 8 D's, for instance. It's a more efficient way of encoding this spatial data, kind of. It doesn't use an octree. I looked into an octree and it was just a way to complicate the data structure to get something up and running. So don't do premature optimization, make things work first, see if the performance is acceptable, and then just run with it. And that's what I did. So it's not octrees, it's just arrays all the way down. What are the advantages of using your custom engine instead of Unity or the Unreal Engine? Well, I'm pretty sure you will not find a title built on the Unity or Unreal Engine in 2019 that will run on Windows XP. Pretty sure you will not be able to build a binary for Android 2.2. I'm pretty sure you will not be able to support Ubuntu 14.04, even though I might be mistaken. And you will definitely not be able to support 32-bit Snow Leopard devices like the initial MacBook that I have. And also you cannot make anything that runs on iOS 6 on the iPhone 3GS that I use. So I don't buy new computers when I don't have to, and I want to make a product that works on my own devices. So that's pretty cool. So right, so 11 missiles launched. Yeah, some people say that this button triggers a missile launch. It doesn't, but it's a pretty fun button. Right. So someone says, Mandaputra, I downloaded it. Nice, great. Most of a wonder is empty space. Yeah, that's entirely an astute observation, isn't it? Let's visit one more wonder, the Artist Forodka, built by Obi. This is a very old wonder as well, very old wonder too. But as you can see, it's still beautiful. Like the detailing that Obi puts in these builds is amazing. So you might be used to other voxel games, and you can like tell this all day. Advantages of the custom engine. Here we go. I already told you, like custom engine. I use a fixed precision math library that I wrote myself, so the entire world is fixed precision, because the world is almost infinite in size. It's many planets Earth, and a lot of competing products, a lot of other products have problems near the world edges, near the start, near the center, near the far end of the world, because you get floating point rounding errors. That's unacceptable, that's amateur hour. You need fixed precision math so that all of the calculations are the same everywhere in the world. So that's why I use a custom engine. That's why you don't find any custom off-the-shelf engine like Unity or Unreal where you have fixed precision math for an almost infinite game world. That doesn't happen. That doesn't exist. Network traffic, same deal. You can use all kinds of encapsulation and all kinds of nice wrapping libraries and layers and things. I just send bits, and every packet, every byte that you receive is optimized to the bone. Like, we don't send any bit that you don't need. Server side, the exact same thing. Everything the client sends, every bit, and literally every bit is checked. If you send a single bit that is unacceptable, bam, you're disconnected, flagged for review. Doesn't happen from the official game client, but every single bit. I've got, of course, got a network fuzzer on the network simulator, network fuzzer. Just banging this code, like riddled with assertions. Like anything goes wrong, any wrong move, bam, you're out. So there you go. Custom engine running on OpenGL1 without graphics drivers is a great feat. I needed the custom engine to be able to render things offline, as you will be able to see the Angeldust website at playangeldust.com or angelda.st. It contains semi-real-time, it's rendered a few minutes after leaving the area, semi-real-time images of your houses in the game, and those are used as your avatar on the forums and on the thing. Please show me where Unity or where Unreal can be used to render offline images based on your in-game world in real time. Let me know. Right, so we're going on. Is the run length encoding in memory or storage only? That's mostly storage. I think the server portion uses a run length encoding as a cache for network traffic. So because it happens a lot that many players are in the same area at the same time. So what I do on the server side is I pre-cache all of the world data, all of like the data around you, like the divergences from the noise functions. So the natural game world has its own state, and I just save a delta compared to the natural world state. For instance, these mountains in the background, that's the natural world. If you were to place blocks on them, we only store the delta of those. And the server pre-caches, pre-computes the run length encoded version of all of the geometry around you, or all of the blocks around you. And it will send that same data, that cache data, it will just enqueue these pointers, like IO vectors in C++ or in C. It will enqueue these IO vectors right to all of the clients that are connected or in that area. So that's kind of an optimization there. Also, that's why you use a custom engine. The entire network protocol and architecture is controllable this way. So like everything, all of the modifications that Obi is doing right now, he's apparently digging some snow here. All of that is just in real time recomputed and recached, and then it will be able to be sent to other players. I'm unfortunately not playing on a debug build right now. I just use the release version on the stream to be able to test the stability. We never had a crash, knock on wood, live, so that's pretty cool. But in a debug build you will be able to see all of the stats going on in real time. So anyway, next question. You mentioned that this can support 250k players. If they all went to the same area, could the client server handle it? Yes, because then another trick kicks in. Like, making a game using this philosophy is thinking ahead a lot of steps. If that happens, like the amount of players, the amount of traffic is limited. So the server will build the packets up to a certain limit. It will say like, okay, I cannot send more than we've got buffers per client, of course, because not every connection is the same speed. It will build up buffers of data, and it will kind of keep in mind like I can only send this much data per second. So as soon as we cross a threshold where too many entities are nearby, or when too much data would be sent, it will actually limit the amount of data sent. So you will see some players drop out or start to flicker because they are part of some network packets and not part of others. The client will try to intelligently keep entities online that are supposedly still alive, but the server will try to rate limit the amount of data that it will send. Even though the processing itself will still be in like it will evaluate all of the entities there. So there we go. And Hum says, I seem to recall some edge problems. Yeah, this is an edgy comment there. There were some edge problems in very early versions of the game where you could teleport outside of the game world boundaries, and everyone who would teleport towards you would get just stuck there. You would be frozen in thin air. So there you go. Yeah, to the credit of Hum has helped debug this game a lot. Even though he only has a release version of the game, he debugged, or he managed to get a lot of debug situations going on. So, Olaf super. Right, so one more wonder, and then we're back to the mammoths. Let's see what happens in the world. So, this is Aspatia again. So, as you can see, we've got, at the moment of streaming right now, we've got 15 wonders in the world that you can visit using the in-game telecharger, which is pretty cool. Let me just quickly click on a button here. I am not offline, I am still working. This is all going well, so... So, let's say. So, I would love to play this in my browser. Seriously, you don't even have to. This runs on any device that you've got. Seriously. The binary doesn't contain DRM. It doesn't contain any shenanigans. There's no in-app purchases, no ads, no things. This is just boom. Get the game for the device that you're watching YouTube on right now, and you will not regret it. Seriously, it's the most solid piece of software, most performant piece of software that you'll ever see in your life. Okay, this might be a little bit exaggerated, but seriously, you don't need a browser for this. You just put it on a device. This is a €40 phone. This is then who was phone. I'm the meme master, if you weren't able to tell just yet. This is a €40 phone. I buy the cheapest devices that I can get to test the game on. Make sure the game runs well on them. And seriously, you want this. You need this in your... Does it even run on ARM? Yeah, bro. It runs on ARM, it runs on MIPS, it runs on x86, it runs on x86 64 bits. I'm pretty sure if you gave me some time, it would even run on your Zilog Z80. It runs on ARM64 natively, it runs on ARM7, ARM6, it runs on Raspberry Pi. There is not a binary available for Raspberry Pi, but if you've got a first-gen Raspberry Pi, boom, open GLES, game runs perfectly. I tested it on a Pi, yes. There's no binary available at the moment, but this is... it runs, I developed and I've got pictures of me playing this on Raspberry Pi with the game controller. You just connect the USB game controller, bam, instant console experience. Is your refrigerator running? Better go catch it. Yeah, so a web browser makes a poor game client. Yeah, I think having the natively compiled code, so you might want to have WASM, so WebAssembly. Don't get me started. I built this as a native project. This is... It's multi-threaded. I've had people come to me with a laptop and they said like, I played your game and my laptop died. I said like, well, send your laptop back to the manufacturer. Angeldust will use your cores. It will use all of the processing power in your device, your GPU, your CPU, cores, multi-threading. It will use it to give you the best gameplay experience. So, anyway. I might sound a little bit like confident in this. That's because I am. This product, I've been working on this for years. I know the ins and outs. I know all of the issues. We know we did a lot of testing on many devices. We've had hundreds of thousands of players with all kinds of like good hardware, bad hardware, low-end hardware, high-end hardware swing past. We've tested this extensively. So there we go. And Coles Walker says I run Angeldust on older machines and it runs fine. There you go. I can get a device. There's a €30 tablet, Android tablet with Android 3 or 4 on it. I can pick it up and I can show you a game running full screen on it. It runs Retina full screen as well. If you've got a Retina display, no problem whatsoever. The game will push pixels all day long, no problem. Can it run on your dog's brain? I haven't tested, sorry. Shall we go back into the world for a little bit of fighting? Because I heard they really love a good fight. Let's discover some more stuff. Let's go to the personal location that is saved. Here we go. I hope those mammoths are gone. No, still here. Ignore the mammoths. Run for your lives. We're going east. We're going east. Boom. There we go. So again, back to the procedural world here. Of course, the wonders are also built in the procedural world. But this is like... we're back to hunting it up. Let me know if you've got additional questions. It's fun to talk about this. To finally be able to talk about this. Your game is a technical marvel. I hope you reach the critical mass you deserve. Found you via Hacker News. Christian Kortlang, thank you very much. The thing that I need most right now is like a little bit of attention, maybe some networking effects, people sharing news about the game, maybe buying it or playing it with their friends. If you can, subscribe to my channel. I really love this more technical audience coming in. I've been streaming for about 4 years now, 270 live streams. We mostly got players on here and we share memes and we share banter. It's great to finally reach out to a more technical audience, like a core technical audience. A lot of game developers or software developers are already playing the game with their kids even, which is very fun to see. It's fun to be able to talk about what I've been doing for years now. Finally, like taking the lid off and talking about this. If you know companies that would be interested in a person like me working for them, that would also be cool, because eventually I will want to kind of like in the future move on to other opportunities, other creative outlets and intellectual challenges. So I'm really humbled. I'm humbled by the presence of all you people coming in from Hacker News. I am Dutch, as you might be able to tell. I try my best to do this live stream as good as I can, as well as I can. I try to make it energetic, I try to make it fun, I try to make it informative. Yesterday we launched on Steam. We had a crazy stream where lots of existing players of the game joined me here, and it was a complete madhouse. And right now I'm really happy to dive into the more technical side of things. So thanks so much everyone for coming here from Hacker News. It's just a random dude from the Netherlands saying like, hey, I made this game. And yes, I try to take up a product that's been bought by a company for $2.5 billion. I just did this on my own and I tried my best, and I'm glad that you like the result. So, of course, props still to Spaces Green Robotic for graphics design and animation for the cartoon visual style. And props to Ming Duan Quang, which is a Vietnamese name, which I hope I pronounced correctly, who did the 3D visual style that we're playing in right now. But let's switch back to cartoon, because I like it. I wanted to show off Space's work, and Robotic's work a little bit more today. So as you can see, instant loading, lazy loading, everything is threaded. It's just...
Just need to reload.
Don't worry about it.
Ready to go.
Don't worry about it.
Let's see them dodge my attack.
So I might be streaming again tomorrow evening. If things turn out to be popular, I will try my best to answer on Hacker News as well. Just paste in my comments there. But the most honor that you can give me, if you could give a few euros or a few dollars, like all of you or some of you, and get the game, start playing, and hopefully we'll have a lot of fun hunts together. Maybe you've got kids. We've got lots of developers with kids playing together. They just play with the entire family. Yeah, and a pro panda is better than an amateur panda. That's
Time to do
true.
a little hunting. Just need to reload and I'm ready to go.
Yeah, I'm hunting again. Yes, get in here, get in here. You can earn coins, make money, get some cash, get some dough. Also, the players who are kind of comfortable with this live stream and they are used to the format, they kind of tend to chat a little bit more with the banter and with the memes. So, Ruwan, see you later. Thanks for dropping by. And we showed your build on this live stream as well, Ruwan. So I hope you like that. See you later, Ruwan. But anyway, I can understand that maybe people coming from Hacker News don't know this or are kind of new to this idea of live streaming as a developer. Making a game and then live streaming it yourself, because most streamers play other people's games, of course. I just try my best to do it all. It's like I'm like that. There are not many things in my life that I wasn't able to pick up real quickly. And you can always argue about the quality. If you take a look at my first live stream, there's definitely a lot of improvement since then. But the same holds for the game, like the version 1.0 of the game was a little bit different compared to this one. But it's like you live, you learn, and you grow as a person, you grow as a developer, and it's a nice journey to undertake. So it was a bold move posting on Hacker News. I was expecting to get banned, like why are you posting this, what does this have to do? So I really zoomed in on the technical aspect of the game, and I'm really glad that I got some very cool questions, and hopefully I inspired some other people to pursue their childhood dreams. Because Angeldust making a game like this was my childhood dream. What's Hacker News? It's a website, yeah, it's run by the Y Combinator. It's a startup, unicorn, like investment company. I hope I don't really botch this, but that's the impression that I got. It's like a company that invests in startups, and they have this site called Hacker News, and you can post your technical projects or questions or things or just news, because it's Hacker News, of course. You can post your things there. Those animated avatars are pretty cool. There you go. NDC says. This is the cartoon visual style, Andy. So if you're talking about like the 2D sprite style, this is inspired by Paper Mario 64, which you might know from the Nintendo 64. But you can go to the options menu and just instantly switch like this. Boom! There's no loading time whatsoever. And you are playing in 3D, like this. Wow. Where do you see a game like this? Never. No loading screens, no, you have to reformat your computer, you have to delete System32, no, nothing like that. It's just, you click the button and you get... Whoa! Hey, I don't have my Neo glasses here. I did this Neo impression a few streams ago. I put on my glasses and... Whoa. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Like this entire engine. People are asking, why don't you use Unity? Why don't you use Unreal? Yeah, the day that they can do all of these tricks, it's I'll consider it. I'll consider it. We're back in 2D. Back in the 2D world, comic cartoon style. Because that's what I like for now. So anyway, let's keep on going. And again, if you like the stream, if you like talking about this, if you maybe even want to share some of your own technical stories or ventures into game programming, let me know. Let me know. It's all good. Subscribe on YouTube if you want, or subscribe. Follow me on Twitch. I'm streaming every week. Should we show off PvP? We could. I'm not really feeling it. I don't want to get owned live on my own stream in my own game with many people watching. I don't want to get owned live. Like I said, John Carmack, if you're ever seeing this, or if someone is able to get me in touch with you, that would be amazing. But we probably won't be playing that much against each other. Although I am pretty good at some of these first-person games, first-person shooters. I don't even know the genre of games, so this is going to be. But anyway, John, if I may call you John, Mr. Carmack, that would be an honor. Unfortunately, I won't be able to compete for a Ferrari or anything, so the stakes would be a little bit lower than you might be used to. You never know, you never know. We're all pretty big fans of your work. Like Doom is a title that most of us all know and love. So the 2D, some of the blocks. This is a fun bit of trivia. The poison barrel in the game is actually modeled after the poison barrel in Doom. So that's something. And we've got some other nods to that game as well. All right. So Alex says, I have another story. My friend wanted to become a developer at Valve. He got his job and now he's crying of joy. Cole says, I still play Doom. It's an id Software classic, an all-time classic. Yes, it is. Genre defining. Genre defining. It's je parle français, mesdames et messieurs. Genre defining. I used to play Doom with 2 PCs connected by a serial cable. Here, that's the real stuff. So it was actually a cultural phenomenon. So are those just 3D models rendered into sprites with a few effects? What? Like what you're seeing right now. No, this is actually hand animated. The cartoon style is hand animated 2D animation. All of these frames were individually animated by an animator called Spaces Green, and Robotic also did this. As a non-game dev, I wanted to say I'm in awe of what you've accomplished. Hope you get to meet Carmack. HMEXX, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I hope so too. I never considered that to be a possibility. I dropped his name on Hacker News because I really believe that what I made fits his vision of the kind of game engine that he wanted to make. So it would be cool to be able, even if it was Skype or FaceTime or whatever, or maybe he would be able to join me on the stream for just a few moments. I know how valuable his time must be and how much his personal life must be full with other things like launching rockets and so on and so forth. I've also got a launch button. There you go. I know Hacker News is a place where like a gathering of minds, and there's all kinds of people with all kinds of connections. So if you know anyone who might be able to get in touch with John and just say like, hey John, there's this dude from the Netherlands, and he's been going on a little bit about your idea for a server or game architecture. Like any piece of energy, any piece of effort, anything that would help me get closer to that would be immensely cool. I like to believe that we're all just human beings and that like we all share some kind of like a common, of course a common world, but also a common base layer of like existence, and that even meeting someone like John Carmack is just like, I know it's special, but I hope that we would be able to just talk software development or maybe software architecture, and it would be a cool talk, and we both might be able to even learn something from it. And this is boasting, of course, because I don't know what John Carmack knows and vice versa. So, but anyway, I'm going off on a tangent here. It would be awesomely cool to be able to meet him or talk to him. On the other hand, he usually posts progress updates of his work at Facebook. I think he is at now. So he seems like an approachable dude, just like I'm doing a live stream like this and just trying to talk with people. Cool guy. I'm not exactly sure about the chance, but you can't cheese it. I do know that. It's you can't cheese this Cyanergy block. It's magic. You can't cheese it. So anyway, I'm really humbled and I'm really happy to see the reaction by Hacker News. Sorry that I'm not able to reply in typing to the thread at this moment. I will really try my best to catch up after the live stream, but as long as this is going on and this is going well and people are asking me questions, I will try to live stream a little bit longer. But it feels good, even though that maybe you do not admire the like the product, or maybe you have no interest in playing the game or the product itself. It's I really enjoy that most people who see this, most developers who see this, say like, wow, you did a great job making this on your own. And that's, as a software developer, that means a lot to me. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. So Falk M says, very, very impressive. Hope you will have time soon to share some stateless insights. Yeah, sure. Hey Falk M, I already talked about this 2 times or 3 times on this stream. I can imagine that not all the hackers at Hacker News have got time to watch the entire live stream and be here for all of the moments that I might or might not be talking about that question. Like if I were to repeat the answer again, I would leave out even more details and it would be an even shorter, like very useless answer. So I already told everyone I will try my best to keep to catch up with the thread on Hacker News right after the stream. It's a little bit busy at the moment. I'm really glad that people showed up to the live stream and asked me questions here. And as long as people show up with questions or comments, I will be live streaming here. Once it dies down, I will do my best to catch up with the thread. So maybe I should post something there like, hey people, thanks so much for the attention, thanks so much for making this an amazing evening for me. But I have to stream at the moment, and I will be right back with you to answer your questions. Maybe I should post that right now. So people, defend me, and I will post on Hacker News. There we go. I will do this interactively. Don't worry about it. Here we go. So I'm going to write a top level comment. So thanks so much everyone for all the positivity so far. I'm still streaming. After the stream, I'll catch up with all questions and comments here. And if you can get me in touch with Carmack, with John Carmack, that would be very, very much awesome. Smiley face. I'm still streaming right now. After the stream I'll catch up with all questions and comments here. I've had a blast talking about my work so far. And if any of you can get me in touch with John, that would be very much. Let's keep it English. Let that be very awesome. Alright. Add comment. Boom. Hopefully people will read this comment and let's get back into the game. So let's do a bit more of fighting, a little bit more of hunting. The group has dwindled down. There's lots of players in the game. If you want to play with me, you should teleport towards Firefly. That's my name in the game. So if you open up the telecharger like this, because we might have had new players join us during the stream, open up the telecharger and then you go to Firefly. Just press my big name button and you will be able to join our hunting group right here, right now. And for everyone else, keep the questions coming. Like, you can ask me anything. I know that it might appear like, okay, this is about game development, this is about the game, this is about this. But like the story with my P2000, a little bit of backstory behind my motivations for making this game and my inspiration. Feel free to poke around a little bit. Hello Kitty says hello. Hello Kitty on Steam. Do you think this game will end up being profitable relative to the time and money you've invested? My experiences and my vision starting this game was, it's my childhood dream to make this game. I've had this vision since I was 4, 5, 6 years old when I could first program computers. I wanted to make this. I was part of a pretty big team and a special employer. I will not say company, but employer here in the Netherlands. It was a cool team. We did like amazingly unique work, things that you will not ever experience like in a regular job. It was a different line of work, so to speak. It was an amazing team, and there were about 80 people that I regularly worked with. Hey, there's a big dragon in the background. A very big team. It's a small tangent, but I will come back to the core of your question. Very big team, and there were older people there than me at that time. And I told them like, hey, did you have any childhood dreams? And, oh, Firefly is getting emotional again. Whoa, whoa, whoa. But anyway, I also, did you have any childhood dreams when you were younger? And most of these older people looked me in the eye, and I could see that like their eyes trembling a little bit, and they said like, yeah, sure, of course I had my childhood dreams, but I never acted on them. I wish I had though, most of them would say, I wish I had though. And that was the moment that I knew that like my heart wasn't really in the work that I was doing at that moment. It was an amazing opportunity. Many people here in the Netherlands, worldwide, would have like killed for the opportunity to work there and do that line of work. And I was like, yeah, it's all special and all, but it's not. My heart is not here. I've got something else. I've got other business. We've got unfinished business. I need to get working on this childhood dream. And like the fact that I'm not tearing up, but it is an emotional subject for me. So the fact that I'm still emotional about that, it was my passion to make this game. It's become better, it's become more professional, and it's become more polished than I ever anticipated. If it will ever become more popular than I anticipated nothing. So having already had 250,000 or even more players play the game, leave their feedback on Steam and on other platforms, that's been an amazing opportunity already. So I definitely think I made my mark on the world with this project. And just the feeling of completing it and doing this all on my own, with of course the assistance of some very lovely people with art, animation and music. But doing this all on my own, that's what I wanted to prove. I wanted to say like, this is me, I want to do this. I will not end up like someone who's older, who's like 70 years old or something, who has to say like, I wish I did this. It's what I wanted to do, and it's like that reward, just proving to yourself, not even to the world, proving to yourself what you're worth, what you can do. Seeing these kinds of reactions from very knowledgeable professionals and like other developers in the industry, that's a reward in its own. Like seeing that other people see the value of what you've created, like the expertise that you need to be able to pull this kind of thing off. Does money even compare to that? It's like orthogonal to it. So money is one thing. The other thing is like all of the other reasons that you do this. Ultimately, I saw this as a lottery. You see indie games, they can become popular and they can gain some traction. I'm not sure if like this Hacker News post and this live stream will make a difference there. But I do appreciate the moment, and it gives me a lot of energy to pursue my other interests in the future. What is the goal of the game? You just have to have fun. You can discover lots of creatures, discover areas, discover materials. You can build wonderful stuff. So it's kind of an open-ended adventure, but there are 2 end bosses that you need to find in the world and defeat, and then you will be able to say that you're the king of the game, the king of Angeldust. So, will it ever be profitable? I didn't start out with that vision. Of course, it's a lottery. I mean, if you hit the right buttons, if you have the right network, if you ever talk to John Carmack, that's a reward in itself, I think. But like, if it makes a lot of money, wow, cool, super amazing. But probably the reward, the monetary reward, is some kind of a Gaussian distribution, or whatever you may call it. So the chances of getting 0 coins, $0, 0 euros is a lot higher than the chance of getting $1 million. So it will probably never be a very prudent financial investment, this. But I hope it's a good personal investment. It's made me grow a lot like a person, as a developer. It made me confident in my ability to lead a project, steer it somewhere where it's like decent quality. Like many people around me said, like, you need to release the game. You need to release the game. I said, like, yeah, almost. We just need like a few more things. I will know when it's right. And I had 3 release moments already: version 1.0, 2.0, and 3.0. And I said, like, I did this 2 times before. I know when I want to release it. I know when the product is good enough. And finally, everything came together just here at the end of 2019. So, and again, I hope it acts as a very nice project to show off. And judging by the reactions that I got from Hacker News visitors up until now, I'm pretty sure that this will be something that I can proudly show to a future employer or to some future people that I would like to work with and say, like, I made this. And not like I made this in the sense that that it's like I used bits and pieces that I glued together. No, I made this. I made this. Nay, cool guy, you don't win Cyanogy if you win the lottery. And Colts Walker has been typing some very insightful things that I missed. Okay, alright, so. Anyway, next up, next question. Sorry for the long answers here. Are you a game dev by profession? Did you learn all the basics of 3D engine beforehand? Or this was winging it, winging it. This is all winging it. It's programmed in C++. I have honestly never programmed C++ before this project. It uses OpenGL for graphics. I honestly never made a OpenGL application before this. It runs on iOS. I had never developed for iOS before. It runs on Android. I never programmed for Android before. It runs on Linux, macOS, and Windows, which I did have some experience with, but I didn't really like make software specifically for those platforms. There's a website, of course. I never did major front-end work or anything. So it's like winging it on all fronts. Like everything that you see, I read up. I'm a pretty smart cookie at times, so I can say 2 words and I'll know the rest, what you're about to say. I read a few books. I got an Android game development book, of which I needed 2 pages. So I bought the book and I read those 2 pages and I thought like, yeah, nice work there. I can do better than this, but thanks for the 2 pages. It's all just winging it, putting it together and just getting out there and doing it. That's also a thing I learned. So no matter what people ask of you, if you're a smart cookie, you can figure things out. You are even able to take something small or some small instructions. You can apply all of the knowledge that you have about different areas of expertise. You can apply it to that. So like I had a few different jobs in the past. I've been working on this almost full time for the last few years though. So is this my profession? Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm a professional, but I'm a very good amateur. My mans, hey Milan Storm, welcome. Glad you could make it to this stream, boy. I might be stopping pretty soon, or at least pretty soon as long as the questions come in, I'm here. But it's another crazy evening, Milan. It's nice to see someone succeed and find fulfillment in their passion. Yeah, success is something that you define yourself, so don't let any other person say what is a success and what isn't. Most people that I know, like outsiders that know me, friends, relatives, they will only consider financial success to be success. Who says this game has no caves? Yeah, so some people say there are no caves in this game. There is a cave, there you go. But anyway, some people will only look at financial success and they will say like, you haven't succeeded, you haven't made it until you are rich or your product is commercially validated. Well, get out of here. There's so many more things that you can get out of a product besides money. Of course, money is one of the most tangible, one of the most visible parts, and popularity is something that is very visible these days on Instagram with the like counts and the YouTube viewer counts and the Twitch. Then you get married and your wife defines success for you. Yeah, but there's so much more in life than being popular or being rich, I think. My go-to phrase here, and it might sound a little bit corny, but it isn't. My go-to phrase here is, rich is something that you are in your heart. Even over the course of developing this game, I've had some personal experiences and some personal growth and personal moments that I learned a lot from, and I grew as a person. And just comparing that to other players around me, people, sorry that I confuse players and people, it's just something that happens here on the live stream. Just looking at other players around me, I think like, okay, these people are so poor, the only thing they have is money. So there you go. Right, so how can anyone wing this? JC, how many man-months of work? Quite a lot. Hey cool guys, see you later, thanks for dropping by. It was nice to see you again. Sorry that I was a little bit preoccupied talking to other players. Hey Icefly, nice donator badge you've got there. So how can you wing this? Yeah, just do it, it's as simple as that. I've had other players come up to me and ask like, hey, I want to make a video game, what do you think about this? I've had some like other contacts that say like, I want to start making video games, or I want to make a product for this or that. How do I start? Just do it, as simple as that. Draft a design document, like document what you want to make, so you at least know, even though the entire journey may become foggy, you at least know where you want to end up. So that's pretty important. You've got to have kind of a lighthouse or a single point where you need to aim at. That's important. And what does it matter what you do along the way, as long as you end up where you want to be? No problem, right? So I didn't mean it in a negative way. No, seriously. So Tenko reactions. It's nice to see someone succeed and find fulfillment in their passion. And that's something that's my main takeaway here. So by a German player whose name I can't read. Oh, secret me. Guten Tag. Tschüss. Ich sehe Sie später. But like, life for me has been accumulating all kinds of different skills and different areas of expertise, and just kind of like in a natural way, just internalizing these things, combining them, taking knowledge from one area or one topic or one domain of knowledge and applying it to another domain, finding these structures, these rules. For instance, hey Anief. Hey honey, welcome to it. My voice is getting a little bit hoarse here, but don't worry about it. But just finding things that you like, finding things that you are able to internalize and apply it to other areas. And it's been crazy how many overlaps we start to see between musical arts, visual arts, software development. Ja, nog steeds bezig, ja. Yeah, live. Yes, we're live here. This is all live, as far as I can tell, at least. Let me just quickly check up on this thing, on this button over here. Yeah, looking good. So, all right. So anyway, moving on. We're probably not going to do another lottery. If many if many visitors from Hacker News have apparently bought the game, and if you're in the game right now, let me know. And we can do a lottery, so you can win a pet snack. This is kind of like my gimmick to draw people to the live stream. So you need to do the lottery, then you can win a pet snack and get a snack for use in the game, and you can use it to get a pet. What's your dev test cycle like? Right. There's a few aspects that I can talk about. I'm a solo developer, so of course I have people like graphics artists like Space is Green and Robotic. Check them out. Hey Veleth, welcome. Hi. So we should give you a snack then. Hang on and remind me later. We need to get you a snack. So thanks for mentioning that. Dev test cycle. So this is going to sound a bit cocky after I'm done, but I assure you that it is not. It's just like proper confidence that I have in myself. A few weeks ago, someone posted on the forums on the website, because if you've got an Angeldust account, you can post on the forums with your house right next to it on the website. So, and they said like we want a beta testing channel for the thing, and we want a beta track and beta this and alpha that, and we want to test. And I said like, okay. I understand your question, and I understand that you might want that with other products, but do you have any indication that the product quality is lacking at the moment? Do you have any stability issues? Is there any like major product defects that you can point to right now that I should have been able to to pinpoint during testing, or that you might have been able to give feedback on? And I didn't get a reply, and no one else replied to that, and I was like, because in my experience, the product is absolutely solid. I've been streaming this for 270 live streams now. That's like 500 plus live hours of playing in a real production setting with dozens or even hundreds of players right next to me. Live, all live. No crashes, no problems, no trouble, no artifacts, no this, no that, no... Yeah, of course, there have been a few like minor issues, of course. I will concede that. There have been a few minor issues. Other than that, I'm very happy with the continuously increasing quality of the product. So my testing cycle looks like this. I've got an issue tracker, which is kind of like a private GitHub instance. It runs on Gitty. If you might not know this, but Gitty, it's it's a spin-off of Gogs. Maybe you know Gogs, but Gitty is like written in Go. It's a private issue tracker and Git repository thingamajig that you can use to have a private installation with issue tracking, pull requests, repository management, and all kinds of jazz. It's a very, very nice piece of software. I did some like contributions to the project as well. So I have this issue tracker. I work on an issue. I test all of the ins and outs, and I'm going to say this right here, right now. As far as software development goes and programming, I can see problems come up from miles away. So code smell or anything. And I don't commit anything unless it meets my very strict quality controls. I test it on a variety of platforms, and I just don't commit anything until I'm really happy and I understand all of the code. Because writing a quick hack sounds like fun until you're debugging it at 3 a.m. Midnight. So that's not what I want. So my software development cycle and testing is just like paying close attention. If there's even a single pixel on the screen that I don't like, that shouldn't be there, I investigate. And there have been many multi-threading issues, of course, in the server, on the server side. And I never said like, okay, this is a bug that can rarely happen. Every single bug that has been reported or that I noticed, I have tracked down, found the root cause, made sure that it was the exact cause and not something else, like on top of that. And I'm just a very meticulous person regarding that. So testing and developing and just making sure that the product is bug-free, yeah, I can do that. I've developed other products that have been running for years, some even 10, like decades, which may sound a little bit incredulous if you see me. I've had products that have been running over decades without bugs or problems in them. So yeah, my dev test cycle is trusting myself, trusting my gut, and a lot of experience. I also wrote a network simulator to be able to do load testing and anticipate these multi-threading problems and all kinds of stuff. Also to fuzz the network stack, because if you have something available on the internet, people will try to hack it and people will try to gain access. So everything that you see, all actions are validated server side. You cannot duplicate coins, you cannot duplicate enemies, you cannot duplicate blocks. It's all everything, like I said, everything coming into the server is checked bit by bit. So hopefully that kind of answers your question. It kind of boils down to trusting myself and knowing from experience that I can do this. Paperweight 64. Hey, I love the 64. I hope it refers to Nintendo 64. I'm also working solo on an overly ambitious project that targets overly low-end platforms, and this is very inspirational. I'm glad that I could inspire you. I hope this pushes you into a spot where you say like, boom, if this dude from the Netherlands can do it, I can do it. Paperweight 64, if that 64 actually refers to Nintendo 64 and you have the same design philosophy, that's amazing. That's an amazing coincidence. And I wouldn't call this overly ambitious. My design document for this was of course a bit longer, included some features that didn't make the eventual cut. But it's... No, push yourself, and along the way you will see what your product evolves into. Get player feedback, get user feedback, and let that guide your way. So, oh yes, Nintendo 64, there you go. So this visual style, we're now playing in the cartoon visual style. You might see the sprites just rotate around like this, and they are like, they've got a front and a back side, but they're not 3D in any like for any value of 3. So this is more 2D, as you can see. This is inspired by Paper Mario 64, one of my favorite video games that I played years, maybe even a decade after its release. I played this, I played Paper Mario 64 and I was like, boom, they nailed it. They nailed it. This art style, this is perfect for what I want to do. And it's inspired by that because we have a little bit more detail, of course, and the sprites are bigger and more advanced in the sense that we do a few tricks with them. But on the other hand, Mario 64, Paper Mario 64 is also awe-inspiring. Can you hot reload any of the game state test fixes changes, like how many seconds, minutes between the code change and being able to test it in a running game? I mostly do this like interactively, just I make sure I've got a testing environment, of course a testing server that runs in debug mode with all kinds of assertions that are not enabled in the release build. And for any bug that gets reported, I do not stop until I can replicate it on the testing server and know exactly what is going wrong. I don't have any rollbacks or things. What we do have, and which is very useful, which I've been able to use on Android mostly to get some like long-running memory leaks out of there and some problems with stability. Do you see the rec? On Twitch you have this meme rec or be wrecked. You see rec in the bottom right of the screen. You probably won't see that when playing the game yourself. This is only enableable. You can only enable this from the sign-in form, the main screen when you start up the game. You can go to the options and this is called game replays. Inspired kind of by the id engine software, of course, the id software engines. It says rec because it's actually recording in-game state. So this is being written to a file on my computer. It's a gzipped file, a stream of all of the network traffic that the game is receiving. Marcus, I will get to your question in a few moments. So this is about testing and the game state. So we're actually recording game replays, and that's why the game overlays a big recording thing like on a camcorder. So this is all of the network traffic that the game receives, and like all of it, like all of the packets are being timestamped. This is very much like a packet capture that you would get in Wireshark, or Ethereal if you used it before. It was called Wireshark. So this is kind of like a PCAP capture in a custom or snort even, or TCP dump if you're used to that. So sorry for throwing around some technical terms, but we've got a technical audience tonight. But anyway, it's a custom packet capture format that timestamps all of these things with like microsecond precision or so. It doesn't have to be that accurate, but it does pretty well. And it gzips all of that, so not only is the network traffic already optimized, it gets optimized even further. So you end up with, for instance, this live stream will probably take about 10 megabytes, and it's 3 hours of game data, and you get all of it. You get all of the player positions, projectiles, all of the enemies, the coins, the health bars, all of the blocks, all of the wonders that we visited. Like everything that is synchronized to the game is saved in these game replays. Then you go to the sign in form, and there's a game replay mode where you can select the game replay. It's stored by date, so you can see the date and the time that it was recorded. You select it, boom, play back, and you just see this. And what you can then do, so imagine that we're now playing this back instead of recording it, but we're playing it back. You can go into the cinematic mode, which I showed earlier. You get a drone style camera that you can freely fly around the world. You can even change the timing of the shot. So for instance, if you want to make this a little bit later in the day, for instance, we want to shoot this at 10 o'clock in the evening, like this. So the lighting is being recalculated on the background thread, so we can fly around very smoothly. But a second thread is re-rendering all of this lighting information. There you go, smooth fading between all of the different times, by the way. So we can now just record this battle. You can save this using OBS, which I'm using for streaming, of course, and that way you can even record footage and shots just like we used in the trailer. So the trailer was shot using a combination of game replays and a cinematic mode. And the game replays are something that I use for testing as well. So for the game state replication and so, especially for testing the client part of that, it's very useful to be able to get a replay that was causing issues for other players and just being able to play it back and just debug it from there. Also, because I've got access to the code, I can make it so that the game replay skips the first 2 hours, for instance. So if something funny happened in the stream at 2:30, for instance, or if I had a nice shot that I wanted to add to the trailers, I can just skip the replay up until that point and just only record the footage that I want. What aspect of development did you underestimate the difficulty of the most? That's a very good question, and I have to do a little bit of digging, and I'll formulate this answer as we go, as I phrase this. So hopefully, HMEXX, I answered your question about the game state. So I don't really have in-memory states that I can load, but I can do these replays, and that's very useful. Also, the simulator kind of replicates all kinds of environments, so the simulator was very useful in replicating PvP, a bug in the PvP mode which we have. And it's like right the network simulator for load testing, and my simulator also has better AI than actual players. So my simulator simulates actual behavior of players, and most of the times they are using a very like scheduled form of logic, but they exhibit very player-like behavior. Anyway, the most difficult aspect, thinking of this. So it takes a lot of time to do anything. Like everything takes a lot more time if you do it on your own, which is not a problem if you've got the time and if you are patient and if you have like the financial resources or the ability to work on this full time without being worried about like future income or about the like everything that's going to happen in your life. If you've got a solid base to work from and if you've got a supportive group of people around you, time is not that much of a problem. You just need your motivation and your passion to be shining as brightly as possible, which I fortunately was able to do for most of the development period. There's been a period in my life during development of the game that I was a little bit in a worse state of mind, mentally, like looking at it mentally, and it was not like a big problem, and it was completely understandable. But that was like a bump that I had to take, and my motivation just came back afterwards pretty naturally. But the most important thing, or the most problematic thing that I found out to be, that I didn't anticipate, that I didn't have any experience with, the most problematic thing, and here it comes, and now you're expecting a very big answer, is everything and literally everything outside of your own control. Some people might know me as a control freak. You have our support, thank you, Colt. I'm not a control freak. I just like my. I usually prefer my own version and my own vision on things. So because out of experience, I know that I'm not dumb or anything. So I'm usually able to formulate a pretty good plan of action or a pretty good answer to questions. So I like to do things my way. Like another Frank, I'm Frank Lucas, so Frank Sinatra, I did something like I did it my way. I did it my way. And in a sense I try to do it as well. I did things my way. Players will always say like, add this, add that, do this, do this. And I say like, okay, I think I know what you want, and you don't actually want what you are asking for, you want this. And they say like, yeah, wow, that's a great solution to the problem that I was seeing. But anyway, so the hardest part that I had, and maybe others have had swimming, there we go, add this, add that, add that. The hardest part is everything outside of your control, dealing with app stores, dealing with Steam, dealing with the Mac App Store, the iTunes App Store, the Google Play Store, all kinds of arbitrary limitations on what you can and cannot do, all kinds of arbitrary like technological limitations, all kinds of weird review things, all outside of your control. Changing technical specifications, so the game has been available on the Mac App Store and the iTunes App Store, Google Play Store for quite a while now. I've seen them change from supporting only this SDK to that SDK. Now you need to compile with this, now you need to add this support, now you need to have new splash screens, you need to add new resolutions for that, you need to do this, you need to do that. And that's the most frustrating part. You can never, like, there has never been a single day in my life when working on this project or product that I could just depend on things staying the same. Everything is constantly changing if you're supporting this wide of a variety of devices, platforms, input methods, languages. It's just everything is constantly changing underneath you. So make sure that your own process and your own code and your own, like, make sure that the thing that you are doing is as flexible as possible, and it needs to be to support all of these old computers and all of these operating systems and platforms and devices. But yeah, definitely be flexible. That's the advice to combat it. So most difficult, everything around you is constantly changing. Frameworks are updating their things, they are dropping support for devices, they are dropping support for platforms that you still want to support. Like, if anyone can tell me, I hope people are still watching, if anyone can tell me how I can still publish an iOS 6 application, iOS 6 for iPhone 3GS or iPod from right around that time, or iPhone 4, let me know, because I really want people with these old devices be able to play the game. It runs perfectly fine. There is absolutely no reason why you cannot run Angeldust on an old iPhone 3GS that is 10 years old. It runs perfectly fine. Heck, I even use iPhone 3GS for calling. So please tell me if anyone knows how to do that without getting banned by Apple. That would be awesome. But anyway, I digress. So, most difficult part, everything outside of your control. Other than that, your motivation and just being involved, staying involved in the project. So, being motivated, having the energy. I play tennis. I play tennis a lot, and that has really helped me stay in good physical shape. I sometimes go running. I do a lot of swimming in the outside waters in the sea, because in the Netherlands we've got a sea, of course. That's also something, it comes naturally to me, or at least I feel pretty bad if I haven't moved or I really exercised for a few days. So I try to keep my body moving and staying healthy. That's been a very important thing for me these past few years as well. You do a lot of desk work, you sit a lot behind the computer working on, make sure that you go out for a walk, for a run, go play tennis, do some sport. That's what Apple wants, force people to buy their latest hardware. I understand completely. It runs on the newest iPads and iPad Pros, no problem. But please allow me to publish to my own devices. Do you have a page with a high-level overview of what's in the game? Kuken asks, or yeah, I think it's called Kuken. As in content-wise, or like what you can expect. I recommend contact the Apple developer support team about it. I fear that they'll just say can't be done anymore. Yeah, Ruffles Nana, that's my experience as well. Apple doesn't want to like tune anything for me because I'm a small fish, and I do things my way, and they don't like that, and it's like, do this or else you're not on this platform anymore. But thanks for the suggestion. Right, so do you have a page with a high-level overview of what's in the game? Take a look at the trailer. That kind of shows off all of the different scenarios that you'll probably encounter. One thing I haven't showed on this stream just yet is the player versus player arena, which you can also access from your iPad-looking or iPhone-looking, like old iPod-looking remote control, the hero battle. You can battle other players there. I'm not going to show it off right now, maybe later on in the stream if we get the chance. Other than that, playangeldust.com itself, the website of the game, shows you screenshots of the different situations, a little bit of marketing talk, of course, like go into the world, explore with all of your friends, discover areas, kill the monsters, kill the bosses, get the blocks, get the coins, buy a house, buy a castle, buy a statue, build whatever you want, use the photon blocks. Yeah, we should definitely take a look at the photon blocks a little bit more, because Hacker News, your technical lot, the photon blocks, this thing, they allow you can already hear the sounds. These blocks are interactive. Do you hear this, Mr. Anderson? This is the sound of inevitability. So, using these blocks you can make all kinds of machines. You can make doors, lifts, elevators. You can make music, you can make chords, you can make renditions of Queen songs, whatever you want. These blocks are amazing, so we'll definitely have to take a look at those. Thanks for reminding me, even though no one reminded me. So that's what you can do. There's an infinite world to explore, infinite within limits, of course. But if you look at the map and zoom out really far, there's a lot of territory that you can discover. There's almost 300 different creatures that you can discover. Some, of course, have different colors than others, but that's pretty cool. Right, so you can do a lot of things, but it's mostly about just having a blast with your friends or other random strangers that you just encountered, and just trying to make the most of it. And of course finding a good spot to build your castle or build your whatever you want to build. I always say castle, but people have been building lots of other things as well. I'll build on Marcus's question to force you to give an answer. Choose the technical aspect that you underestimated the most. 3D engine, procedural content, networking, backend state management, you gotta pick one. Oh, this is easy. 3D engine, absolutely walk in the park. Easy. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. 3D engine, read up on OpenGL, use a bit of math, get your sines and cosines in order. 3D, absolutely easy. There's a few edge cases where you want to buffer data to the GPU, you have to do things in a certain order. Maybe textures need to be supplied in a certain format. But use OpenGL or any other modern API and you're golden. I mean 3D easy peasy. That's like OpenGL 3D. I'm kind of skipping some things here, but 3D absolutely easy part of this entire thing. So I am working on a new render engine. I never thought I would be able to program shaders. I've never programmed shaders before in my life. I took 1 week to work on shaders. It was working after 1 week for some very cool visual effects. A new render engine coming in the near future, Angeldust 4.0. Looks amazing, feels amazing, like a completely different product. Real-time shadows, shadow mapping, reflections, like all kinds of cool stuff. Also, for players, if you see the ground glowing yellow like this, it's a bit of an old school effect. Use your shovel to dig up this stuff like a coal. So 3D, easy peasy, don't worry about it. Just remember that you're in a 3D coordinate system, use your brain, and everything will literally fall into place on your screen, no problem. Procedural content, same thing, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. I made my own like fast noise function for this, because the server supports players being everywhere, and when you have 250,000 players being everywhere, you need to be able to very rapidly determine if they're on the solid ground or if they're flying in the air or whatever. So this game world model, like everything that you see, it computes very quickly. It's tailored to like very simple instructions that are available on all common processor platforms. It's just bit shifts and XORs. Like all of there's no division anywhere in the game world model. It's all bit shifts. So that's why you sometimes see boundaries or like chunk boundaries, which are 32 by 32 blocks. Sometimes you see a little bit of artifacts, like weird edge artifacts around the borders of these chunks, because they fall into a power of 2. Other than that, easy. Procedural content, you can wake me any time of the day. Actually, I had to tone down a lot of the crazy world generation that I had to make sure it performs well on low-end ARM devices. So that's why you won't see like very much overhangs or caves. That's not because it's a height map. It's because it saves a little bit of computation. So procedural content, easy peasy, kind of. Getting these trees to line up and getting these crystals to be shaped. That's very clever optimizations. Love it. Yeah, it's this entire like I wasn't raised to talk about myself like this, but there's a lot of clever stuff going on, and that's why I would love to get with Carmack and just say like, hey, bro, check this code, and he'd be like, mind explode. There's no quick inverse square root in here because we don't do square roots. We just avoid square root altogether. For instance, directional computation, no sines, no cosines, no math. It's just linear computations with just very simple equality tests. And like directional computations where these enemies want to go, where things need to go, projectiles need to be aimed at. It's all super fast math in here. Since everything is fixed point, I can do this all integer math, so it's not floating point. It's very fast on AMD processors as well, without many floating point cores. Things. Procedural content, boom, easy. Take a look at the map, it looks pretty good. As you can see, the map was generating, so that's why you see this diamond pattern. But as you can see, the entire diversity of biomes, it's all spread out pretty organically, and you have nice variations at the macro level, at the micro level as well. I mean, this looks like a fun map to play on, right? Like with the height differences and all. All right, networking, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Networking isn't difficult at all. You just I don't use any networking library. It's just raw sockets all the way. I bit bang from the server to the client, and I bit bang from the client to the server. I just do raw send calls. Nothing is buffered in a complicated way. I know what I want to send. I know the format that it will be in. There's different endiannesses for all of these CPUs and platforms. So I convert everything to like network byte order, convert it back to host order, and no problem. It's not networking. I do use a lib event, so you might know lib event. I use that on the server side to be able to quickly compile on different BSDs and on Linux and on macOS, while still using event-driven logic without polling, for instance, or using Sonic. So I do use lib event to abstract the connection. The event-driven properties of the connections, but other than that, it's raw socket calls left and right. It's not magic, but it's easy. Like I can understand this. I know which bytes are going where. Packets are using a specific protocol. It's harder than doing like XML stuff or serializing using message queues or whatever, like Captain Proto or 0MQ or whatever you want to use. It's a little bit more involved than that maybe, but the end result is every single bit that is sent over the wire is optimized, is only used when necessary, and you actually know what's going on. So, networking, easy. Backend state management, easy. There we go. Backend state management, that's the easiest part of my life. Easiest part of my life. All of this, the entire world, all of the actions is eventually stored in a database, a proper SQL database. Don't believe the hype. I know you're going to say like, this is perfect for MongoDB, or this is perfect for NoSQL, SQL, and you need this and you need that. No, I'm old school, even though I might appear a little bit younger school than you might think. I was raised old school. This is just a SQL database, binary trees, a few indexes like on the backend. Backend state management, easy peasy. So you need to come up with some more themes to be able to find something that is difficult. When will you end the stream? When I feel like it. Right now I'm having a blast, so I'm not stopping anytime soon. And as long as you want this is a Robbie Williams album. As long as you want this, I'll be here. Right, so the Steam release notes, yeah, they cover all of the changes that have been added to the game. So Age Max, I kind of answered your question, but you need to come up with more topics. You need to come up with more topics. You haven't touched anything on anything that's difficult, at least in my experience. Funny story, I had to swap my mother-in-law to Linux this week because the new macOS is useless on all devices. Don't get me started. I always say on the stream when people say like, you need to do this, do that, do it. I say I'm not a dog. But when Apple does it, I need to comply, of course. And I haven't drunk any water this stream. This is not good. Everyone watching, drink some water. Not coffee, not beer. Drink some water or milk. Something that has got water in there. You need to hydrate a little bit. This is important. Like staying in shape, this is part of staying in shape. Anyway, so HMax come up with some new topics that I can address. Because right now this was all easy stuff. Up to a certain extent, of course. One major trap that you can fall into is thinking something is easy because you're good at it or you've got the chops to pull it off. It's not... I understand that for many developers who are not versed in most of these techniques or in this area of expertise, it's a bit more difficult to come up with a binary protocol for your game. Also, game uses TCP/IP. How many of you thought this would use TCP/IP? Most games use UDP, which is stateless, but I figured that Angeldust eventually wants a consistent state. So if I were to use UDP, I would have to build layers and layers of logic up on top of UDP to be able to make sure everything would eventually arrive at the client or at the server. So just use TCP. Disable nagling so you don't have any buffer that gets cached and only send out every second or so. Just use TCP/IP, disable buffering, bam, just send out raw TCP, no problem. Which is another trick, pragmatic solution. I mean, did you see any lag? Did you see any delay between my actions and that? Still streaming? Yes, everyone's still streaming. So, what were we talking about? This something happens when I'm talking about a lot of things. Pragmatic solutions, macOS. Oh yeah, latest macOS. Hey, see you later, cool guy. Bon appetit. Enjoy your meal. Apple makes me jump through a lot of hoops, and I gladly oblige, or at least partly. So Catalina, macOS 10.15 now comes with new gatekeeper features, and you need to notarize your software to be able to run it and not get security warnings. And I do all of that, but to be honest, I develop on an older MacBook Pro. I have an older version of macOS on there. It works to my liking. I'm old school like this. I buy hardware, I use it like it came from the box. I know it works, I can depend on it. Use old Xcode, use old macOS, use all kinds of old stuff. I cannot notarize from my machine. I cannot submit from my machine. I cannot build binaries from my machine. It's all just... but good. But no problem. I jumped through these hoops. I've got ways of getting this all working, so no problem. Squirrel is the one true pronunciation of SQL. SQL. I just call it SQL. I've been raised to call it SQL, but I don't like SQL, so I just call it SQL. In Dutch I say SQL, so that's all. Beer is 95% water. Yeah, great. I've just arrived, so forgive me if this has been asked. Any plan to add narrative or a story? Good question. Hasn't been asked, Tudor. Watson? Microsoft digitally signed. Yes, I've got DigiCert Authenticode. Yeah, oh, Authenticode signing with EV certificates. And oh, don't get me started. But it's all digitally signed. It's all good. Even the installer. SHA-1, SHA-265, 256, sorry. SHA-1, SHA-2. It's signed for Windows XP. It's signed for Windows 7, 8, 10. It's all... Any plan to add a story? There is a kind of backstory on the website. So the story in short, and I can show you two pictures that Spaces Green sent me yesterday for the Steam release. There was this universe, and there were two angels called Violet and Crimson. And Violet was kind of the angel of creation, and she's used to making beautiful planets like the one we're playing on right now. And Crimson's role was like be the angel of destruction. He had a big hammer, and his task, his job was to smash that hammer at those planets when their time had come. This is literally the backstory as written on the website. But one day Violet, the angel of creation, she created such a beautiful planet that Crimson was just not able to destroy the planet. He saw it, and he was like driven to tears. He was like, wow, this is such a beautiful planet, this is a work of art, I cannot destroy this, even though I am like bound to my task of destroying this planet. And then the line is like, in his confusion, Crimson tried to swing at the planet, but he failed, and he hit Violet and he hit himself. And like both of these angels, they shattered to dust, which is called Angeldust, which is why the game is called Angeldust. And that dust gradually dwindled towards the planet, and it infused some of the areas in the game, like where we are walking right now. These red crystals, they are kind of the remnants of that Angel Crimson, and the entire world areas have been infused with this magical power, this violet power and this crimson power, this red power, like ultraviolet, infrared power, whatever you might call it. And now it's up to you as a player to discover this world and use these powers for good or bad, whatever suits your fancy. It's not really like the story is not really apparent in the game, but there's a lot of design language, subtle clues, subtle hints that you can kind of deduce of like what these angels were like, what their personality is like, and what might eventually happen to the world. And there's also hints at like more interaction between these angels. So it's very subtle. It's very hard to make a MMORPG with lots of content and story and narrative as a solo developer. So that it's kind of a part lore. It is there. You need to look for it, and you need to actively use your brains to figure it out. Some things might be very subtle, but there's hints left and right, like you can do this, you can do that, or maybe it was like this, maybe it was like that. Names of the creatures as well. Do I have plans to add story-wise? Yeah, probably. There's also like a big next chapter that I wanted to make, which adds lots of new like areas or IDs to the world, but it kind of depends on the success. Do mobs hit back? Some of them do, yeah, but this cat, for instance, is not interested in me right now. It's just chasing that horse. So yeah, we've got Kaksois Pishdede. Sorry if I'm not pronouncing your name correctly, sir. It's a little bit of a name I'm not used to seeing or pronouncing. So the mobs do hit back. Some of them hit hard even. They will even throw you into the air or make you or stun lock you. So you better be on the lookout. So anyway, yep. That was the narrative in the story. Tanko reactions. Random question: is the backend written in Go? No, it isn't. Everything is C++. Most of the like real-time code that we're using, that I'm using, is C++. Also, my horse is gone. My horse is somewhere out there. It's missing me immensely. If I were to sign out and sign in, I would get a new horse, which looks a lot like the earlier horse that I had. Not gonna happen. Sorry. But so, the backend is also written in C++, which. To be honest, felt a little bit naked, for lack of a better word. When I launched the very first public version of Angeldust, it felt a little bit naked. I felt very vulnerable because, like, make one mistake in the memory management in C++ and you're toast, or you will get some very weird things happening, and players might be able to execute arbitrary code on your machine. So the very first time that I plugged my own C++ socket server, because of course the game uses TCP/IP sockets which listen on a port. Very first time that I did it, I was like, ooh, this is like, it feels like in a testing environment, no problem. We tested this in a very nice group of friends and relatives that I had, so about 20 to 30 players. We tested this on Wi-Fi even, on a server in a local setting, and we did lots of tests for balance and for like load balancing and code stability. First time getting this on the internet and knowing all of the things that can go wrong, because I've got a bit of experience in this field. I was like, ooh, this feels unprotected and naked. But the network simulator already buffer overrun. Now you have a root shell indeed. Luckily, everything is layered, security is layered, so if you were to be able to execute arbitrary code, you would be running under a very limited user account without access to many things that the game has access or needs access to. So, but the very first time running a socket server, TCP server, just like this, I was like, ooh, I hope this goes well. But it went well, and I'm really convinced that if you send a single wrong bit to the server, you're disconnected immediately. I'm pretty sure there are no buffer overruns, there are no memory management problems after all these hours that we've been playing with thousands and thousands, hundreds of thousands of players. It's a solid product. Period. There we go. Still streaming, yes. Need help from the chat. What would you have struggled with? Yeah. Come up with ideas of areas that I would have struggled with. So my most stressful days were the days that something changed under my feet, that I wasn't able to control. App Store rules, technological changes. Sometimes I even had hardware stop working. That's very frustrating. So basically outside of your control. Remember the 24-hour stream I said yesterday? It's over now. Yeah, but we're still going on, Ruan. Give the immutable world slice-based engine any difficulty in resolution between concurrently processing AR physics? A little bit, so I will phrase this a little bit more clearly. Given the immutable world slice-based engine, so we've got immutable state on one side, you process that into another immutable state, so from the read state to the write state, back from the write state, which is now the read state, back to the old read state, which is now the write state, so it's like ping pong between 1, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0. It's like Bender from Futurama, 1, 1, 0, 1. So does it give any difficulties in resolution between concurrently processing AI or physics? No, so since you know what the game world looked like, you have this entire immutable read state. You already know when you're processing anything. The pet is chasing a horse. Oh, you already know everything you can base your decisions off. Because this game is not sub-millisecond precision, and you don't really need to be like sub-pixel accurate in your aiming, and because players probably will not be placing the exact same block at the exact same time or removing at the exact same time. These kind of like temporal aliasing problems that you can get, which I acknowledge are there, but they are solved like using mutexes when this problem would occur. But these problems are very minimal, and you don't have to work around anything because it's everything is pretty coarse temporarily. That's the word. Sorry. So everything is pretty coarse already. So it's not like you're going to notice a lot of these things if they go wrong. You're just like, hey, that's weird. I placed the block, you placed the block. My block got precedence, so my block got placed. Yours didn't. So that's the most that you're going to get. It's not like you're in an MLG tournament with the top Counter-Strike players and a frag doesn't count, for instance, or a shot doesn't register. It's this is all very mild. Because that's another thing. Because I am targeting. You said you process 250k people on one server. How many stats approximately affecting combat do you have that need to be processed every hit? I am sorry to say that I don't really understand the question. Like, how many stats do you have to process? The items and kind of the combat in the game is pretty simple in the fact that you deal damage, which is just damage points. There's a few different effects that damage can have, like poisoning, which will slow down entities. There's a tar effect that these tar balls, these black balls that are shot at me, tar will freeze you in place. But other than that, there's not a lot of armor calculations or like D&D kind of calculations going on. It's mostly like you have got hit points, you get this many points in damage, just subtract them and see if you're still alive. Also, you cannot die in the game, which is a fun solution to the problem of players dying. You are exhausted, and once you're exhausted, hey Annie, see you later. See ya, Annie. Once you're exhausted, you slowly regain your health. You do need to pay back 100 coins though, because Violet will recharge you. The Angel Violet, or what's left of her, will recharge you, but it will cost you money, like a real life hospital. So. Kind of the calculations are pretty simple that are going on in the back. So if you have 250,000 players at the same time, I've simulated that using the simulator, of course, on a very large 64-core machine. Yeah, it's peanuts in the grand scheme of things. The physics take up most of the time, so checking if entities are in the ground, on the ground, below the ground. I see, thanks. I assume you also don't have a lot of AoE effects. Pretty much all effects are AoE, sorry, area of effect. Pretty much all of the effects. This bow, I'm going to give you a hint here. This is Venom Wash, named after the Firefly character. Like he's Washburn, I think he's called. Wash. I'm a leaf on the wind. Anyway, that dude. This has got AoE splash damage. This bow doesn't, but some of the swords do have splash damage, and like AoE effects, most of the sorcerer spells that you see, these projectiles flying around, this is the healing spell, AoE, the Havoc Storm, the damaging spell, this red one, that's AoE, so it's a mix of things. The builder, I'm not sure if you've got any builders with us today. The builder hero, it's the dude with the hat. He can build devices, turrets, dispensers, all kinds of cool devices, springs, even. Bombs that you can detonate using a detonator or an impact. So he builds devices which are kind of AoE as well, in a way. More questions. Thanks. Do you have a maximum number of players on screen at an area at once? I love positive collaborative tasks. Would be cool to have some of that. I said before that in the network traffic the server will limit the number of players that are synchronized to each client because there's only so much data that you want to send out to all of these players. Oh yeah, so damage, aiming, area of effects, area of effect, spells. Most of these things. Here we've got a builder. There we go. GMOB helpfully showing off the turrets. So these are semi-intelligent things that will shoot arrows, like the same arrows that I'm shooting, at things nearby. So that's kind of the definition of the logic of the intelligence of these turrets. There you go. So anyway, let's shoot a few more intelligently directed arrows at this dragon. But most of the mechanics in the game are tailored to high latency, low bandwidth connections. So talking about 2G or edge networks, you want to be able to have a player play on iPhone over an edge 2G connection, which is very old apparently, with a little bit of latency, and still offer a fun game experience. And on the other end, you've got someone like me with a 6-core Ryzen or 12 virtual cores, a 6-core Ryzen machine with a beefy GPU, playing with keyboard and mouse, sub-pixel accuracy in their shots, like 1000 DPI mouse tracking and 1000 hertz thingamajigs. So you kind of have to cater to the low end of the spectrum here, so to make the gameplay suitable for everyone on any device. How can I get a dragon? Hey, there's one over there. So anyway, there's no limit on the amount of sprites that will be rendered on your screen, so if a lot of players are around, you will see a lot of players. In the 3D visual style, it will take a little bit more processing power than in 2D visual style, of course. Also, a fun thing to note, about 2 or 3 updates ago, which is pretty recent in the game's development, I optimized sprite rendering so that all of the... as you can see, these sprites have multiple colors and they are sometimes recolored, and there's all kinds of effects going on. As a hero, you can even change all of the parts, all of the colors of the parts of your outfit, which is pretty old school, but it looks pretty good because everyone's got their unique look, even though they've got the same base model. But anyway, I optimized the rendering of this so as to reduce the overdraw. And ever since that update, sprites are drawn more efficiently and you can have even more of them on screen. So, there you go. Firefly, I tell you this, experienced script writer, you want to throw the current lore in the garbage and write a new one. Thanks for the offer, Alex. Once the lore becomes the bottleneck for getting new players, I will definitely get a lore writer. The current lore feels more like that moment with Magneto and a wooden pistol. Oh, I'm not aware of this wooden pistol moment. Hey, but you're burning my work here, Alex. The backstory is my work of art. I even narrated some versions of it. So. How many active users do you have per month right now, and what percent use mobile to play versus desktop? That's a good question, and I know these kind of numbers, and like MUAs and PUAs and PPCs and all of those things are very popular on Hacker News. To be honest, I have no idea. I really have never looked into this. I stream every week, so we kind of get the active part of the community together every week, on Saturday mostly at 1700 hours UTC. Yeah, this is my standard fare for saying on the live stream. I get the active part of the community, and like the numbers don't even matter. I know that there's a Call of Duty game called Black Ops in which you've got this dude, he's called Mason, and he's like the main man of the story. And they say like, the numbers, Mason, what do they mean? And in my opinion, they mean absolutely nothing. I do think that we get a lot of players coming in from the Google Play Store playing on Android, and they often come on the live stream saying like, hey, where's the 3D version for Android? And I have to point them towards itch.io to get the 3D version for Android. Other than that, we've got players playing on Linux, Windows, on the Mac OS even. I used to play on Mac OS as well while streaming, but then I took an arrow to the knee. So it's like the numbers don't matter. Eventually, it's like, are you happy with the state of your product, and are you doing like well enough according to your expectations? Yeah, numbers are important. On my YouTube channel, you will not even be able to see the subscriber count because I don't think that is important. I try to hide all of the numbers. Hey, Ripop, thanks for joining us. And hopefully some old-timers of the stream can testify that I'm not a big fan of numbers. So. I think the experience, and this is, I know I sound like how come it's all 3D models? The trailer, it shows 3D, oh it's 2D models. Chungagadden. Boom, check this out. How many games do you know of that can pull off this trick that you're about to see? So we're all 2D dudes. This is the Paper Mario 64 inspired style, the cartoon visual style it's called in the game. At the startup of the game you can actually choose, and you can go to the options menu like live right here. Go to the options menu, visual style, switch it to 3D. No loading screens, no exiting the app, no desktop shenanigans, no installing Windows System 32. And now everything is 3D, so anyone is able to choose the style that they want to play in at any time. So some of these players might be playing in the 2D visual style. There's also a mix, let me show you. The hand-painted style. It's like the remastered Halo games. Oh, okay, I'm not sure if I know those. This is a combination, so you get the hand-painted texture style, like the hand-painted textures with more of a painted look, and the 2D dudes. So that's pretty cool. And there's also and this is something that many of you might recognize, an old-fashioned style. You get the 2D dudes and you get pixelized nearest neighbor filtering textures. There we go. So some of you might like this. Some say this looks cute. I say this painting of a horse was done by me. I say you don't really recognize the painting anymore. But we're going back to the cartoon style for a moment here. Paperweight says, WTF, wow, what? Did I do something wrong? Now, just talking about the question regarding numbers. Okay, society is a popularity contest, sadly. Yeah, but you're free to make your own society. I'm not condoning anything like the Joker does in a Batman movie I once saw. I don't even know the lore behind Joker or anything. But it's, you know, the world and your life is what you make of it. Like right now, would you consider me popular? Because I am not popular, I can assure you that. And the fact that we've got some people, some viewers, visitors coming in from Hacker News is fun. Does that make me better as a person? Will I be a completely different person when I wake up tomorrow morning? No, absolutely not. Unless John Carmack sends me an email like, hey bro, it's not cool that you name drop me all the time. But other than that, it's what you make of it. Oh, mind blown, the sudden 3D, yeah. This game, like I said, everything is lazily loaded. So if you want to change texture detail, texture resolution, we're at Ultra right now. Ultra, which is better than high. But you can just like instantly click down to minimal like this, and everything is kind of like blocky and pixely, and everything doesn't look quite as sharp. But there are some devices that you need to use this on. You can also go to the, like, let's go back to Ultra, because I like Ultra. View distance, same thing. Like right now we can look pretty far ahead, but if I turn this all the way down to minimal, you see the landscape just collapse into itself. And on a low-end device you might need to play like this, and if you migrate between chunks like this, you will just see the landscape fade in. And you can actually see the speed at which the landscape is calculated and rendered live right here. So if I go back to immense, you will just see the landscape roll out. Oh, building distance is not what I want, view distance. You will just see it roll out, there we go. Wow, there we go. Yeah, you should see the 4.0 series, that's even more amazing. There's some very cool graphical effects in there. You can even have the sun like dynamically move around the entire sky. Everything will be updated instantly. The shadows will move. It's a great piece of engineering. Because that's what I do. That's I engineer stuff. Right, let's keep on going to the east, this way. Chungageddon is sharing this piece of information on Steam. The original game, now called BAS. I'm not sure if I can name this title, it's not my copyright. A voxel-based engine, and you launched the client using custom URIs from the server list on the site. Yes, that is a good point. I was considering using custom URIs for in-game interactions, like adding friends and sending private messages, or even starting the game at a certain specific point or at someone's house right from the game. I decided against it. It's a security nightmare. You need to like have entitlements on macOS and on iOS to be able to do this. You need to add intents on Android. Development-wise, it's a nightmare. At least that was my experience. So what you now do is you just click the icon and the game loads up in 1 second. I can show you on stream, but I don't want to stop streaming like Freddie Mercury said, like don't stop me now. Jonathan says, awesome work, best of luck with the launch. Thank you very much. The actual launch, the Gabe N button, the Steam button, this one. That was actually yesterday. But it's really great to see this amount of enthusiasm from the Hacker News crowd. So, Jonathan CP, if you want to ask any questions or talk about the product or share your experience maybe with making a game, let me know. If you want to like talk about this in the future, that's pretty cool. Like everyone watching, just subscribe to the channel. I know it sounds a lot like marketing talk and like, oh, this dude, but seriously, I've been streaming every week for about 3 or 4 years now. I did 270 live streams. There's nothing that I enjoy more than talking about this product. This is my life, this is my passion, this is me, in a way. So feel free, there's technical questions that you can ask, like anything you can imagine. Maybe we can even do a source walkthrough sometimes, which is a little bit iffy because of course the code is still copyrighted. I might want to open source parts of it in the future though, so... But like subscribe to not miss this in the future, or if you would just want to come back, hang out. You can also get the game for free on the Google Play. There's a 10% launch discount on Steam right now, so... and I think for a few euros and a few dollars you just get a pretty fun game. If you enjoy building stuff, and if you enjoy like unique visuals like this 2D visual style, Paper Mario inspired, or if you like the serious 3D look and still want to play an MMO, for instance with your kids or maybe your nieces or your nephews, just get it and then let's just go, let's go. Did you build this game by yourself? Yes, this is entirely my creation. It's a solo development product. It's entirely self-made, single-made. How long have you spent on it so far? A few years. How did you fund development? You don't have to pay yourself a salary. At least if you structure it well, you don't have to pay yourself a salary. And if you have a bit of cash reserves that you like gathered by working other jobs beforehand, you can do this for quite a lot of time. Also, I'm in the fortunate position that I'm just able to do this. It's not because I'm rich, but it's because you make sacrifices on one front to be able to do things on another front. So it's kind of a balancing act, but you are... yeah, I save money by only drinking water, that's it. Only tap water. I would love a source walkthrough or even development streams a bit like Jonathan's. Sure. This is kind of the development stream, so we oftentimes with players we discuss features here. Joguinho muito bom, Magno Azevedo, obrigado. Now falo português. Bem-vindo, Angeldust. I try my best to speak 8 different languages or even more on this stream, but I can't accommodate all of them. Very thing. How do you host this live stream? I just sit on a chair. I've got a green screen behind me, and I just talk about my game. How do I host the game? It's running currently on a dedicated server, and I just install my server software there, and the game does the rest. Cool guy, geen idee wanneer de stream stopt. This is Dutch. Isn't that weird? I would love a... Okay, so source walkthrough, game development stream. You can wake me up any time of the day and we can talk about this. It's an experience I haven't had too much in my life, being able to talk about the technical details of this game with people equally knowledgeable, or even... how do you get mounts? Buy saddle from shop. Then use E key or the saddle button. Yeah, buy a saddle. It's 12,000 coins. You need beaucoup cash to get this. So anyway, any stream can be a development-oriented stream. It's really fun. I didn't plan any of this. I was like, okay, we released on Steam yesterday. Might be a good moment to put this up on Hacker News. Maybe some people are interested. So far, the response has been overwhelming. You seem like a shy lot. Most players that visit me, or like Android kids that visit the stream, they start talking immediately, and I can understand that that's maybe not the style of communication that you're used to. But I hope that I come across as a very open, transparent, and hopefully a little bit friendly person. That you can just ask anything. There's like no topic that that is out of bounds. There will be questions that I will probably not answer if it comes to it. But other than that, about the game, give me your best. Is your handle a riff on Frank Superfly, Lucas? No, no. For this game specifically, because Firefly hasn't been a nickname for me before this project, I was thinking, okay, like Frank Lucas, what's a good alliteration here? Firefly sounds good. It's a creature that's in the game, so at nighttime you will see all of these fireflies come out of the wood, and they light up the sky, which is a pretty sight. And I'm pretty too, at times, on the inside. But it's pretty cool. So Firefly was a cool nickname. I also love the Firefly series that Fox, I think, had, or HBO. I really love the adventures of that crew of like cowboys in space. I like the movie was something different altogether. It was okayish. It wasn't really Firefly lore that I appreciated, but it was good. Were you a game web developer or programmer before you started this project? Oh boy, that's a good question. I've been everything in my life, kind of. I started out as a programmer. Started out as a programmer at a pretty small local IT company that did telephony integration, so call center software, call center integrations. I learned a lot of Solaris, BSD, Unix. Is each chunk combined into a single mesh? No, there's different meshes with for different textures. So, good question. Let me first. Adam Wood says impressive. Adam Wood, you are impressive. Thank you for joining me on the stream. Again, hit that subscribe button. I know it sounds like YouTube marketing talk. It isn't. I really enjoy talking about the technical details of this game. So please subscribe so you hopefully get a notification or a reminder in the future. I usually stream every Saturday at 1700 hours UTC, which is kind of like a few hours earlier compared to now. But please, this is what I enjoy doing. This is what I know and love. If I can't play the game, I at least want to talk about it. So that's pretty cool. So anyway, I was a programmer, system architect, a like customer trainer. I did photography, web design, graphics design, like desktop publishing, all-around creative genius kind of. Before this, and after that I did a few jobs that I will not talk about because that might hurt some future employment options. It was all legal, so it's not it's not that, but it was kind of a different sort of job and a different kind of setting. So not for a company, but let's call it a different kind of work. But I noticed that my heart wasn't in that work as much as in the creative outlet that I found in my game, so I really wanted to focus on this. So is each chunk combined into a single mesh? No, it isn't. There's different kinds of properties for all of these things that you see. Of course, most of the geometry, most of the static geometry gets meshed into a single mesh, literally, which gets pushed to the GPU buffer there for like faster performance. Also, it's raining in the game. It's foggy right now, so even though we have immense view distance, you can't see too far ahead. But there's moving stuff, as you can see. So let me use the goggles to hide the user interface a little bit. So this grass is waving in the wind, and this overgrown stuff, like this piece of weed, I shall call it mini weed. So this is waving in the wind. Like this is running, this is meshed into a different buffer, which gets shaded, like vertex shaded. In this engine, because it only supports like old versions of OpenGL on all of the platforms, it actually pushes this mesh through the CPU. It vertex shades parts of this on the CPU. It buffers other stuff on the GPU. So that's happening. But it's actually vertex shaded on the CPU first, and then the result is pushed to the GPU. Same holds, for instance, for these trees. As you can see, these leaves, they are just gently flapping in the wind, which is another like mesh, another buffered mesh altogether, which gets rendered by a different vertex shader as well. And you'll find different materials, different elements in the world that might sometimes be in different chunks, or like different meshes within a chunk. And then we just push all of the same, like identical mesh properties, all of the meshes with the same properties. We push all of those for all of the chunks to the GPU and to the CPU. So like, oh, render this. So you don't have to switch textures during rendering. You don't have to switch material properties or anything. Just bam, you just load up the vertex shader in the CPU cache and just bam, fire a million vertices at it. So there you go. How did you stay motivated through such a long development cycle? Sorry for the question spam. No. It's this is what I live for. This is quite honestly, yesterday we had the Steam launch, which was impressive. We had a lot of people show up, and we had a lot of like people share that amazing moment with the Gabe and provided button, which I made myself. But this is the moment that I looked out for the most, like being able to dive into the technical properties, get involved with other developers, software developers, game developers maybe even, and just talk about what I've been working on for years. Because it's one thing talking about the end result from a gameplay perspective, but it's another thing altogether being able to finally share some of the secrets, some of the details, some of the nooks and crannies of the source code, and just be able to talk about this. So that's why I was asking every one of you, please subscribe. And it's not because of a commercial interest, it's because of a very personal interest, and you make me come alive. So if you ask me like, how did you stay motivated? It's moments like this. And the prospect of moments like this, and just being able to have this knowledge, this experience, this like you're working on your childhood dream. I'm not sure if you were around while explaining that. I used to program when I was 4, 5, 6 years old on a P2000 Philips home computer. And there's a small Easter egg in the game. It's this display block. You can hang this up. This kind of looks like the CRT screen on that Philips home computer that I started programming on when I was a wee kid. And I had this childhood dream of making a fun game where you can build structures. I was thinking about the schoolyard that I was playing on, rebuilding it using 3D blocks, and then being able to play with friends in that world. And this is better, professional, more professional, and even more polished than I could ever imagine. But this is what I wanted to make, this is what I made, and that's what has driven me. I said no to a good opportunity for employment, for contract work, to be able to do this, and it's been worth, it's been worth choosing my game every single time. I wouldn't be here without this game, probably. I wouldn't be myself. I wouldn't be this person that you're talking to or talking with or typing to without doing this. And I hope this will make me someone like different for the future as well. So no matter the commercial success or like the financial success of the game, never mind that. I will always carry this with me as a great example of what I'm able to do when I'm properly motivated. So kind of find the thing that you love doing and do the most of it. That's my life advice in 2 sentences, and it's a little bit corny maybe. It might sound like a one-liner even though it's 2 lines, or you use an Oxford comma here. But it's like find what you love and do as much of it as possible. Of course, you need to be able to do it. I'm not advocating like quit your job and tomorrow start doing something that you want to do as a kid. But if you can do this like prudently and financially in a secure situation or in a secure environment, go for it. I will get to your question, Christian, in a few moments, and I will catch up with YouTube. Calabas says, neat, I've been interested in how optimizations are done. I was into a different game modding for a little bit. Alright, yeah. That brings up a good point. There's this U2 song, I think it's called Cedars of Lebanon. It's the closing track on their album No Line on the Horizon. This is going to be a very niche reference. But in that song is a quote which goes something like, choose your enemies carefully and don't tear up, because that's going to happen here. Right, so there's a line in that song that says, choose your enemies carefully, because in the end they will define you. Right, so it's amazing how responsive you are and how emotional you can get at times. Yeah, sorry, but this touches on the core of my life right now. So it's not per se an enemy, but it is like something that I saw happening with other games, and I was like, okay, so want to make something that changes the world, want to make something that makes an impact, want to show everyone how it's done. Well, then take on the $2.5 billion giant that just like arrived on the scene, and like give it your best shot on your own. That's what I did. It's not like the David versus Goliath or anything, but that's what it felt like. There was, I won't say it's competition, because the entire design philosophy behind the products is entirely different. But I do see like one of the bigger products out there as a competitor to this game, even though they are completely different. So anyway, choose your enemies wisely, carefully, because in the end they will define you. Going back to YouTube, hopefully someone is still watching there, even though I was a little bit out of balance there. No, it was not out of balance. Right. So, what videos can we watch for the 4.x stuff? That's a good question. Kuken, are you still around? Kuken. Tell me how to pronounce your name. There's a link. I can. Yeah, that's entirely true. Calabas says, yeah, and that game ripped off another game as well. Yeah, that's entirely true. And honestly, I haven't played that other game. I haven't played that other game like for any extensive period of time. But what I did see of it, what I did try of it, I was like, come on, this is amateur hour. Sorry for this. I'm pretty sure you're a very good person, Marcus. But I was like, no, this is not. You had very much of commercial success, and I applaud you for that. That's good. But I thought technically we can do better, and that's why this game is here today, and that's why I'm talking about technical details with you all. Kuken, there's on the forums, on the Angeldust forums, if you go to playangeldust.com or the actual URL that you might see when you go there, if you go to the forums, there is a thread where I posted a few links on the 4.0 thing, I think. Otherwise, you want to look at some of the recent live streams. Maybe Obi can help us out here, or maybe Alex Makarov. I'm not sure if you're around. Can you find and link a YouTube moment where we show 4.0? Yeah, maybe that's true. Maybe, but maybe that's the power, like having no idea. Obi, can you try to find a link or a stream or a timestamp on a YouTube video where I showed off some of the 4.0 stuff? It's probably 3 or 4 streams ago. Maybe I linked it on the forums. I'm not sure. I cannot remember. But Kuken, C-U-K-E-N on YouTube asks like, where can we see this? I had wanted to prepare a demo of the 4.0 version, the new engine with the new effects, because I thought like, hey, if people start watching this and if people actually swing around, I want to show it, but unfortunately I didn't, so much for preparation. Oh, you already linked it above in chat. Okay, so Kuken, oh, there we go, yeah, the 4.x series 254, happy birthday, time 3 hours 34 minutes. So you can turn that into a YouTube link. But sometimes, and that is the same with Angeldust, I read a book once. No, that's not true. In my lifetime I read a few books. But I read a book once that said like the players, the users define the product. So if users take your product and push it in a direction that you hadn't anticipated, go with it. That will make the market, that will show you where the money is, that will show you where the product needs to go. And I think that the other game did that pretty well. Like it gained traction with people, they started playing it, they started pushing it in a certain direction. And that's entirely cool. That's what you need to do. Angeldust is different than my original vision, but it's better in every way because of it. Don't be afraid to take your precious little flower and throw it into the world, let it get stomped on, like bam, the flower is gone, but in its place is now a beautiful tree, or in its place is now a beautiful game controller. I'm not sure, but just let the market, let the world take your product and let them make it what it needs to be. And maybe that holds for us as persons as well. Throw yourself out there, be vulnerable like this, answer questions, and maybe you will become what you were destined to be. Which is a line that I wrote for the trailer, which never made it. So, become the hero that you were destined to be. It sounds like you're a John Carmack fan. Have you read the Wolf 3D Doom Black books? No, sorry. No, again. John Carmack is very knowledgeable. He's a very good engineer, and he's probably one of the most talented and gifted software engineers that our planet is graced with. On the other hand, like I said, I like doing things my way. Like until I have a problem that needs to be fixing and that I can't fix, I probably will try my best to fix it myself, because I try to come up with the most efficient solution and the best solutions in my case. It's kind of like life in general. This is starting to sound like a yoga or kind of some Zen meditation channel here, but in real life as well. Other people's advice is great and is good, but if I had followed other people's advice, I wouldn't have made this game and I wouldn't be the person I am today, which is of course a blanket statement, because if you did anything in your life differently, you wouldn't be the same person, the exact same person at the molecular level. But but it shaped me. It gave me a lot of confidence being able to just solve all of the problems that I encountered making this, and it made me grow as a person. So, right. I've got the gaming world needs some variety and innovation. Entirely true. To be honest, sometimes players look at this product, look at Angeldust, and they don't look like very deeply into it. It's yeah, I know it. It's by the Fabian Sanglard dude. He also did some analysis on the GTA engine, I think, like a buffer by buffer analysis of what the rendering stages look like in GTA. I know it. I know some of the tricks in there. For instance, the Wolfenstein screen fade, where he just uses a random number generator to get pixel offsets, which eventually cover the entire screen without too much like overdraw, or zero overdraw even. How have you been, Firefly? Good, Stan. Thanks for asking. So some people see this and they say like, hey, this looks like that other game that we will not mention here, because I want to prevent that association as much as possible. And I say like, okay, yeah, you look like all of the other visitors that are visiting the stream. So no, but it's I hope you can see a definite or like a completely different design philosophy and technical implementation and gameplay even. So I think the product stands on its own, and you shouldn't really compare it to other even popular titles. I'm loving the self-help motivational stream. If what you are saying is all true, can't do anything but admire you. Stefano Boschetto, parlo italiano? I'm not sure. Buongiorno. Arrivederci. I need to do this if it's Italian. Sorry if this offends you, but it's Italian. My stereotypical. I am a Mario. I am a stereotype. That's kind of like sorry. But Stefano Boschetto, thank you very much. Thank you so much. I can assure you that all of it was true. I am not one for lying, or I'm not one for like sugarcoating things when things shouldn't be sugarcoated. I made this game on my own. You can ask me anything about it, and I will be able to tell you all of the details down to the CPU level or the GPU level. So I hope there's no doubt about my technical competence or my technical ability to make a product like this. In the end, it's turtles all the way down, so you don't have to be that knowledgeable. You just piece together your knowledge and you just wing it as you go. And the motivational advice, yeah. Something to, of course, remember is I was like very what's the word in English? So you might have already noticed that I'm not from America. I'm not from England. I'm from the Netherlands. So I try my best to speak English, and I try to phrase my thoughts as carefully as possible in English. It's a little bit difficult, but after 270 streams, I'm kind of getting the hang of this, combining it with a more natural presentational style. So. But anyway, yeah, so most of this is true, but I was in the, what's the word? Come on, I was in the, like having an advantage over someone else. I was in the advantageous, let's use advantageous, which is a word. I was in the advantageous position of being born in the Netherlands, which is kind of a rich country. My parents, they weren't like very rich, but they did well. They both worked, and my mother was eventually a stay-at-home mom. So I was able to get a lot of attention. I was able to like focus on the things that I loved, and I didn't have to worry about my food or shelter or anything. So I was in a pretty advantageous position, and a pretty yeah, there's a better word, but I can't really find it at this moment. So yeah. Being able to like work on this and be able to develop like this is also it's not something that's available to everyone. So I try to make the most of my background and of my abilities, and yeah, that's it. So everything is true, and I already warned you. I didn't take all of the advice that people gave me, and I will advise you to not take all of the advice that I'm giving you. Just listen to me. Maybe in your life you will encounter moments where you think like, hey, Firefly, that Dutch dude from that stream said something like this about this moment or this kind of thing happening. Maybe you can like take it into consideration, but don't take my word as gospel truth. I'm not like the second coming of someone who's about to be born in a few days. Totally not. I'm just a dude from the Netherlands who made the game. Posted it on my website, just willy-nilly. I thought like, okay, I'm streaming tonight, let's post this, and hopefully people will enjoy what I'm doing, what I've been doing, and will hopefully enjoy the end result. And it's been a cool ride this evening. And Julian says, yo, ik ben Julian. Hey, that's great, Julian. I am going to, Julian, great. I'm really happy to see you here. I'm going to remove that message because hopefully no one saw it. I didn't say it. Julian, it was to prevent people doxing me. Doxing me is like, Julian, tof dat je erbij bent. Ik heb even jouw bericht weggehaald zodat mensen niet precies op de centimeter nauwkeurig weten waar ik woon of leef. Dus tof dat je erbij bent. Maar ik moest heel eventjes ingrijpen daar. Maar super cool. Anyway, a little bit of background. This Dutch person just entered YouTube. I'm going to speak Dutch for a moment, so please, I will be back. It's okay. Okay, so you also speak English, of course, or should I talk in Dutch? So, ik heb vanavond op mijn website, Hacker News heet het. Daar komen hackers of productontwikkelaars komen daar samen om soms te praten over hun projecten. Gisteren zijn we op Steam gelanceerd, de digitale winkel. En vandaag dacht ik van, ik plaats een berichtje op Hacker News. Misschien zijn er mensen geïnteresseerd in wat ik gemaakt heb, wat ik de afgelopen jaren heb ontwikkeld. En het is iets populairder geworden daar dan ik had geanticipeerd. Dus we hebben een hoop mensen die vanuit een technische achtergrond komen kijken, vragen komen stellen. Het is een beetje een chaotisch moment. English is fine. Sick game. Thank you very much. It's a sick game. Julian, it's weird having like this, my private life and like my professional life coming together like this. But yeah, so Julian is Julian. He already typed this. Julian is from the Cap Salon. Cap Salon means barbershop. So Julian is a dude who cut my hair about 3 or 4 weeks ago. And then one of his colleagues cut my hair last week. So there we go. So Chungageddon on Steam, you will look it up. Yeah, it was a trick with a random number generator. So in the era of 386 and 286 computers, when Wolfenstein first came out, you didn't have a lot of processing powers, and doing crossfades on a computer display, doing crossfades in your game, wasn't really technically possible. But what Carmack invented was using a random number generator for calculating pixel offsets, and then just... Oh, I'm exhausted. As you can see, you cannot die in the game, you are exhausted. But using these pixel offsets, like eventually all of the pixels in your screen would have faded to the new color. So for instance, red if you were to die. So because in Wolfenstein you can actually die. In Wolfenstein you don't get exhausted. But everyone, there's lots of players playing right now. Come on, teleport towards me. Teleport towards Firefly. Open up the iPod, the telecharger, and click Firefly right beneath your friends. I'm your friend by default. I will always be your friend. So, unless you remove me, of course. Colts Walker, get off your impling and please help us with this Nimbus. We're going to shoot this thing. So anyway, I will be drinking a little bit more water in a few moments. We should do a lottery so that some of these newer players who came in from Hacker News can get a chance at winning the lottery, getting a pet snack. Because everyone is here, I will probably stream tomorrow evening as well, because this has been too great. So please subscribe to YouTube or follow me on Twitch. You will get a notification once I'm streaming. You don't have to be there every time. I can understand that there's lots of things that you have to tend to, your own project, your work, family, friends, maybe hobbies, sports. So don't feel like obliged, don't feel pressured into visiting every time. Absolutely not. But if you've got the time and if you want to talk about game design, if you want to talk about Angeldust, or if you want to start playing with other players, making friends and just making memes along the way, just subscribe and I'll be here. Not sure if you forgot what? The lottery. To the right? To the bottom right? What? Christian Kortlang. Sprechen Sie Deutsch? Kortlang, that's sounds German, but maybe this is like the Björn Borg. Sounds Swedish. I thought you could also win money. No, that's with the real lottery. So.
Just need to reload and I'm ready to go.
Oh yeah, sorry Christian, I completely forgot about that. So shall we do the lottery? Time for a lottery. Time for a lottery. Let's draw a few winners. Because you all stuck around, you're going together. So get on YouTube, get on YouTube. YouTube. Get on YouTube, get on Twitch. Here we go. So lottery time. lottery time, get on YouTube or Twitch to win. So this is kind of the fourth wall breaking aspect of the game. We've got Jane Moon here. Jane Moon says, "Free Hong Kong." Okay, well, I'm glad that you're this spoken out on that topic. So thank you for your contribution, Jane Moon. LOL, lol. Alright, so lottery time. I'll be right back. Be right back. This is the fourth wall breaking event in the game. Yeah, it's the Hora de Loteria. There we go. Desktop mode, and we're going to minimize the game for a moment. And you can enjoy my beautiful wallpaper. So this is actually a building. This is the City of Heroes, and this is the harbor part, which was made by Spaces Green or Robotic. The City of Heroes, because they are called Heroes to Spare, so that's pretty apt. It's a beautiful build. By the way, if you like the game, and if you're like, if you want to support my work, you can of course buy the game, which is much appreciated. There is a donation option on the website. Let me show you interactively, by the way. There's a donation option on the website. If you sign in, it won't show up for me, by the way. But there's a donation option where you can send a huge amount of money. It's $33. I know it's a lot, but it's for everyone dedicated to the game and who wants to support the development. And you get access to more colors for your heroes. You get a cheese block, because we're Dutch, of course, so you get a cheese block, which you can use in the game. You can fly on Drakelings then, and you can... it's hard to believe this is the work of one man. It's actually an incredible feat. Jane Moon, you're welcome. We've been talking about this for a few hours now on YouTube, on Steam, and on Twitch. Yeah, it's you're from Hacker News. I already had this impression, so feel free to ask me your questions. We're going to do a lottery on the website right now, so that players can win a pet snack, so you can get a pet in the game. So I did all of this. I did the web design, I did the web backend, I did the database layout design optimization, the C++ server, the C++ client, all of the OpenGL code. A lot of the procedural, like the entire world generation is also my work. My programmer art, which a lot of people honestly loved, and I like it still myself too. The programmer art was eventually replaced by Spaces Green or Robotic, Heroes to Spare.com, who did a great job at creating this Paper Mario cartoon style, and Ming Doan Kwang, a Vietnamese dude with a team of graphics artists who did 3D models for the characters and the things. I did a lot of work on those on Blender as well, so I am a 3D modeler, I can do 3D modeling, I did all of the item models and texturing and so on and so forth. But it's some parts I didn't do, but those were the easy parts. But anyway, I already told this, subscribe to the channel if you want to continue this discussion or like catch up on how I'm doing or how the game is doing. So, Leyenda, hey Luis Felipe. Anyway, the lottery is very simple. We've got a lot of new players from Hacker News coming in. They are technical people. We are technical people, and they know how computers work. So, it's we're going to take a look. Right. It's difficult. I will post a quick update on Hacker News, by the way. Still streaming. Sorry. It's a crazy and crazily cool moment for me right now. I promise I'll be back with answers soon. Add comment. There we go. I'm not sure if this is etiquette on Hacker News, but I want to keep you updated. If you don't mind, can you explain how you implemented the immutable world? Yes, take your time. I've explained this 3 times, and every time that I explained it on the stream, my description got shorter and shorter until eventually it didn't contain any details at all. I will write at length about that on the Hacker News thing. You might be able to rewind the stream back to that moment. Tomorrow, or maybe on Twitch, you can already use some DVR functionality. Thank you. It's a good question, and it's been the most asked question, and I enjoy answering it because every time that I answer the question, it kind of like reminds me of John Carmack and his vision of that architecture. And I'm like, wouldn't it be cool if I got to talk to Carmack for a few minutes? That would be amazing. But anyway, I can understand if that's not going to happen. But maybe some of you have connections with Facebook or Iculus or whatever John is working at right now. And again, I'm not saying John in a derogatory manner, but that's his first name, and yeah, I feel like we're all people here. So anyway, lottery. Sign into the website. You need this code for today. 97508. I will post it. I will paste it on the YouTube like this. Boom, and on Twitch, and on Steam. I'm not signed into Steam right now, so or am I? Or am I? Maybe you can also paste it on Steam. Give me a moment. I think I am signed into Steam. There you go. Hey, also buy the game on Steam if you can. It's a 10% launch discount. It's less than €6, and it's a little bit more than $7 if I'm not mistaken. It's just like I know that the commercial part isn't the most interesting part of this stream, but the lottery code, I posted it in the Steam chat just now. 97508. That's the code that you need to enter on the website. So sign into the website with your player name and password, and then enter this code. This is the submission code as it's called. Enter this code in the top of the page, and then you will be seeing this. You are participating in today's lottery. So all of you Hacker News people, do this. We've got Fallout 63 or Helmy just joining us. So I'll give you a few minutes to go to the website, playangeldust.com, or use the link in the Hacker News article, and then just sign into the website if you have your account. Sign into the website and enter this code. So you have a few moments. If you've got questions, we can talk about those right now. I can also show you some cool stuff. So yesterday we launched on Steam. If you're on Twitch, I will miss your messages for a few moments because my 17-inch screen over there has only so much real estate. So I'm going to go to the big camera, but don't be scared. I'm a friendly person. Space is Green, one of the graphics artists that helped me work on this game. He made this. Let me use the big camera. So this is a portrait. Let me see if I can get this up to the camera real close. This is a portrait or an artist impression of one of the angels in the game. This is Crimson. It's the angel of destruction, and as you can see, he's got a pretty big hammer, and he's swinging it relentlessly. So that's pretty cool. That's it's a framed print of the Crimson drawing, the Crimson painting that Space is Green did, which he sent to me yesterday for the Steam launch. And on the opposite end, another one, because we had 2 gifts yesterday. And let me use the big camera again in a few moments. This is a framed print, as you can see, of Violet, which is the angel of creation. So kind of the opposite of Crimson. And some people say like, well, that's a flimsy backstory. Well, maybe it is, but it's a pretty big game that's built on top of it. So this is Violet, the angel of creation, as you can see, planting a few trees right over the mountains. So beautiful work by Space is Green. So thank you so much, Space, for sending me these. Over the course of these years that I've developed the game, the artists, Robotic and Space, both have sent me all kinds of cool things. For instance, a scale model like this. Scale model of the telecharger, the device that we use in the game for teleporting to each other. I've had all kinds of cool things in my inbox. Where do I enter the lottery on the website? So you need to sign in, Jane Moon, you need to sign in to the website. So it's on the right side portion of the website here. Sign in, enter your player name and password that you use in the game, or you can also register an account. You don't even have to start playing using the account, I think. You can register an account on this page. Also, we don't store your email address or anything. All of your personal identifiable information, PII, is removed very quickly. Everything is hashed, so there's people only see your player name. That's the only identifiable piece of information that I store for you. So your information is safe with us. Welcome to City 17. Here it is. Sign in, player name and password. Sign in. Boom. Still 4 lottery participants. I think there's a few other players who are missing the lottery right now. So I will wait a few moments, but then we are going on with the lottery. Also, this is a you might have seen this in the logo. This is a dust bunny, we call it. This is the dust bunny. It's called a scale model by Space is Green. So a pretty cool bunny like this. You can get these in the game as well. So if you win the lottery and you get a pet snack, you can use your pet snack on one of these bunnies and they will follow you everywhere. I also got one of these bunnies by Desert Fish, another person who helped a little bit with Desert Fish helped with the game design mostly. So we had this original teamwork on the game, which was 4 people. I did all of the work mostly, but Space and Robotic did graphics and animation, and Desert Fish just chipped in left and right with some game design advice, or ideas rather. The website isn't working to submit a ticket for me. Well, so the good news is the server is up, the website is up. What's the part where you're having problems, Christian? So do you see this? Do you see my live stream like at the top of the website and the trailer below that? And do you see the sign in portion? It's the yellow coded. I'm not sure if you're if you can see these colors. Sign in. So you just sign in using your in-game player name and your password that you use in-game. Like this. Sign in. Boom. There you go. Yeah. So finally we have 2 more people joining us. Lazy Girl, Colonist. And submitting the ticket. You need to submit the ticket with this code. So you need to enter 97508 in the box and then click submit ticket. And then it will say you are participating in today's lottery with the number of tickets, 1. The submit ticket form just refreshes the page. Okay, but did you enter the code? Because that's the essential step. Did you enter the code? Technically, technically it should work, because if you're able to sign in, like the form submission does this work. Sorry, where is the submit ticket link? It's on top of the page. You need to click. Oh, okay, maybe this is the. If you were already signed in, so if you sign in, then you need to click on this overview button in the like the sign in menu on the right side of the screen. So click overview, and then you will see this page. So we've got Flater KK, of course. Okay, Christian, so you do see everything, you enter the code, and then it doesn't work. Well, great programming, Firefly. This entire stream has just turned upside down. Wait, what? Dude, you have been streaming for 5 hours again. Yeah, it just happened. It just so happens. Hey, as long as you want this, as long as people are watching, I'm doing this. There's no way I'm stopping the stream right now, because we've been getting some great, or I've been getting some great questions. Steam is a little bit quiet at the moment, so Chungageddon, Calabas, get in here. Were you active on hashtag NLCoders? Hey, Dragon Lady Myth, hi again. Dragon Lady Myth has been a bit of a crazy stream this evening. We have a lot of people, a lot of like visitors coming in from Hacker News, which is a website where you, where like developers and people in the like software development scene and hardware development scene get together and sometimes share their projects. And I posted my project Angeldust there, and we've had like many a visitor come in, which is very good. Joris Verschoor, nee, ik ben niet degene denk ik die jij denkt. Ik ben niet op NLCoders. IRC is niet echt een medium wat ik veel heb gebruikt of zo, dus ik denk niet dat ik het ben. Ik heb wel vroeger op Counter-Strike, op een paar Counter-Strike IRC kanalen gezeten. Finally, success. Christian, you did well. What did you do during the live stream? What did I miss? We talked about a lot of technical details of the game, Angelio. Joris, maar ook gewoon Nederlander, begrijp ik. Ben je via Hacker News of ben je hier via een andere kennis of vriend gekomen die ik misschien niet helemaal ken? Geen namen verder. I don't see where the submit ticket form is. Q, I just registered. Q, it's simple. That's what they all say. It's simple. So you're probably signed into the website. That part is available on the right side of the screen. Sign in, and once you're here, click on the overview button, and that will take you to the like main sign in page, and there will be a lottery ticket submission form at the top of the screen. 97508. En Joris says Hacker News inderdaad. Tof man. Er zijn echt best veel mensen langsgekomen vanavond van Hacker News. Het was een, nou niet een gokje, maar het was echt een impulsieve actie om het project. Gisteren zijn we op Steam gelanceerd. Ik heb this very cool button van Gabe N gekregen, maar ik heb hem zelf helemaal gemaakt. There we go. Maar gisteren op Steam gelanceerd. Was wel een heel tof moment met de community die we hadden. Vanavond op Hacker News gepost. En ik had niet verwacht dat het project zo goed zou ontvangen worden. Er zijn heel veel mensen die zeggen super indrukwekkend dat je dit in je eentje hebt gedaan. En hoe het eruit ziet, hoe het werkt, wat je erover kan vertellen. De website, het spel, serverkant, gewoon alles in je eentje gedaan. Super cool. Dus ja, mooi moment voor mij om dit een keer zo mee te maken. So anyway, Obi, I'll see you later. Really happy you got to talk more about the technical side. Good night. Obi, we'll see you later. Thanks for dropping by, buddy. That's not the page I see. OQ, what do you see? Because it's like, I can do it one more time. Like, one more time. This is like the Daft Punk song. Daft Punk, here we go. I will even close this window, so we're going to take this slow and just follow along. You can do this. You see the download page. Same. Oh, that's probably because you never were in-game earlier. Maybe then it... Yeah, that's user-friendly. So we need to find a way to get you in the game. So the website detects that you didn't have any game sessions just yet, so it offers you... It helpfully offers you these download options. I can watch it on YouTube later, so can see what I missed. Yes, Dragon Lady Myth, there's been an entire section, like hours of me talking about the technical side of things, ranging from the server. Yeah, it makes sense. I can temporarily disable it. If you want me to, I can just change the website code interactively so it doesn't do this. If you're able to get one game session going, so you need to get the game on your computer or on the device that you're playing on right now. If you are going to be playing, that's advisable. The Google Play version is free, the other ones cost a few euros or dollars, so if you want to support me, that's much appreciated. Otherwise, I can hack my live, my website live. You love tech talk. Oh, girl, lady, you're in for a treat then. We've got like the entire world of software developers came by. There were lots of good questions. On YouTube, you will even see the chat replay, so you can follow the questions live. There were some very knowledgeable people on Steam as well who asked some very good questions. Oh, it's okay. No need to hack the website. No problem. I did this live. There's I'm not sure if Hum is online on YouTube right now. I hacked the website on several occasions before where things weren't really to our liking. It's no problem, I can do this. But anyway, if you sign in, there we go. Now we've got 10 participants in the lottery. Cool guy is here, great job. There's really a bot in here. So anyway, you might see these color-coded things. These allow me to pick out cheaters in the lottery. So people who are trying to stuff the ballot box with alt accounts. Don't cheat too much, otherwise you're one click away of having everyone removed from the lottery. Q, how's it going on your side of the universe? Are you able to sign into the game once? So Jane Moon, is your ticket in here? Do you want to share your player name so we can confirm that you're in here? Do you see yourself on this list? We'll take a few moments. Hey, this is like we've got new players coming in, players from Hacker News. They might not be like the enthusiastic Android kids that we usually get, so we need to take it slowly. You're installing, okay? Yeah, but you're both installing and stalling the lottery here. Dragon Lady Myth, it's been a very cool evening. There's a thread over at Hacker News, so if you go to news.ycombinator.com, there's a... I made it, let me post it here. You can click this, so that's the link. I'll post it on YouTube as well. So that's the reason we got a lot of people coming in today. I will also paste it on Steam, hang on a moment. And for everyone in the game, please wait a moment. We're doing this lottery, but some people need to catch up. Catch up! So that's the page. I will try to answer more questions there eventually, once the stream is done. I've been trying to type and stream at the same time. Just doesn't work. Jade Moon says, I'm signing in. If it succeeds, we can probably hear the... Yeah, that's the sign-in sound. That's probably you signing in. So you now have one game session as soon as you sign out. You can use options quit. Use a tab, escape or I to open up the menu, and then options and quit. And the Q says, I'm on my phone. Okay, Q. Can you get it from the App Store? Do you want to get it? Are you on an Android device? Because on the Google Play Store it's free, so you can just get the app, the APK, the cartoon small version of the game. If you want the 3D Android version, you need to click on this download PC Mac button, which takes you to itch.io where you can get the full 3D version. Yeah, someone is typing at me, but I can't. I entered the lottery. Yes, you did, cool guy. You did. You did it. Jane Moon, congratulations. 11 people in the lottery. Yes, Jane Moon is in there. Here, place number 7, 1 ticket. So, I will draw a few winners. You might not win today, and this is kind of like the catch. You might not win today, but every ticket in the box, every ticket that you enter, and every live stream that I do, you can enter a new ticket. But it's to build a suspense, so not everyone wins every stream. Every ticket that you have in the box counts as a chance of winning, so the more tickets that you have, the higher your chances of winning. I knew there was a catch, Firefly. Yes, you're entirely right. This is kind of my my like fourth wall breaking vehicle. Now we have an infinite loop. Link to Hacker News, to YouTube, to Hacker News, to you. Yeah, it's true. It's true. One thing that I greatly appreciate, if you post on Hacker News, your URLs are not clickable, especially if you don't supply a URL but a text post, which I did. But now, thanks Dan G, I'm not sure if it's Dan G, and I'm not sure if Dan G is actually watching, but thanks Dan G or the moderation team over at Hacker News for turning my links into actual links. This probably contributes to the popularity of the post. So. While we wait for Q to get in the game, Q, how are you doing, buddy? Sorry, this is not the most interactive part of the stream. You can ask me any questions in the meantime. I will be answering some Hacker News posts here. So this is the most interesting thing I've seen in a while. Props, man, good work. Thanks so much. Thanks so much. I'm replying. Thanks so much. Sharing. Finally sharing the end result of all my hard work. Feels really good. And seeing so many visitors swing by on the live stream is insane. There we go, reply. Boom! Do you have any plans on open sourcing parts of the game? Q, how are you doing? Q, I need an update from you stat, because otherwise we're just going to do the lottery without you. Sorry for this, but we need to kind of have these deadlines a little bit to get the stream going again. So, do you have any plans on open sourcing all of parts of the game? Do you have a plan to develop it into its own game engine or plan for it? I've been following a few multiplayer game projects and they're also very interesting repo. Arc Reaper. Yes, open sourcing at least the client part. The client part of the game is something that I'm very interested in. I'm not entirely sure when or how this will happen just yet. It will depend greatly on the commercial success of the game. But it's definitely my preferred course of action for the future. Oh, and let's add an edit here. Edit. I'm not really interested in spinning off the engine, but you will have little problems. You will have few problems turning it into something entirely different. Turning the game There we go. Q, how are you doing? Firefly, why do you live on a Sunday? I tend to live on most days of the week. I live on Monday, I live on Tuesday, I live on Wednesday, I live on Thursday, I live on Friday. I live on Saturday, that's when I stream mostly, and I live on Sunday. So I live most of the day, and I'm live here. So I'm in bed now, and I have flight control, flight coming up. I didn't realize I need to buy it. I'm getting tedious right now. Looks amazing. Guess to check it out. Another day, great. Costs next to nothing. Wait, what's that? Hacker News? Yes. Oh yeah. Solitario winner. Buy it. Sounds like an excuse, mate. Enjoy the streaming project. Is pretty looking forward to the next time. See you later, Christian. Thanks for dropping by. Hey, on your way out, if you could hit subscribe if you haven't already, or a like, that would be much appreciated. We're going to draw a lottery winner, then we'll do a little bit more of streaming. And then I'll probably also go to bed, because it's almost midnight in my place. I've been streaming for 5 hours or so. It's completely insane. But that's what I do. What we do. Just no problem. So I hope I inspired and enlightened and informed a lot of people today. So we're going to draw some winners. Everyone excited for some lottery? The process itself is a little bit anticlimactic. I press this button, draw a winner, and we'll just see a random winner. And congratulations to the winner for getting the pet snack. There we go. Draw a winner. Lazy Girl won the lottery. Congratulations. Lazy Girl looks like a pretty new player. So 0 quests completed, 3 areas, 6 creatures. Yeah, you're getting started in the game. But getting started in the game will be more comfortable with a pet snack that you will now have. As soon as you sign out of the game and sign in again, you will get the pet snack. There you go. Draw a winner. Boom, another one. Solitario, congratulations. You've been on a few live streams before. I think, yeah, you've discovered some things. You already did 6 quests before we did the Steam launch. Congratulations, Solitario. You also have a pet snack. There we go. And one more. Draw a winner. Boom. Colonist won the lottery. Congratulations. Thanks for being on the live stream. Well, now we had 2 players with the same code, so we do need to do one more. Colonist, also a pretty new player, as we can see. Yeah, Lazy Girl and Colonist, they kind of like look like the same progress. So draw one more. Ruan 16k won. Luis Felipe says, thanks Firefly, you're welcome. I'm really not specifically picking people here. I'm just randomly drawing them. And well, one more, because I'm crazy like that. One more. Really a bot? Oh, that's the one I didn't want to win. That's the 3rd one with the same color. So one more. Jane Moon, congratulations. You also won a pet snack. So that's a good start to the game. You just had 1 game session, you just signed into the game, 5,000 coins, 1 area. Lottery winner, you have a pet snack. You can give a pet snack to a creature of your liking and that will be your pet. What? No way. Yeah way. Sorry to all of the 5 other participants. Veleth, Flater Kike, Cool Guy, Helmi and Fallout. I will probably be back tomorrow. Most likely be back tomorrow with another stream, and we'll draw a few more winners then. So you already have a double chance of winning if you're there tomorrow. So not everyone can win a lotto. That would take away a little bit of the tension and of the drama. But check back on the next live stream, which is probably tomorrow, and I'm sure some of you will win. I can't assure every one of you winning, but some of you will win. So let's sign out. Let's head back into the game for a moment, just a few moments more. And let's get ready to rumble. So we're going to the east. Daniel Silva is going ahead in front of us. He's from Brazil, as we can see, or at least he speaks Brazilian Portuguese. Space says, good stream, see you later. Space, thanks for being here, buddy. It's always a pleasure. I hope you enjoyed today. I tried to promote your work and your involvement in the game a little bit more. Hey friend, thanks for being here. So we're shooting this Wheatler. It's a walking flower, because who doesn't love walking flowers? Usually you need to walk to the shop, buy flowers and then take them back yourself, but this is a walking flower just because we can. Clunk is here. Clunk, clunk. Welcome, let's say hello. Say hello. Cool Guy, you're just standing still. Hoi, Cool Guy. Moet je niet naar bed toe? It's bedtime, Cool Guy. If you hear your name, you need to go to bed. Cool Guy.
Just need to reload and I'm ready to go.
Oh, also, I find myself in the middle of nowhere with just 2 people around me. So, like the mass of players that we had earlier has like gone to bed, or they've gone do something else. Firefly. So this, yeah, Cool Guy, we saw your ticket. Unfortunately, you didn't win today, but next stream, your chances have doubled. Colts Walker says, I'm back. Hi back, I'm Frank. So it's starting to feel a lot like Christmas, and it's starting to feel like a good time to kind of start saying goodbye for today. I hope everyone enjoyed this stream, everyone watching. If you've got some questions, please make it quick. I will be here for a few more moments, but don't expect me to stream for another hour or so. It's almost like 11:30 my time zone. We're nearing midnight. It would be good to get some sleep. It was a completely crazy stream today. I had never expected the post on Hacker News to be this popular, this many visitors swinging by. I hope you learned something, which is not my quote, but it just rolled off my tongue. I hope you learned something. Feel free to come back anytime and ask me your questions about the game. Also feel free to get the game. You've seen it, played and demonstrated right in front of your eyes. If it looks like something you want to support, or if you want to support me as a yes, cool guy, yes. You can see it on YouTube, Twitch. So some others. Who won? Some others. Jane Moon says this might be the first Android game that I will actually end up playing. You are inspirational. I wish I could make my own game. I must go now. I enjoyed the stream. Thanks for the prize. Jane Moon, thanks for swinging by. Thanks for participating in the lottery even. Feel free to play it on Android. You can even use Bluetooth game controllers on Android, which makes the game feel a lot different. Makes it actually feel like you're playing on a desktop platform. Dragon Lady Miss says, I didn't even notice it was this late. It explains why I'm tired. Yeah, same here. The entire stream was just one crazy roller coaster for me this evening, but it's great. The Golden Cup is the lottery winner. So some players are joining the group again now that they know that the lottery is over. But Jane Moon, you're welcome to join us anytime. So subscribe to the YouTube thing or follow me on Twitch if you want to like make it here again in the future. Much appreciated that you swung around. Lottery winner.
What a blessed find! Bring on the hard stuff!
Also, cool guy. Ik heb vanavond even niet alle tijd en energie om op alles antwoord te geven. There we go. So, I'd rather be honest. Ik heb vanavond niet alle tijd en energie. Did you notice how into this game Legenda is? I did notice that Legenda has been playing quite a lot, yes. I've been receiving a few private messages left and right as well. Yeah, I appreciate it a lot. So Leanda, you're more than welcome to play anytime, and you're let's say hello and thanks. There's a quick message menu in the game as well, so if you press the F key you get this flourish overview, and you can every message that you select will be translated on the recipient screen. Tanko Reaction says, I gotta go too. I subbed and I'll be checking you out in the next few days. Very inspirational, very competent. Good night. Good night. Thank you for being here, Tanko Reactions. It's an honor to be able to welcome all of you here. And under these circumstances, even just a random post on Hacker News. Yeah, it's thank you so much. Even though it might not fit the average product that's been submitted there, or the average project that you see there, and I might not be the average dude that posts a project there. I hope you enjoyed it. I'm glad you enjoyed it, and I hope to see you again in the future. So hopefully tomorrow evening sounds like a good day for streaming. Just 3 days in a row. Let's get this going. Hey, there's a new creature for me over in the background. This is a pink one. Is this a pink roamer? Yeah, this is the pink roamer. This is very... if you're able to get in the game, this is a very legendary discovery. This is like really rare. I know we're seeing it on the very first live stream that you're here, but this pink thing, this is very, very level 5 pink roamer. Get in here if you want it. I cannot explain how rare this thing is, but it's very rare. Even Alex Makarov is joining us here. He's stealing it right in front of your face. I think this thing also heals itself, so we do have some time. Spaces Green went to bed, but he's still here. He's like, I need this thing in my life. You've got 10 more seconds, I think. 10 more seconds. Get over here. The Opportunist, Space is here. Lady Dragon Myth, everyone is here. Hahaha, Max Kawaii. Yeah, you're not laughing if you're missing this discovery. Max Kawaii. Come on, shoot the thing, shoot the thing. No, don't medic, we shoot it. Kill it, kill it. I want coins. Oh, Leyenda, you're going to hate this moment. There we go, 1300 coins in the bank. GG. GG. Nice rarity. Hey Max Kawaii, have you been watching for quite a while? You sound kawaii, you sound cute. Score. Alex, did you miss it? Alex, you missed it, didn't you? Last time Alex played this game. Oh, there's still one more cat over here, I think. Kill the cat. It's collateral. So luckily we've got an infinite amount of arrows, we've got an infinite supply of crossbow bolts. What is your accent? Everett asks. I am Dutch, isn't that weird? I love gold, the look of it, the smell of it. I am Austin Powers gold member, isn't that weird? So I'm Dutch originally, so I'm Dutch. I try to like Dutch has got a very few rough sounds. The Kirby Roamer, it's in the bag, a rare thingamajig that we discovered at the end of this live stream. Alright, let's keep on going. Let's go. Follow me. So I am Dutch, but I try my best to when speaking English. I try my best to. My accent is southern. I think Kentucky. No, it's not. Kentucky Firefly chicken. I try my best to soften all of the sounds that we make in Holland, because we've got words like schaap, schaapje, like that sound. You don't have that in English, schaap, which means sheep. So schaap is a sheep. So we've got very hard T's, and this is going to sound. I hope you're more mature than 16 years old. So we've got very hard T sounds and D sounds. So your English is great. Well, that's a pretty good compliment. My first live stream that I ever did was about 4 years ago. That was stream number 1. This one is stream number 269, as you might have been able to tell from the YouTube description. My very first live stream, I tried my best to do this, but I've definitely grown and improved there. Sometimes I have a little bit of trouble stringing my words together using English grammatical rules instead of Dutch grammatical rules. So sometimes I end up in halfway or midway a sentence, and I don't know where to go because I just exhausted all of my possibilities of making it a correct English sentence. I try my best. I've gotten very creative at solving these kinds of problems, just starting a new sentence altogether, or just improvising something around it. But it's good to hear that my English is being perceived as great here. So it also helps that it's a topic that I'm very knowledgeable on, and it's something that I've been working on for like many hours. So I know a lot of the words involved, and I know a lot of the vocabulary. So if you're exhausted and a creature is skilled in your chunk, you don't get the discovery. Exhausted players cannot discover things. Yeah, difficult language hoops to jump through. But I also speak different languages like French and German. So it's my head is probably a mess of different grammars all wired together, all jumbled in there, and sometimes sounds come out that don't really have a place there. But it's all good. Colt says, I didn't get the pink roamer. Aw, no. We might find another one later.
Just need to reload and I'm ready to go.
The way ahead.
Also, we're now in the Wonderwell Oasis, which is a magical area, and as you can see, it looks pretty magical, so it's pretty beautiful over here. And we're still playing in the cartoon visual style with the 2D sprites, kind of in the 3D world. Stan says, I must have already found it. I'm not sure. It's a very rare discovery, and especially level 5. At level 5, it's a special discovery. Alphone. Then who was Alphone? Right. Here's my suggestion. We're going to kill these tripods,
Take 'em out.
and then we're going to decide if we're going to be streaming longer than this. I really need to get some sleep as well. It's like half an hour to midnight in my place here in the Netherlands. Hey Everett W, are you here from Hacker News? Or did you just randomly stumble upon the live stream, or maybe the product on Steam or on a different app store? Because we got a lot of people coming in from Hacker News, the Y Combinator news aggregator kind of, where you can post your messages. I didn't really expect my post to do this well. We got a lot of players coming in, and they were like, "Wow, inspirational project!" And it's really cool to see you like stream like this and talk about the product like this, and we can just ask any questions. 89 Rebel Rob says, "Hi, I'm from Hacker News." Hey, wink, wink back to you. Let's keep this a secret. Glad you could find us. Find me. I usually speak in pluralis majestatis, which is a Latin term like a royal plural, but it's when I say we, I mean I. So that's kind of a translation you have to do in your head. Hey Rob, do you have any questions about the product? So as you can see, we're playing with a smallish group of heroes right now. People who are left over from the major battle that was the stream earlier today. I'm playing in the cartoon visual style, and there's a bird right in front of my face. But I can switch to 3D if you want, or we can just talk about some of the technical aspects of the game, or about the gameplay itself. Let me know. And if you're just here to chill, that's also cool. If you like, you can subscribe to the channel. I will be streaming tomorrow again, 1700 hours UTC. Hopefully, I hope to see some of you back again. Maybe John Carmack as well, which would be awesome. But it's been amazing, just being able to open up a little bit on the technical side of things and finally sharing some of the secrets and some of the details behind the game to a knowledgeable audience. I mean, some of you have been developers for a longer time than I have been. Some of you might even use more programming languages than I do. Firefly, how does player aggro work? What determines which player in the group is the mob's target? It's oh, seriously? Came here to follow up on the question about the immutable game state. Like, get in line. There's about 6 or 7 people who've been asking specifically about that. At first, I gave a very detailed answer. This is how it goes on a live stream. I gave a very detailed answer, and they were like, "Wow, that's an amazingly detailed answer. Thank you so much." Then a second person came along and said, like, "I'm here to ask about the immutable game state architecture." And I was like, yeah, I just answered it, but here's the gist of it. And so I gave like the 70% answer. And they were like, thanks, that's a great answer. Then the third person came around, they said like, I'm here for the immutable game state architecture. Can you tell me more about that? Yeah, sure I can. And the answer got shortened every time, so it's... no problem, it's not your fault, it's not your fault. And it's a very good question, and it's a very extensive topic that I can talk a lot about. So, don't worry about it. But I will try to write a definite answer in the Hacker News thread. It might probably not be after the stream, but it will be tomorrow because it's just been an insane evening. I've been streaming for 5-6 hours, while I usually stream for 2 hours. But it's the answer is coming. The answer is coming, and it's like the topic that I'm most enthusiastic about sharing with the Hacker News crowd, because it's something that John Carmack detailed or like dreamed up or envisioned in one of his talks that he gave, which I saw on YouTube. I saw John Carmack on YouTube, and I thought like, yeah, while the game was in development, this architecture, I already had this architecture, and I thought like, yeah, what Carmack is describing here is exactly how this game works. So it's like a ping-ponging of 2 different game states which are immutable at the time that they're being processed. So you don't actually need an infinite number of states. It's just a ping pong between a read state and a write state, and the write state becomes a read state, and the previous read state becomes a write state. So you go back and forth, and like it's written in C++, so it's not a functional programming style, but it's object-oriented, just procedural style of programming. But you just make a massive list of all of the chunks. Like, chunks in the world are 32 by 32 blocks, like this. You can see the kind of the dimensions in the sky there. This is a 32 by 32 block. Every chunk is something that you can claim using your pallet charger, and you can like make it your own. You can build there. But anyway, you get all of these chunks that need to be processed. You just distribute the work over the number of threads that you've configured in the server configuration file. And then you just, bam, you've got the entire read state on one side. You just massively parallelly, multi-threadedly go through the entire batch of things that you need to do, and you just push it into, like in C++, I mostly use vectors, just like standard library vectors. And you just push pointers of data for all of these entities, that like pointers that haven't changed or data that hasn't changed. You just need to push a pointer, which is 4 or 8 bytes, depending on your architecture. You just push unchanged pointers, and or even you make a new pointer with some modified data. So it's pretty efficient for things that haven't changed, and it's almost reasonably efficient for things that did change. So it's mostly pushing vectors of pointers between these two states, and as long as you make sure that you never change the original state, which is immutable in that sense, you can just do this in a massively parallel scale. And I think that is what Carmack was hinting at. So in a functional kind of programming style, you might get some additional benefits, like being able to prove certain properties that things will not change behind your back. Right now, there might sometimes be very tiny temporal synchronization problems between in-game events, but since the game doesn't rely on micro precision accuracy, it's all good. It's like the entire game is kind of relaxed timing-wise. I hope it kind of gives you an indication where the answer is going to go. I noticed that my brain is a little bit fried from all of this live streaming and all of this talk and all of the questions that I've been asked. Also, I only drank half a bottle of water, so I'm probably also a little bit dehydrated. If you subscribe to the channel, you can come back anytime and we can discuss this at length. It's some advice that I give to other people, other visitors as well.
All right, we did it!
As you can see, my subscriber count thingamajig is hidden on YouTube, so it's not about the subscribers. It's just like I enjoy talking about this, and I definitely notice a difference in the crowd and the kind of the questions that I get compared to the player crowd, and it's fun. It's like a very good step to take, and it's a very nice moment for me as a developer to be able to share these technical details instead of just talking about the game mechanics and what's happening on screen and some of the jokes that we have and the memes. It feels good. It feels good being able to share this technical knowledge. And someone on Hacker News also asked, like, will you be open sourcing it or separating the engine from the product so that others can use it? Definitely something that I'm looking forward to doing. How many years of development behind this? Did you work on it full-time or part-time? I definitely worked on it full-time. There was a moment in my life, of course, if you're like personally invested in a project like this, it took many years. So Angeldust 1.0, we're currently playing 3.8. The version numbers kind of hint at the features in the game. Oh, I like that you host live streams every weekend. I don't think any other dev does that thing. It's most convenient for me as well, and most players are able to join me, so I usually stream on Saturdays at 1700 hours UTC. It's definitely a full-time thing that I did. If you're like the only one working on a project like this, like anything that happens in your personal life will affect your productivity. There has been about a year or at least like 10 to 11 months in my life where things happened which were like bad, sort of, kind of, but like personal things that I had to deal with, and that took away kind of like a big chunk of time that I was able to work on the game. But players were asking like, what's with the updates? And I actually addressed it during one of the live streams. Will you continue streaming other weeks? Yes, Victor G. As you might be able to tell, this is my almost 270th live stream. I've been streaming every week consistently for the past few years. So I'll definitely be back. I will even be back tomorrow. So on Monday, expect me to be back tomorrow. Because this was just a crazy stream, and I'm sure a lot of other players will want to try out the game and maybe give their feedback tomorrow. So I will definitely be here tomorrow to address more of your questions. So Angeldust 1.0, the first version of the game, which was publicly available, was launched in 2015, October. So that's 4 years of public development on my own, that you can see. Is your game open source? Just not yet, Timur. I just talked about this. In the future, I definitely want to open source at least the client part. Stan says you're an awesome guy, Firefly. Thank you, Stan. These are not paid actors, by the way. Everyone that you see here is just an organic existing player of the game. So it's not open source just yet. It's definitely something I'm looking forward to doing in the future. There are many cool programming tricks that you will be able to learn from this, and like architectural decisions that will make sense once you see them. Like just the entire project. Like make it compile on other devices. It would be very cool to have this like client development being open source, so that players with more people, sorry, I confuse players and people a lot on this stream. So that people with more knowledge about GPUs and graphics programming might be able to even add a new render engine on top of the existing like entire game stack. Because there are definitely cool effects that we could add. I'm working on a new render engine myself as well, but it takes a little bit more time than someone who is versed in the craft. But I've got shadow mapping working, I've got reflections working, I've got like real-time lighting working. The performance is even better than the current old-style OpenGL engine, so things are looking up. And depending on the commercial success, I will draft a plan for the future of the game. And open sourcing the client, starting with the client, is definitely part of my plan. It's been part of the plan all along. I'm used to working on open source software, and I like contributing knowledge to the world, making sure that other players have a solid base or a nice foundation to build upon. So definitely. Does that answer your question, Timur? I think it does. And Victor, are you reassured? I will be streaming even tomorrow. I usually stream on Saturdays, so next week on Saturday. What's your background before starting this endeavor in terms of software development? You did a good job, kudos to you, Timur, thank you. If you want to like Timur and others. If you want to like support the development of the game or me as a person, you can purchase the game. It's a few euros or a few dollars on most of the app stores. That would mean a lot to me. If you don't want to like buy the game, you can get a free version, a cartoon-style version of the game on Android in the Google Play Store. And otherwise, a subscription or subscribe to the YouTube channel or follow on Twitch. That's also much appreciated, so we can continue a discussion or like answer more questions in the future. Again, I'm playing in the cartoon visual style right now, so everyone's Paper Mario style. It's pretty cool to see this style. I like this style. But if you go to the options menu like this, you can just instantly, like no loading whatsoever, no restarting, everything is in 3D. How many products do you know that do this? And you can still donate. If you already purchased the game and you want to support the development even more, you can donate. That's entirely true. You're on it. Okay, great. Thank you. What's your background before starting this endeavor in terms of software development? My history is a little bit clouded. I don't use the word the term cloud computing. I use clown computing, but my background is a bit clouded. It's like unlike most other people that I think. When I was 18 years old, I started working at an IT company because I was like Pink Floyd said, we don't need no education. But I started working at an IT company, and I already was like training customers. I was developing products, architecting, doing software architecture on Solaris, on Unix, on BSDs, on Linux. A little bit of like Java development, so making programs that work on Windows and on Linux and on Solaris. It was a crazy time, but as an 18-year-old, I learned a lot, and on the other hand, others learned a lot from me. So I was like an information sponge. Everything that I saw, everything that I read, everything just went into my head, and it just did good things to me. I did follow a Twilight Pheasant level 4. Congratulations, new creature discovery for me during the live stream. Well, during all of this banter. So I started out as a computer programmer, even when I was in middle school or in high school. I think you call it in like American terms or in English terms. Even while I was in high school, I was creating computer programs for the school to use. Things like programs that would monitor disk space usage and allow the students to do different kinds of things on the computers. So I was a software developer before I started like an education in that direction. But since then I had a lot of jobs. I've been a graphics designer, photographer, web designer, like desktop publishing, like doing magazines and like doing them from start to finish, going along to interviews with like shooting promotional pictures for the covers of magazines and those kinds of things. I was artwork team leader for a open source operating system for a while. So the international like design team, I was kind of like the artist for that, and I still enjoy that position a lot. 3 years QN. 3 years QN. What's Umberto? Umberto, you need to explain this. Umberto, 3 years QN. Kun. What? And also, yeah, I don't have any SourceForge projects. I don't have a GitHub profile. You might come to know me as a very social media averse person. So the fact that I'm streaming is a little bit weird, but it's just something that I enjoy greatly. I'm a write-only social media guy, so I do have Instagram for the game, I do have Facebook, I do have Twitter, but I have no idea how these platforms work. I just post my message like, hey dudes, and do that. I'm streaming then and then. But anyway, my background is very diverse, and I've also been I'm also like a musician. Not a magician, I'm a musician. I play the guitar, I know a bit of piano, and I just improvise on the spot. You can like wake me up and tell me like, I want to hear a song. Okay, that's good. Is this the first game that you have released? Yes, this is my actual first video game. So, but I do contribute. I contributed artwork and knowledge and source code to projects like KDE, the K desktop environment, Ubuntu Linux, Firefox, Postgres. I think I did some of that. Blender. There's a few patches in Blender. So that's like I also did open source things before this. So is this your first game? This actually ties into a story that I told earlier this stream. So we've had a few like there's been a few tiers of Hacker News visitors. So the first one was like very big, and now we've got some additional waves coming in. One story about why I started this project. I actually took all devices, phones and tablets, but also computers into consideration, so you can play using keyboard, mouse, game controllers, and like touchscreens. Anyway, story about first game. Yes, when I was 4 or 5, 6 years old, my dad had a Philips P2000 home computer. It was based on a Zilloq Z80 processor. It had a form of BASIC on there with an interchangeable ROM, so you could do Pascal, you could do BASIC, all very rudimentary, of course, very raw, very like primitive. We had a monochrome screen, so it was green, like green phosphor with a black background. It was a CRT. It was like this old school display. And when I was 5 or 6 years old, I made a program, my first program, that drew Christmas trees on the screen, and I said to my mom, "Hey mom, check this out, I made a program, this is my first program, it draws Christmas trees on the screen." It was probably close to Christmas, just like now, so it's pretty, in a way it's pretty amazing that I'm streaming and we're talking about this right now. Yeah, kind of like that, 10 print, hello work in BASIC, or input, what's your name, and then you make a funny comment about that. So anyway, my mother was like, "Oh, that's cute, darling. Yeah, that's nice, Christmas trees." And I was like, "People do not understand what I'm doing here. This is a work of art. This is like proper work. I'm programming a computer." So at 6 years old, I was already pretty much invested in this technology. And one day I was walking around the schoolyard, because you need to go to school at that age. At least we have to do that in the Netherlands. I was like in first or second grade of the basic school, base school. You work alone to develop the game? Yes, Umberto. Yes, I'm the sole developer. But there's, I will talk a little bit about that in the future, or right after this comment. So it was program computers. Back then I was walking around on the schoolyard. I was like, wouldn't it be cool? I was already in the Apple mindset. Wouldn't it be cool if I were able to build the schoolyard in my computer, in color, of course, in 3D blocks, and have adventures there with my fellow friends and my fellow school buddies here in that world. The computers weren't that advanced at the time, I wasn't that advanced at the time, and a few years ago I finally thought, yes, I am advanced enough, computers are advanced enough, I'm going to make this game that I wanted to make when I was 5 or 6 years old. There have been players that have commented like, okay, so I'm actually running around in the imagination of a 5-year-old. Yes, very much so. This is my childhood dream, and you're watching it like right here. So it's more beautiful, it's better, and it's more professional than I wanted to make it when I was a kid. But it's my inner kid, it's my childhood dream. I sacrificed a lot of things in my life to be able to get to this point. And like for me personally, it was worth it. No matter the financial success or the commercial success of the game, it's been worth it. Just going on this journey alone, proving to myself that I'm able to tie all of these disciplines together, make a solid product, make something that apparently makes it to the front page of Hacker News, which is pretty cool. Yeah, it's good to see that. And it's not even about the validation, it's not even about the recognition. It's just about the inner force, the inner driving force, your passion, just your heart, pouring it out into the world and showing like, this is me, and here we go. So, Giovanni Costanti says, nice reading you on Hacker News. You ain't seen nothing yet. This is a live stream, so you can ask me anything, talk about anything. Also, hit that subscribe button here on YouTube. It's not for the commercial things. It's for like so we don't lose track of each other. You might want to ask more questions in the future, and I like talking about this. I like streaming this. Usually we only get players of the game. Right now we get developers and like software people, hardware people from all over the world, which is insane. So thanks so much for being here. So another question, what's your favorite programming book or resource? Shall I give you the honest answer? Do you want the honest answer while I answer Umberto's question? You work alone to develop the game, so yes. I wrote the original design document on my own. I did like all of the product steering, development, art direction, like on my own. But I did get a team of graphics artists even, so Spaces Green and Robotic are their names in the game. Check out spacesgreen.com and robotic.com. They've got a nice portfolio of work. They worked with me on the cartoon visual style. They did the design and animation. I did the entire world design, of course, the procedural animation. I did the 3D models for the trees and for the items that you see. But Spaces Green and Robotic helped me like get the programmer art out of there and just replace it with some proper art. Oh, you want the honest answer? Okay, you'll get it. And I later, when we launched on Steam, early access, because we had to go through a few hoops on Steam. We had green light, which was a thing back then, so you had to get community approval for getting your game on Steam. There was also early access phase. People on Steam, not sure if you're watching. Hello, if you're watching on Steam. So many of the players on Steam, they wanted the 3D visual style. So later on, and you can see this custom engine, all hand coded by yours truly, Firefly here. So without reloading the game, without restarting, boom, we switch over to 3D, no problems at all. So it's now also available in this 3D visual style. That's a good question, Rebel Rob. I will answer that after the book question. So anyway, this is I do most of the development alone, or I do all of the development alone, except for some graphical design, animation, and the music was written by a composer from the Netherlands, Tim van der Beek. Tim van der Beek in Dutch, timbeek.com, timbeek.com. He did a great job, and I really enjoyed working together with him. As a musician, musician, not magician, musician. I was able to work together very closely on the melodies and the structure of the songs, and get the vibe. It's like easy listening music, but you do recognize the tunes after a while, and the music is like adapted to the area that you're in, which are all cool tricks. So, next up, what's your favorite programming book or resource? I don't have any. Seriously, I have no book. I have no resources. No resource that I use. I programmed as I go. There probably have been books that I read, or at least a few pages. I'm not a big reader. I'm more of a doer. I'm kind of more of a learner and doer as I go. Improvise on the spot. There are no big books. There's in the. I've got a closet here, the best book. I'm not a reader. I don't read books. I do it. I just do it. I wing it as I go. That's my answer to this. Of course, I did have some formal education as a software developer, as a software engineer. So I do have a book on data structures and algorithms, and of course, learning about algorithmic complexity and time complexity. That's always useful. And that's why the game runs this well on all of these devices, so it ties into the other question that has been asked. But other than that, I don't have any specific book that I really enjoy. Sometimes I dig out Code Complete, which is a book, like an old school book by Microsoft Press, I think, on making robust software, or at least trying to prevent errors in your software, or trying to mitigate error scenarios, trying to prevent bugs. I like the book a lot, just for sitting back and just skimming through a few pages and just being reminded of all the kind of the knowledge that I instinctively apply. But it's got some good sections on variable naming, on function naming, on code layout, and those kinds of things. So I enjoy that book, but it's not something that I have next to me on my desk or anything. So next, what cross-platform library did you use? So I started off hand coding an engine for every platform that I supported. But that got way out of hand, because you get millions of different Android devices with the in-game sound is probably a little bit too loud here. I started off with a completely custom engine, handling window creation, like key handling and that, but that got out of hand really quickly. So indeed, during the development I switched over to SDL after having a lot of prototypes already done using my own engine. The problems were too many and too much, so I picked up SDL and made sure that all of the problems that I ran into using SDL were fixed. So Sam Lantinga, the dude, I think it's a Dutchman, a Dutch dude as well behind the project, Sam Lantinga, did a great job, and the team and all of the other contributors at getting this SDL thing at a place where I was able to use it. I also contributed some patches, I think, so pretty good collaboration. So I now use SDL for window creation, OpenGL context creation, keyboard handling, and all of these things, and that's been a major boost in productivity. But then you end up with SDL. So I use an older version of SDL, or different versions of SDL on different platforms, because I don't need all features on those platforms, and I need some more backwards compatibility. So Android 2.2 is not supported anymore in recent versions of SDL. So that's why I use an older version of SDL on Android and backports and patches myself. Anyway, the game is good, but I miss a goal so much because my friends and I just ended up walking forever. That can happen, Umberto. What we do on the live stream is we use the play together feature to just play together and make friends along the way. We go inland and we just try to see what we end up with, and we try to kill the monsters, like this dragon for instance, which is head banging right now. So If you want to see a head-banging dragon, that's pretty cool. What's the objective goal of the player? Sorry, I'm not a gamer, I'm a business strategist and technocrat. Giovanni, good question. So like I said, it's mostly an open world RPG. We're doing the RPG part right now. We can take a look at some of the beautiful architecture that you can also build, because it's both a MMO RPG kind of game, but also a voxel building game. So you can claim any area that that you are in. You can make it yours, and you can start building a castle or a temple or whatever structure that you want. What is heal me? I can't heal you. Sorry, Stan. Other than that, there's 2 end bosses in the game that you can find and discover and need to combat or defeat, which is a pretty clear goal. And other than that, it's just like trying to have fun with the complete strangers or the friends that you have. Leyenda, don't heal the mobs too much, that's not useful. So, as a solo developer, it's kind of hard to do a lot of content creation, so adding content. I do my best to make the game fun to play and like set some goals, like you can. There's a kind of a Pokédex in here, so if you take a look at this telecharger and open up the Pokédex, you can see all kinds of things. So there's 290 different creatures that you can discover. Try to catch them all, as a slogan of a different game is. Like try to 100% this, and you need to find creatures, materials, trees. You need to buy all of the items. You need to expand your house. You need to expand your land. You need to make friends, and you need to level up your character. So it's I'm dead here. I'm dead here. So you can go for 100%. Some players want to do the daily quest, so you can get a daily quest if you take a look at the map like this. We need to hunt jaguars, which is this cat kind of creature. Let me clear them up for a moment so it's a little bit clearer. Let's zoom out for a moment. So you can do a daily quest and rise in the leaderboard. You can gather coins to rise in that leaderboard. There's player versus player, a special arena where you can shoot each other and gain points. You can go for a first place there. So it's just whatever challenge that you want. There's even players who have invested thousands and thousands of hours in this game just building, and they build wonderful stuff. If you see the things that you can build using the tools in this game, it almost looks like AAA modeled maps. Maybe I'm exaggerating a little bit, but we'll take a look at some of the wonders, like the world wonders in the game in a few moments, which I personally appoint in the game. Like I say, this is beautiful work. I want to promote this as official wonder in the game. We're going to take a look at a few of those, and you will see beautiful architecture. Sleepy Snoot, sorry for missing your question initially. Acid Worm level 4, more coins in the bank, always appreciated. I need to cough a little bit, one moment. There you go, sorry. I've been streaming for quite a while. Rishi Gumar is here as well. So first, Sleepy Snoot, what was your goal at the beginning of the project? Like I said a few moments ago, you can rewind the stream on Twitch maybe. My childhood dream was to make a game like this when I was like 6 years old or so. But I wasn't as advanced, and the computer that I had at the time that I programmed on wasn't as advanced. And I wanted to make a game like this. And eventually, I was working at a certain company, and I was a graphics designer, photographer. I did all kinds of like creative tasks, and it was fun. But I kind of like ran out of new things to try, and like I ran out of intellectual challenge there. I took a month off. I said I need a vacation, I need to refocus in my life. And then I developed the idea of like, hey, when I was a kid I wanted to make this game. I'm still enthusiastic about the idea. Let's go for it. Let's just go for it. And over the next years I did it.
Just need to reload and I'm ready to go.
So, and my goal was to like make the game that I wanted to make as a kid, kind of. I wrote a very extensive design document with all kinds of features. Like along the way, as a solo developer, you find out that you cannot do anything. You cannot do everything that you can imagine. So you have to like cut corners, and you have to cut features left and right, which is, some might say, that's like a very difficult process. On the other hand, that's the most important part. You focus on the core aspect of your product, like the minimally viable product, MVP as they would call on Hacker News. So props for all of that, you're welcome. Is there a group or a party system implemented? Well, you can make friends, which is kind of your own party or your own group. Reynald Cherry, I see your message. Rishi Goomer, you're up next. Also, if you're here from Hacker News and if you like talking about games or development in general, I do. That's why I'm doing this. Please feel free to subscribe to the YouTube channel. It's not about growing my channel, that it's more about I love this and I won't be able to post on Hacker News every day without being reported as spam. So if you feel like it and if you want to like have a good time, I stream every week almost. I will be streaming tomorrow as well, so feel free to hop by tomorrow. You will get a notification from YouTube if you're subscribed, so that's good. Yeah, so we have a Discord server. Discord server is run by a community of volunteers, like players of the game. They do a very good job at organizing events, raiding together, hunting together, building together. Sometimes they just come in like, we need shovelers, we need people who get this thing, the shovel, and just dig away a lot of mountains and hills. So if you want to like help out building a wonder, and we'll be visiting a few in a moment, so stick around to see some beautiful architecture in the game and like the building possibilities. Again, this is a voxel game, so everything is on a voxel grid. It might not look like it because the landscape is very smooth and we've got proper trees and 3D models in the world. So it's actually a very nice world to look at. There's also very nice building techniques that you can use, but it's a voxel game, so building is also a major part of the experience. But anyway, a group system, so you have got your friends. I've got a lot. I've got like 30 or 40 or maybe even 60,000 friends in the game, or even 100,000. I lost count because I programmed the game to add my account as a friend to all of the new players, so that they are able to at least play together with me once they join the stream. But these are your friends, and once they come online, once a new friend comes online, he or she gets added to the top of your telecharger, which is the name of this device. And you can go to each other. You can use private chat, so you can just click this button like this. Let's see. We need a all-time player, Lady Dragon Myth. Let's say, hey lady. So you can, I'm like Tom on MySpace, if you remember that. So we can just send private messages. You can send messages to only your friends, and you can send messages to the entire world, like everyone around you at that exact moment, which is a very cool chat system, kind of. So the in-game volume is maybe a bit too loud. Let's see. Options. Yeah, it's set to low at the moment, but during a battle it can get pretty hefty. So hopefully you're able to hear me a little bit better now. So the party system, the group system is kind of limited at the moment. You just have your group of friends. Be vigilant, by the way, because sometimes we've got griefers coming in, and you really want to get rid of those griefers as soon as possible, which you do from the website. Which I also posted about on the Hacker News. Like, the website uses HTML and CSS. JavaScript is optional. Like, for all of the functionality, you don't need to load in any frameworks, libraries. Get out of here. It's all first party. It's all it's fast. It's like completely insane. Reynolds says, looks great. It just came from the Hacker News post. For work, you also write games. This is my work. This has been my work for the past few years. So if you want to say, like, is this your work? Yes. Do you do this professionally? Well, yeah, as professional as possible. So that's kind of the answer. But this has been my main focus for the past few years in my life, work-wise. And you can always say it's like a hobby project, or it's your passion. And I would say, like, yes, you're entirely right. Still, I try to treat this as work, and I really try to make sure that the product is solid and that we have a nice experience for new players, trying to improve the new player experience as much as possible. We launched on Steam, so the product has been good enough to get through Greenlight and through early access. I'm happy with the state of the game. We launched it on Steam yesterday, which was a very fun moment after all these years of working on it. So yeah, this is like previously, I told others this previously, I was a programmer, professional, but also a photographer. I was also a graphics designer. I did like magazines, desktop publishing. I was artwork lead for a open source operating system for a while. It's like, I did all kinds of things. There was a question on Hacker News on how do you fund this project. I don't want to dig in your wallet. Also, when I'm streaming, I don't have my wallet with me. But it's indeed an interesting question. Yeah, that's kind of like a question of a very personal nature. It is a very good question, and I understand the question. It kind of ties in with I said this before, I've been working since I was 18 years old. And like right when I came from high school, I think is the US equivalent.
Get ready for this.
And I was able to do so under like decent circumstances. And I really focused on my work. I worked and I studied. I did like part-time university, a homeschooling It's called Open University here in the Netherlands, Open University, so it's kind of like a self-study university. It's officially accredited, and you actually do get like proper courses like linear algebra, like continuous mathematics, and software engineering, software programming, all kinds of things, software architecture, databases. Like it's a proper university course, but you can do it in your free time, in your spare time. So during the daytime I would work, and in the evening I would study. And because I was pretty young, I could do that under like in the house of my parents, and they enjoyed that I was around, and they enjoyed my company. So everyone was like happy with that arrangement, and I was able to get some money like saved up for undertaking a project like this. And like it doesn't even matter what this project does financially. After this I will just look for another job, or maybe some other cool project that comes along, and I'll make the most of that. So there we go. Milan says 2 hours ago, yeah, I think the stream will end soon. Yes, that's what I thought. We're almost an hour, it's almost 1 hour later. Yeah, as long as people show up and ask me like cool questions, I'm here. Which are the parts you are the most and the least satisfied about in the game? So if you've got like a lot of time to work on the game, this ties in with another question or another thing. Like people around me, they know me, and they know that I'm working on this game. And like people at a certain point, people like friends and relatives and even your family starts asking like, hey, Firefly, Frank, isn't it time to release your game? And then I'm like, okay, but I released version 1.0 in 2015, got player feedback and improved the game. I released on Steam Early Access in 2016, got hundreds of thousands of players playing the game and improved the game. And like right now, I said like, I know when the product is ready. I know when version 3.8, which is what launched yesterday on Steam, I know when it's good. So the least there are areas where I'm not like where I think we can improve a lot. For instance, in the user interface department, I think there's a few hints that are missing, or that we can maybe provide players with to make the game experience a little bit better. But like all of the things that I didn't like, I was able to work out, and I didn't launch until I was like satisfied with everything at a base level. Because I think that a product is only as strong as its like least strong component. So does that make sense? Like it's the weakest link, kind of, so to speak. So you need to make sure that every part of the game, every part of the product is at least at some base level, because that's the level that people will judge it at. They will say like, okay, you might have great music and you might have great sound effects, but the graphics are not up to scratch. So that's why during early access, I added a fully 3D visual style. So let me show the trick one more time. We're playing in 3D right now, but if I go to the options menu and click on visual style and I go to cartoon like this, like without reloading, like without having to do anything, we're now playing with 2D sprites, Paper Mario style visuals. So like everything that like itches, everything that's not to your liking, you're able to fix before release. Because I didn't really have a like tight deadline, and I knew that I eventually would come to a point where I was happy with everything. So, but what is the part that you most like? Just the experience of playing this game. Everything from signing up to playing the game, I try to make everything as simple, powerful but simple. It's kind of like a Nintendo, Apple-ish kind of philosophy. And I think most of the parts of the game, like the game tries to help you in every way it can. We've got different kinds of blocks and shapes that you can use to build wonderful buildings. And the game tries to intelligently help you create the most beautiful thing that you can imagine. You hyped me up so bad, seriously. Yeah, like, it is what it is. It's a one-man product in the end. I mean, I had like friends do graphics design for this, and I had a team do the 3D models. I had to do a lot of work on them afterwards. I use Blender. I'm a 3D designer, animator as well, so that's not a problem. But like, it's a one-man product in the end. So don't expect the world, literally. It's not a AAA thing. Is it hard to stay motivated at times? Sometimes it was. someone asked what was the most difficult thing to deal with. Everything outside of your control, so App Store rules changing, having to upgrade to a newer tool chain to like be able to submit binaries for the Mac App Store or for the iTunes App Store. That's difficult. So going through these major structural changes while your product was working perfectly fine the day before, and then you have to update your entire tool chain, and some of the legacy platforms are starting to like generate errors, and you can't build for i386 anymore, but 32-bit machines. It's difficult having to notarize your software. But anyway, those times are pretty hard. Then you need the motivation to push on and say like, okay, I want to get this product. I know what I want. I know it's compatible with all of this hardware. Just put in more time and effort getting it to compile everywhere. But since this was a childhood dream, and since I believed so strongly that I would be able to pull this off, I never had a moment of doubt. I was always motivated. People around me, they noticed two different Fireflies, two different Franks. One Firefly, one Frank who is not working on the game and who is doing something else. And the Firefly that is talking about the game, working on the game, and just I can literally move mountains when I'm working on this game. It's what I want to do. So, were you able to keep up with your social life during the development? Like I hinted at in a different answer, I definitely see that I had to sacrifice some parts of my life in able to be able to do this. I wouldn't have done it differently. In hindsight, it's been a lot of work. It's been a very long journey here. You take simple steps, and at the end you've taken a very long journey. So it comes eventually automatically. But yeah, there's definitely been areas in my life that I want to focus on after like getting this product to a point where I say like I made the most of it. Everfly, you say literally, a kid in America dies. Okay, boomer. Can you show us some of the building? Yes, that's what I wanted to do. What's your daily driver? Linux, Mac, Windows, BSD? I mostly use a Mac. I started development. Ouch. I used to start development on this game on a 2006 white MacBook. I didn't start in 2006, so that's a difference. But I tend to stick to old hardware, which I know and which I love. That MacBook, that white MacBook, it's got duct tape all around because the top case and the bottom case are falling apart. But I added a second hard drive. I used the OptiDrive or whatever it's called. I installed a second hard drive. I pimped out all of the RAM and the hard disk space. And it's the machine, I had so many good times using that machine. I still use that white MacBook from 2006 like almost every day, and I appreciate the machine for what it is. It's like the best computer I've ever owned. Right now I do my main development on a MacBook Pro, a few years later model, a 15-inch, a quad-core one with an i7 processor. That's my daily driver, so Xcode on the MacBook. That's, but I use VMware. I use an old version of VMware Fusion, so the virtual machine software, to run Ubuntu and Windows on that as well for testing purposes. I don't run a lot of Windows. Right now I'm streaming, so I was anticipating the game getting more popular now that it's nearing its release. So I anticipated having more viewers on the live stream and having to show off more graphical effects. So I got a game PC, an AMD Ryzen 6-core CPU, an Nvidia 2060 RTX Super, don't forget the Super GPU, so that I'm able to turn up all of the bells and whistles. Previously I streamed from my Mac, but it was getting a little bit less performant over time. So let's go, let's show off some architecture. Here we go. So let's save this area. And right from the iPod, right from the telecharger in-game, you can click the wonder button over here and you will be teleported to one of the world wonders. There's 15 in the game right now. One is kind of shared between two parts, a west part. So we're in Paxanima West. This was built by Konerpones. The other side of this river is a part by Alex Makarov, who was on the stream a few moments ago. I'm going to enable the goggles, which is a fun item which hides the user interface, as you can see. So the hotbar, check this out, check out the UI animation on the hotbar. Technical stuff here, check out the UI animation. So the goggles allow you to hide the hotbar a little bit, so it moves out of the way halfway, which is good. We're in the cartoon visual style. If you want to see this in the more mature and like serious 3D visual style, let me know. The goggles have this cool feature where you can enable the matrix, so you see the building grid for placing blocks. So as you can see, it's a voxel game, and you just place these different blocks together, and the game will decide what will happen. So for instance, if you combine a column block, which is like the vertical column, with a horizontal girder, what it's called, you will get a cross shape like this. And you can just place panel blocks in between, or just stack them like this. All kinds of cool stuff. Latest update, which came out last week, allows you to place decorations like this ship wheel, or these water lilies, for instance, on the water. It is actually ivy, but Alex used his creativity and his imagination to turn this into water lilies. But check out the architecture here. Some of these things are probably recognizable from the screenshots and the trailer. So this is the hotel that Alex has built. So you might know other voxel games, and they've got these cubic forms, and you've got a cubic world. Well, not in this game. You've got all kinds of forms like stairs, upside down slopes like this, but the column blocks as well. But you can even hang up a cobweb like this. The hedges even move, and all of the grass moves and animates. We've got these doors, like Riders on the Storm. We've got the holo charger, holo scrolls. Those are these blocks. You might see this holographic scroll just fly in the air. If you step on this block, you can send messages to other players, and they can see who sent it. They can even send you a friend request based on this message. Also new in the latest update, these books. Like here's a notepad just lying on this table over here. And there's an open book over here. This is actually called the story book, which is lying open here. It's got the backstory to the game. This is also detailed on the website. But again, it's entirely based on a voxel grid of 1 by 1 by 1 blocks, of course, which kind of symbolize 1 by 1 by 1 meter dimensions. What's the reasoning for supporting such old platforms and hardware? On one hand, it was like a indecision, like what are your target specs. So I took my own MacBook. I said like it needs to run on this MacBook, and over the years my MacBook of course got older and older. It still had an Intel GMA 945 chip in there. It still only had 2 GB of memory, so very low end specs. And I had an iPhone 3GS, and I was like, it has to run on these devices, whatever happens. Still runs on my iPhone 3GS. Unfortunately, I don't have it with me to show you right now, and I can't distribute iOS 6 anymore on the App Store. But that was my baseline. And then I was like, yeah, we need to target Windows XP, because why not? There's not many changes between XP and Windows 10, so let's just go for XP. There's a lot of players, maybe in China, maybe in Malaysia, and this actually happened. There are a lot of players on Windows XP who say like, thank you that my old hardware is finally usable again for a 2019 game. Alex says, I finally finished my masterpiece. Alex, we're just taking a tour of your build, so just showing off some of the things. Who asked for this? Endless Mike. Endless Mike, I hope this is to your liking. We'll be visiting some more wonders in a few moments. So we've got goggles in the game, so as you can see, entirely built on a voxel grid, but it doesn't look like voxel grid. For instance, this, like this, we've got a tavern on the left, a mining entrance to the right. It's is there a way to get involved? You can go to the Discord server. There's a lot of things going on there. Generally, if you just come to the live stream, you can suggest ideas, and we can talk about things that you might want to see added to the game. So that's kind of the involvement right now. For instance, Alex, who just posted on YouTube, he suggested writing a GPU tool or a mod for the game, enabling like graphical effects like depth of field and atmospheric lighting, which are in here. So I did. Alex, at first I thought like Alex is just like, yeah, ignore this guy, but Alex was absolutely right. The game looks way better because of it. Server side is also C++, yes. So anyway, let's enter the tavern to show a few more decorations. So there's some decorative shields over here, a nice entrance. Yeah, sorry, I'm not really following the in-game chat right now. I'm just completely lost in my own world. I can do one thing at the same time, so yeah, Alex, I'm also ignoring you. But anyway, we've got the goggles, which allow you to see the grid, but we've also got the block picker, which is kind of like this eyedropper tool. And you can just point it at any block in the world, and if you've got it in your inventory, if you've unlocked it, or if you've bought it from the shop, you can select the block as well. So this is a lantern, for instance, and we've got the shield and this rug. Let's see, this is a tree stump. So for instance, if I wanted to build out this thing, I could click now, and the game would switch to the tree stump. And as you can see, I've got the tree stump in my head. So it's a very useful tool for building. This is bound to the Q key on the keyboard. Q key, cucumber. So you can instantly switch to like the palette of blocks that you used in the build, which is rather useful. As you can see, we've got clear targeting boxes. There's even an option to extend your range, so there's a building distance nearby or far. Some players like the nearby range, I like the far one as well, so you can build from far away, like this, which is pretty cool. And let's see, building distance back to nearby. And if you press the right mouse button, you will switch to the shovel and back, so you can actually build something using these blocks and then do another thing. There we go. Anyway, next wonder, it's a little bit nighttime, so I'm going to show you another trick. We're going to the next wonder, Neferspi, built by Obi. Pure coincidence that we went to Alex and to Neferspi. This is a beautiful, beautiful Egyptian-styled city, a tomb, like a big tomb over here. And we're going to take a look at this using the cinematic mode, which is built into the game. So, cinematic time, let me make sure that it's a little bit like midday for you. Built right into the game, a drone camera that you can just freely fly around here. So this is Neferspi, it's a kind of Egyptian styled city. And just check it out, flying around with this camera. Yeah. I gave a detailed answer about like floating point precision and so the entire game is built using fixed precision integer math. So you don't lose accuracy at the end of the world or near the edges of the world or at the center of the world. No weird rounding errors. Like the entire game is deterministically regarding its math. So there's no rounding errors or IEEE 754 artifacts or anything. But even though it's fixed point integer math, like every movement and everything that you see is smoothly interpolated in double precision, so that's pretty cool. And we can even zoom in, we can see this group of adventurers over here. You can see some of the paths just like not knowing where to go, but that's not a problem. Zoom back out, we can even go very wide angle like this. So I hope you don't get nauseous, but let's just quickly do the camera like this wide angle style. And again, so this is another example of what you can build in the game. Endless Mic, I hope this is to your liking. It doesn't get much more impressive than this, than the things that I showed you. Like the sheer scope and magnitude and the size and the aesthetic quality of this build is like insane. It's through the roof. I had wanted to make a new trailer showcasing this work a bit more. There's already a few shots in here from an older version of this build in the current trailer. But check out this market with all of the colors and all of the stalls. And in the new render engine, I might be able... not really an MMO guy, fighters, FPS, but I'll give this one a try. Yeah, it's like you can even completely ignore the RPG part, just get some coins, hunt together a little bit, and that's all. It's like you don't have to do many quests. You can do a daily quest to get some coins and to rise in the leaderboard. But also here you can see some of the new features that were added in the latest update. So you can now place this ivy, these vines on top of other blocks, and it just makes for a very cool color palette. Something that nobody's asked, but that I will tell you right now. The game uses only 6 colors, like 6 hues of colors. Other than that, it's just value and saturation that's changed to make sure that all of the colors, like if you see a screenshot, you'll instantly know that it's Angeldust just by the color palette. Like there's only one blue, there's one yellow, one green, one orange, one red, one purple. And this is, geez, this is quite impressive. Yes, you asked for buildings, you're getting buildings. So this is Neferspi. It's insanely big. If you take a look at the map, like this, you can see all of the like the quarters and then this entire aqueduct just running through the entire city. All of the other water parts. There's a waterfall with a lion's head or a wolf's head. I'm not sure what it was. Yeah, it's beautiful what some of these players have been able to pull off in the game. So let's see if we can just quickly head up, like all to the top of the world, like this. Phew. Zoom out a little bit, wide angle. Yeah, this is proper art. This is not a game anymore. This is like you could put this in a AAA title, something like a stealthy assassin who is something that rhymes with greed, like Assassin's Greed. And you could have a city like this modeled in a 3D modeling package, and you wouldn't be able to tell the difference with this voxel game. So anyway, what's the earliest version of OpenGL supported? 1.1. That's Windows XP without the graphics driver. There are features that I can't add, so shadow mapping, like real-time dynamic shadows would be very cool. Reflections, specular lighting, like better lighting effects. But I've been working on a new render engine, and I've showed it off on stream already. I can maybe show the YouTube video here, just like as a restream, and it's shaping up nicely. And that version will be entirely compatible with the existing version, so you will just be able, like 32-bit is already playing with 64-bit, and ARM is already playing with x86. So the new render engine, OpenGL 3.3, entirely like core profile, not compatibility, but core, and like very standardized and cool, with like decent shaders. I will be writing the shaders myself as well, so everything is performant as well. But it's looking very good already, even after 1 week of work on it. So that will be compatible with the current version of the game. So you will just be able to get the new binary and just drop it in there. It will reuse all of the artwork assets. So, are you planning to occupy your full time in the future? Yes, I'm not sure what the question is like about, if I will be working on this full time in the future. If it's like financially viable, of course, yeah, I'm really glad with what the game is right now, but there's things that I would like to add, and there's definitely things that I can add and take the game to. If it's not like a big commercial success, or if it's not viable to continue working on this, I will see how to do this, but I will be working in the future probably, yeah. So if you've got ideas or offers, that's that's appreciated. If not, no problem either. But it's just like, yeah, I like working on this, but I also see that like this is what I wanted to release to the world, and I'm really glad that we got this kind of a positive vibe from Hacker News. It means a lot to me. And I'm just going to see where we can take the game, like in the marketing and promotional department. So any assistance there is welcome if you are able to share this on YouTube or on Facebook or on Twitter or on Instagram or whatever. Or if you know someone who's like into promoting games, let me know. Like a bit of networking. Dude, 6 hours of stream and you're still here? Yes, I still live. I had wanted to stop streaming a few times already, but people are just still coming in and asking questions, good questions even. So let's take a look if we can get one more wonder. Aspatia, yeah, this is like a complete coincidence. And Schwartzy says, I just bought the game in support of solo developers doing cool things. Schwartzy sounds German, so danke sehr, or thank you very much. Let's hope the game is fun too. I hope so too. I've been showing scenes and bits and pieces left and right on this live stream. We're now in one of the wonders again, so we're just walking around Ruan's Aspatia build here. Says, I'm back, what did I miss? Can you recap? Yeah, a lot of things, a lot of things. A lot of good questions, a lot of new faces here. Many coming from Hacker News, the post that I did there. I promised that I would reply there after the live stream. It will probably be tomorrow morning. Would you please switch to the fancy graphics? Sure. The fancy graphics. Let's see, fancy graphics. You mean these? The old school graphics. Very fancy. This is just so that other players from other games feel at home. So if you don't like the fancy stuff, you can you can use this this very cool stuff. No Belgium, but a fan of Arnie. Get down. I am Arnold. So this is just a small nod to other games in this genre. It's actually just a plain texture filter that's applied on top of the regular textures. But you want the 3D visual style? There you go. Here we go. Stan is the man. He's back and he's walking on his horse. Why not this mode style with 3D characters? Yeah, that's not something that I've been able to work on just yet, Angelio. So this is the cool graphics, as some people say. So let's go to a nighttime shot of this city. No, we're going with a morning shot with some of the like the haze from the morning dew. So let's see if we can fly through the city. Yeah, I've been multitasking a lot. I wasn't really able to keep up with the in-game chat, and on YouTube it's been crazy as well. So as you can see, this is a kind of a different building style and building technique, but it's this was probably built in a little bit older version of the game where we didn't have as many decorations as we do have now. So the morning shoot is the best. Okay, I like kind of like these 3-hour and 4-hour kind of lightning effects. So it's a little bit yellowish. It makes the game look really warm and so. You can also use, so the cinematic mode is built right into the game. There's a free flight mode and there's also a character following mode. But if you select different times in the game, for instance 12 o'clock or 12:30, so this is like midday. This is like right in the midday. It's 12 o'clock in the midday, which is cool, but the lighting is kind of like white and harsh. But if you set this to like 1:30, you get this rainy vibe. And because we're in the magical area, you get this purplish fog, which is magical. You see this dust fly around in the air as well. So this is pretty like a magical look. But that's cinematic mode for you. So built right into the game. Also in the bottom right corner of the screen you see rec, which is pretty useful because we're recording this live action. And also, as you can see, we need to catch up a little bit. Yeah, there we go. Boom. The colors are nice again. The game shows a really nice atmosphere. Really nice. Thank you. It's also smoke and mirrors, of course. I'm playing with Angeldust post effects, which is a build of Reshade by Crosshair, using some tweaked effects so that the game looks perfect. I had to invest a lot of time and effort to make OpenGL1 output a decent depth buffer. So Reshade is an effect that takes the depth buffer and the pixel buffer of your application and applies some post-processing to it. Yeah, sometimes, maybe in the future you will be able to mount a chair. You will be able to Riker mount a chair and sit on it. So, because I've got a decent gaming system, I can turn on a few more special effects. Let me show you real quickly what the difference is. So if I go upwards here, and if you take a look at the distance, you will see a little bit of a haze effect. These are magical trees, by the way, magical trees. So if I press this key, you will see that this looks a lot like Reshade, because it is like Reshade, but this comes, Post Effects is available from itch.io. It's like entirely free. It's a mod, a graphical mod for the game. So it's got the MXAO, so anti-aliasing. This ambient occlusion. So as you can see, it kind of accentuates some of the shadows a little bit. Depth of field, so this actually blurs the background a little bit. This is all these effects I personally tweaked, and I like the aesthetic. Ambient light, which kind of lights up light parts of the screen, and anti-aliasing, this last option. So this is what the game looks like without these effects enabled. So as you can see, there's a bit more definition because the anti-aliasing and depth of field isn't here, so the background is a little bit sharper and it kind of looks more like a computer-generated image with all of these sharp leaves in the background. But that's why we developed this add-on, to get more graphical tricks. The colors are more vibrant in this mode, by the way, so the ambient light really takes away some of the saturation of the image, but I like the saturation of the original view. But on Windows you can just apply this effect. You just drag a few files into your Angeldust folder and you get all of the graphical effects. And it doesn't look bad without these effects, but with the new render engine I will be able to add even more cool effects, like even better looking effects on top of this. So yeah, we. When I say we, I mean I. That's my way of talking. I'm not used to saying I too much, so. Boop, central hub. So let's see if we can get one more Wonders to show up on the stream. Valesi, this was also built by Ruan 4K. Did you try the game with VR goggles? I used anaglyphic glasses, so the red and cyan glasses. So the engine is entirely capable of rendering in stereo view, no problem. And because the game is very efficient, you can also do that like at a very high frame rate, which is cool. But I didn't really add VR mode just yet. I don't have any VR hardware. So here again, not sure if you're still watching. What was it? Unlimited Eric or something? Endless Mike. Sorry, Unlimited Eric, Endless Mike. So one more build. This is an entire city, kind of with wooden roofs, kind of built in a single style. We've got the smoke coming from these things. There's a air balloon, a hot air balloon here. There's some very cool airships over there in the distance. I'm not sure if everyone already added the ship wheel to this in the latest update. But as you can see, pretty cool to just fly around in this cinematic mode and take a look at all of the architecture and all of the things that players have built. Ruan even added some kind of quest idea to these buildings. So if you enter some of these buildings, you see these holo scrolls and you get messages like, try to find this, and do you know where this and that is. It's pretty cool. But I love this view, like this big castle with the big stairs. This is also looking very pretty in the new render engine, where you have the dynamic lighting and you see all of the individual parts cast their shadows. There's kind of a wooden, like a village in the woods over here. One wonder that I would love to show you is Rob 12's 12 Kingdoms. Rob is a player from Australia. Can't make it to most of the live streams because the time zones are a little bit difficult. But he built some very beautiful stuff as well. Very expansive and very different styles that he combined. Take a look at this. This is just a beautiful pathway down here to the water. Just a fire right next to it. Oh yeah, so this reminds me, photon blocks, that's the last thing I'm going to show you. So let's exit cinematic mode. Alright, let's go to the village. I'm going to my house. So we're right back in the village. Every player gets a house in the village, so you get your own, your own square. This was added in the latest update, so these are the portraits that you can now hang on these walls. So we've got a drawing of a cat by Spaces Green. I did this horse portrait, so some of my art is in the game as well. This is the view of the scout by Robotic. And here's a Ruan's painting, the nameless or the faceless fighter. Yeah, if you keep streaming, Rob might make it, yes. So anyway, photon blocks, they use this kind of like star motif, and you have a injector, a conduit block. This is a photon spawner. But we're going to take a look at some of the demo machines that are in the village. So the photon blocks allow you to make interactive machinery. So you just build a conduit, it's kind of like electricity, except it's photons, so you can see them instead of being electrical. And you can see the star just moving through these blocks and activating the blocks right next to it. And as you can see, you can build a elevator, because if we clear this thing and we just step on the block and stand inside of this, you will be thrown into the air as well. So this way you can make an elevator. There's a spring like this, so you can actually make a block that throws people into the air. But there's different devices, so you can actually see. Let me show you some more. Doo-doo, Marty says, the doo-doo-doo, that's the song by Sting. Oh, someone else is activating this machine. You can get a photon ball, which is this thing, which will activate other photon blocks and machinery, so that's pretty cool. The photon ball, actually, yeah, you can just push it manually like this, and it will just bounce around. It will stick to these conveyor belts, so that's also something that's in the game. Conveyor belts, if you stand on these, you will be actually transported automatically like this. Pretty cool. Here's another, this is a loop, so Hacker News people, they are pretty well versed in the art of programming computers. Well, you can also program these photon circuits, so you will see this is actually a loop. Oh, this ball was in the way. Let's do it one more time. Reset the machine. This ball, we need to get rid of this ball. This is causing wreaking havoc here. Let's activate the machine so you can actually see the program counter, which is kind of the star. Just move around through this loop. This counter will increment like 1, 2, 3, 4. And when it reaches 0 again, so when it overflows from 9 to 0, it will drop another ball, which will go on the conveyor belt and which will reset the machine. It's a very simple programming language, this, but I'm pretty sure you'll get the hang of it in no time. And you can build locks and like doors and all kinds of cool stuff. You can even assign musical notes to these photon blocks, which allow you to make musical compositions, melodies, chords. You can even remake entire songs in this, so that's pretty cool. Here's one more. So this is kind of like a gate. Now we can pass through because the blocks are hollow. If you step on the block to activate it like this, bloop. Like now you can't pass through anymore, so you can't go through this anymore. So you can actually make doors and functional gateways, and it's a very simple programming system. You just place the starting block, you make a conduit, and you can trigger blocks along the way. Jamie Life says, hey, I saw your post on the Hacker News. Do you have any past streams or write-ups on processing? That's a good question. That's been the most asked question this stream. This stream has got, I think, 4 or 5 moments where I answer that question, or at least try to get some details in a coherent fashion lined up. I will try to type an answer in the Hacker News thread tomorrow morning, because it's like 1 o'clock midnight in my place, or at least 15 minutes to 1 o'clock. And the details, or like my conversational style, has deteriorated a little bit. So don't count on a very, very good answer at this moment. I will try to write up a concise and like accurate answer tomorrow on the Hacker News thread. If you really want an answer right now, you can maybe rewind this stream on Twitch or on YouTube already at this moment, and see where I answer it. The chat kind of gives an indication that there's a chat replay on YouTube most of the time as well. Chat gives a good indication of where the question was asked. But it's I will not even try to answer the question right now. It's a good question. Maybe some of the other players who got an answer can kind of elaborate, but I will try to write up a definite answer on Hacker News tomorrow morning. So stay tuned there. Yeah, thanks. Sorry. I've got another idea. Subscribe to the channel, and I've been saying this to many people. It's not for like commercial gain or anything, but subscribe to the YouTube thing. So tomorrow I will be streaming again, and I might be a little bit fresher and a little bit more focused. I've been streaming for about 6 hours now, and it's been really taxing. I only drank half a bottle of water, so yeah. Drink some water here. Subscribe to the channel so you get a notification. I stream every week, mostly on Saturdays, so maybe you'll be able to make it to one of the future streams. You don't even have to play the game, you can just drop by and we can talk about this. I like talking about this, like from a game development perspective, no problem. And where do you currently live in the Netherlands? I hope that's about as accurate as an answer you're going to get. So anyway, I think this is it for the stream today. It's been completely taxing and draining for me. I can understand that people might want more answers or more things to talk about. We're going to shoot this bunny, which came out of my photon spawner. So this is actually a holographic projection. Bunny going down. My snow leopard is also helping a little bit. Yeah, forget about the bunny. This was it. This was it for today. You're welcome to visit my house anytime in the game. There's a few tables left and right. There's some paintings to admire. Glad you posted on HN. Can't wait to play this game. Don't expect the world. You've been following the stream for a few hours maybe. So don't expect the world. It's a one-man project. I tried my best to make a fun game that runs mostly everywhere. And that can be played by many players, many languages, 3 different input methods, so keyboard and mouse, game controller and touchscreen. Don't expect the world and you'll have a lot of fun with it, so take it for what it is. It's so crazy! Yeah, it is crazy. But I am going to... Whoa, someone placed the spring, so if you're the builder hero, there's 4 different heroes to play as: the builder, the sorceress, scout and the fighter. The builder can place devices like this spring, so that's a good demonstration. You can pew, just fly into the world, there we go. Anyway, I think this was it for me in game at least. I will exit game. So thanks for hunting and playing, everyone. I'll be back tomorrow at 1700 hours UTC. So use the time zone converter to see what 1700 is in your local time zone. But that's the time that is convenient for me. So right after dinner, which is nice for me. So thanks for playing. Let's say thanks for playing and bye. I'm going to sign out, leave the game world like this. So one more thing. So you can see this rec icon on this button at the bottom of the screen. It was visible on screen, the right bottom of the screen, the entire stream. So that means we recorded a game replay. You can do this in the options menu. The game replay is on or off. And it will record all of the action that happened during that play session. So if I go to watch this replay, and you can see it's the 22nd of December 2019. In my local time zone it was 1800 hours, so that's literally 7 hours ago almost. So if I watch this replay, this is the entire replay, everything that happened on the stream. So I can even skip ahead using the E key. Let's try this for a moment. Let's skip ahead a few more. So this is the entire stream. You can probably pinpoint the exact moment where Hacker News people started to visit. We can just... This is the entire live stream in front of your eyes. You can skip it. And the cool thing is, this is all built right into the game. So the game replays are now stored on my computer. And you can, from here, go into the cinematic mode. And you can just record all of the action that I just played. So this is the entire stream playing out in front of us. And we can fly around using a drone camera. And this technique I used for making the trailer and the promotional screenshots for the game. So this way you can both play the game, record the game, and you can use all your photographic and videographic and like cinematic expertise. And you can just create beautiful shots, like panning shots, zooming shots. We can try to record this battle with the snake. Yeah, there's a tree in front of me, so you probably need to plan this a little bit more carefully. But you can replay anytime and you can just do anything that you want, which is pretty cool. There's also a cinematic mode which follows the player character, so this is my dude. And now I have this very slow moving camera, so I can just rotate around my own dude, and my own dude, or do that in this case, will always be visible at the center of the screen. So you can make shots like this, just like panning around your character. And still you can zoom in, so you can make some close-up shots like this. There's an arrow in your head. that's not looking too healthy, but it's sometimes you've got arrows in your head, so that's pretty cool. Like in Counter-Strike, you don't see the bullets fly in real time, but here you see the arrows. So but anyway, so this is an entire replay of the entire stream that we just had, and this file is probably 20 megabytes, only 20 megabytes, even though I streamed for 7 hours. So there you go. So this is all pretty cool technology that's built right into the game. Let's exit the game replay. Get back to the main menu. And there's also a build alone mode. You don't really want to play in this mode, so you enter your own world. Show the file size, maybe. So this is the play alone mode. You can just build a little bit in your own little game world. No one can touch you here, so you can do no harm, and no harm can be done to you, as they say in Opposing Force, the G-Man. So you can just take a look around in the world and just have a bit of fun. You get a limited collection of blocks, but you can at least hang my painting. Let's do this. You can at least hang my painting everywhere that you want. So like this. Woo! And let's get it out of here. So that's the play alone mode. It's not really what you want to play, but anyway. And again, the game's social media are on the right side of the screen here. So Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, and Discord. And again, I really urge you to join the Discord server. It's a nice community of volunteers who do a very good job at playing together, hunting together, building together, just doing all kinds of things together, which is cool. And on the game's website, I can also show you that. That might be a fun thing. So let's exit the game for now. Switch to the desktop view. There we go. So let's open up the website for a moment. I never understand why no creatures, environment, and solo mode. Yeah, that's because all of those things are handled on the server side. So all of the game logic is on the server side. So in the alone mode, you don't have this. So the website, like I posted on Hacker News, the website is like entirely functional. Hey, there's even another ticket code because it's midnight at my place, so you can enter another ticket for today if you want. 55083, but you'll get this code again tomorrow when I'm streaming. So anyway, this all works without JavaScript. I do have JavaScript enabled at this moment, so it's not the best demo, but this all works without JavaScript. But again, all of the player buildings, like everything that's built in the game, all of the houses are available almost real time on the website. These are rendered offline on the server side. So for instance, the quality is pretty low because I don't want to be serving like gigabytes of data to players. But this is Alex Makarov's house. You can just, without having the game, you can just browse through all of these houses. You can see what the players look like. This is all without JavaScript. Again, this is like HTML and CSS. It just works everywhere. So there we go. So that's a cool trick. There's different languages, of course, so you can look at this in Russian and in English and of course all of the languages. But even once you're signed in, there's more things that you can do. So there's like, you can take a look at all of the areas in the game. So there's a lot of different areas that you can discover. And if you click on one of these areas, for instance, the forest, you can see all of the materials that you can unlock there when I unlocked them. So the rock 3 years ago, you can probably click on these to get a overview of the material. So and no JavaScript, all of the creatures that you can find in the forest, how many you've killed, how many, like what the reward for them was. So that's pretty cool. This is like tied to your game account as well. You can go to the blocks and you can see all of the blocks that you can purchase from the shop. You can even purchase them live from the website without JavaScript, so that's pretty cool. There's all of the creatures, so there's 290 different creatures that you can discover. You can see how many you've killed, when you've killed them, the highest level of creature that you've killed for that specific thing. You can take a look at your own house and probably some of the history, so you can see my house evolve from like way back in the day when it looked like this. So that's pretty cool. There's an entire history of your house. You can even set the colors for your hero, so here you can recolor your dudes. You can buy new colors if you're just so inclined. So that's like what the website does, and it's pretty cool because you don't even have to have JavaScript enabled. And that's some of the items. You can abandon your creatures if you want to get rid of your mount or your pet. You can buy some of the extra items. So that's just a cool little tidbit on the website here. And you can even name your land claims, so these descriptions will show up in-game in your telecharger. So that's it for the website. You can do a lot of things there, and it's pretty cool. So anyway, I can do a very quick tour of the new render engine that I'm working on. I'm not sure if this is going to work. I think Obi posted that it was on stream number 254. No, that's not right. There's no way that can be right. Let me see if I can find it here. Give me one moment, and I'll try to show you the demo of the. What was it called? It was called the Party. I did too many live streams, as you can see. What was it called? Where is it? Happy birthday. 254. But this is not called Happy Birthday, so it's 258 Happy Birthday. Probably this one. So just a quick demo. I will mute this and I will talk over it. Oh yeah, here we go. So this is the first demo that I did of those new features. Right. Is it this part that I want to show? Oh yeah, so some subtle effects. You can see specular lighting here on the ground. You can see reflections, like all of the dudes are made out of chrome here. So that's pretty cool. This MOA is also made of chrome and it reflects all kinds of things. So this is kind of the new render engine that I'm working on. It's based on OpenGL 3 instead of OpenGL 1 kind of. So as you can see, more graphical effects, more like graphical cool tricks that are coming. In this version, you can't see the dynamic lighting just yet. I didn't implement it just yet in this version. So maybe we'll need to take a look at another live stream. Yeah, I'm probably double on the thing. Time machine. Maybe it's the petting zoo. Let's see. Yeah, I think it's this one. Let's take a look. Full screen. No, this is another thing. Yeah, we've seen that before. I know. I'm trying to make this. Oh, here we go. Yeah. This is the version, because I was stuck at Obis's build, just looking at all of the things. So more reflections on the buildings. Yeah, here's a quick preview. So this is using shadow mapping and dynamic shadows. You might not be able to tell, but the shadow quality, and you saw an artifact flickering there. So the shadow quality is much better, and all of the items now have like dynamic lighting on them. I did a lot of work on these materials, so this now all looks like way more like volumetric. So this is what I'm working on. This is coming very soon. This is Angeldust 4.0, new render engine. So this is a little bit of technical stuff that I wanted to show you. And as you can see, the lighting immediately updates. It runs even smoother than before. And it's just an overall cool experience to see this in action. And there's a shot here at the end, near the end, where time just slowly progresses and you can just see the sun move in direction. So yeah, some things look a little bit bubbly and a little bit plasticky, which is kind of like a... it says 269 on here. Yeah, but we're looking at older streams here, Dragon Lady Myth. So these are older streams to show off these effects. So as you can see, the sun is just dynamically moving here, and this is the new render engine with shadow mapping. So that's what I wanted to show you. So this is coming in the Angeldust 4.0, the new render engine. Just some beautiful graphical effects that I've been able to add to the game. So, right, let's get rid of that. It's been a 7-hour stream. It's completely insane that I did this, but it's been so much fun. So I hope that you're all still watching and enjoying this. There's been lots of people coming swinging around from Hacker News. So I will try my best tomorrow to answer your questions. I probably won't make it after this live stream because it's like midnight in my place, and it's you can't really ask for answers at this moment. There's one social media post that I did today. So if you like this, again, subscribe to the YouTube channels, follow me on Twitch, and maybe like me on the other things like Twitter and Instagram and the Facebook thing. Have a good rest. Yeah, I'll need it. But it's been well worth it doing this. Social media post. So yesterday, Steam launch. I pushed this button one more time. There we go. It's my Steam launch button. I like it. It's a gimmick. It's a prop that I made for the stream. But like yesterday, we had a crazy amount of players in the game. It was completely ridiculous. And we had a good time. So we launched on Steam yesterday. Today was very special with all of the hacker news, all of the hackers coming in. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I wouldn't have streamed for 7 hours without you, so that's your influence on the world here. And I hope you enjoyed my bit of banter and my discussion here. If you're watching over on Steam, you can follow the project, or you can wishlist it, or even just get it. It's a 10% launch discount this week, which is pretty cool if you ask me. If you're playing on Steam and if you kind of like the game, a positive review is always much appreciated. Holds for the other app stores as well. I'm not one for like begging for stars or begging for things, but if you're there, if you like the game, I would appreciate it a lot if you would give it a thumbs up. I mean, that's the commercial side of things a little bit. So let's throw this into the trash. I never want to see this picture again. There we go. It's gone. So, and Angelio says, I'm not even on the screenshot. Oh, I can't take a look anymore, Angelio. But this was a crazy stream. I really enjoyed this. I had really not expected all of the people from like Hacker News coming in. It was a cool moment. I'm really glad that everyone was like enjoying the product, and that it's it's something that people have commented on. I will place one more comment in a few moments, and then I will say like I will be answering this tomorrow, so expect replies to pop in. It's 1 p.m. Or 1 a.m. midnight. It's a little bit later than I expected, and you beat the time record. Yes, I did. It's I'm not even sure if I will be able to get to sleep in a few moments, so I need to see what happens there. Anyway, you can claim you were now, because it's in the trash. Yeah, Angelio, you can just say that you were in the screenshot, because it's in the trash. This was it for today. I hope you enjoyed it. This was Angeldust Live, number 269. It's been entirely crazy. Thank you so much, everyone from Hacker News, joining in on the fun. I will be streaming again tomorrow, 1700 hours UTC, so take a look at the time zone converter to see what time that is in your local time zone. This is what I do every week. On Saturday, we just talk about the game. There are, of course, weeks where I've just released an update and everyone just comes in there and discusses new ideas and talks about, like, hey, I like how this turned out, or maybe we can tweak this a little bit more. So if you like to be part of that game development community, literally, you should definitely check it out. If you're in the capacity to kind of promote my work or maybe share it with some others, I would appreciate that immensely. It's been very rough, kind of as a solo developer, getting word out about the project. The action that I took today of posting on Hacker News is kind of like the first public step that I took in that direction, and any help with that is greatly appreciated. If you've got tips or if you've got ideas for how to like where we can meet more like-minded people, you were all a very welcoming and a very friendly bunch. We've had people come in from other sources of traffic or like other sources, and they weren't as friendly as these Hacker News people. So I'm really glad that you were able to enjoy the stream and my product for what it is, and talk about the technical side and appreciate it from that point of view. That means a lot to me. That's like more than I would have ever expected. So anyway, and this is indeed where we ask technical questions to keep me streaming. But you've had 7 hours to do that already, and I'm really, this is like I already had a full day before I started streaming, and I just like literally another working day almost of 7-8 hours. It's just pasted on top of that. So yeah, poor Firefly. Thanks for another nice fun stream. Dragon Lady Myth, thanks so much for you being here. I hope you're able to wake up tomorrow morning and not regret the decision to stay up this late tomorrow morning. Like I said, who was over? Your mother? Your mother was there. So like, I will come over soon too, and then we will watch your mother stream on YouTube or on Twitch. So anyway, this was it for today. It's been crazy. It's been I appreciate it a lot. Thanks everyone for dropping by. If you want to try the game, again, it's available for a discount on Steam. There's a version on itch.io if you don't like Steam and all of the DRM involved there. The product itself doesn't have DRM, and it's like entirely free of tracking or any kinds of weird things. Also, your personal information is like scrubbed immediately, and there's no like tricks anywhere. I don't even store your email address for your player account, just a hash, so that we can do a password reset function. But other than that, I don't store any of your data. I'm not even interested in most of it. So there we go. This was the stream. I hope you enjoyed it. I will get a little bit of sleep now, and I'm not going to drink coffee. I don't drink coffee, and I'm not about to start. So I'm just going to drink some water here. try to wind down, chill a little bit, and try to get some sleep. Tomorrow, 1700 hours UTC, I will probably be back. Hopefully we'll be able to answer a few more questions and talk about a few things that were unanswered. Well, I did my best to try and answer all of the questions and all of the comments coming in. And we'll see what happens. But I hope to be back tomorrow, and that will be cool. So Angelio, see you tomorrow, or see you next week if you can't make it tomorrow. And we'll see each other again very soon. Thanks for making this awesome. Thanks for making this stream fun to do, and thanks for all of your questions and your energy and all of your enthusiasm about the product. And I hope to see you again very soon, maybe as soon as tomorrow. 1700 hours UTC. This was a live stream, and we'll see each other again. Peace out. Thanks for watching, and thanks for playing. Bye.